Hello, I'm in the same red as yesterday. Don't judge me because both days I've come straight from my son's baseball game to be with you guys. So, yeah, just gotta throw that out there real fast. But hey, what's going on? I gave everyone a chance to throw in their opinion on what we should be playing. And if you would like to have more sway over opinions on things that we're doing, join the Discord. You should do that. I put it on. I put it in the announcements. I accidentally erased a few people's reactions while I was trying to check reactions. I was just sitting there, and my mouse was clicking as I was like checking the reactions, and it was just clicking like the X next to people's names. I was like, no. But I remembered before that. Oh yeah. Resident Evil 7 Ethan Must Die or Resident Evil 8 1 out. So we're doing that. That's what's happening. How does it not know what game I'm playing this time? How is streamer mode is on? How does it not know what I'm doing this time? Whatever. It said under my name before, like, oh, maybe it's because I haven't actually started playing. So hey guys, did I start everything like I was supposed to? Okay, cool. There we go. Wow, rigged? No, yeah, it's totally rigged. Everyone completely just spam rigged the entire time. I make sure to rig just about everything in my favor. That is absolutely why I end up playing a lot of games that I didn't choose. I will actually choose Ethan Must Die a lot. I do not remember. God, the last. What is my what's my record? Because I think I don't have the world record anymore for wins in a row. I don't think I have that anyway anymore. But I can't remember. Oh, does it say like starting now? No, we're streaming. No, we still got time. Shut up. You don't know anything. I need a few moments. I didn't get in here as fast as I wanted to. I can't remember. I beat it. I beat it, and then he beat me, and then I came back. He beat me again. So, like, whatever my record was, he said he had gotten 10, and then I came back and I took it, and then he came back and he said he had it again, whatever. So I don't remember what it is. I might have to go back to my last Ethan Must Die playthrough really fast. Also right now I'm doing really important work. That's why the clock has to the clock is still going up on my head because I'm not quite ready, especially because mac and cheese actually exists as a sound bit. I need to remember to set that in really fast. So it is possible to hit an amount right now. And I wanted to make it easier on my brain. So I'll change it whenever it hits, but I could not figure out how to get decimals back in there. So I just chose a random place. So let's just go ahead and enable that, and then let's edit it. And why won't it let me get my why won't it let me have my decimals back? Like I had it set up at being like I can have it as an exact amount. Like I can do that, and that would be my workaround. Like I think if I code it to where like with the custom coding I've got, like if I have if I have an exact amount in there, it'll still read it. So like to the penny I could do it, but I don't want to do that. I want to actually have when it is at least. And so I think what I did is I changed it to at least an amount, and then I hit save again. There it is. Okay, it came back. All right, I have my decimal point. That's what I did the first time. All right, cool. I don't have my numbers with me anymore. I don't remember what it is that you guys have never ever donated that amount before. I'm gonna make it easier this time though. Let me just pick a number out of my head. It's only a $1 amount it could be. So like if I were to pick, it's not gonna be in triple digits ever. If I were to pick like from $101.50 to $102.50, it would have to be a donation that was $101.50 exactly $151.51, 52 cents, all the way 150, 100. I'm saying words. Okay, if I said it between $1.50 and $2.50, it'd have to be an amount between those two. It's only $1. Like in $1 amount, if you hit it, you hit the grand prize of mac and cheese for 20 seconds. So like if something comes in for $1.50, $1.51, if $1.52, $1.53, all the way up to $2.50, $1 from one to another, then it will play that. Otherwise, it'll play the normal alerts, and I'm not giving anything away. There's no like going over and being able to find it anymore. So now that I have the decimal back, what do I do? Where do I put it? All right, let me edit this. Let me edit. Let me keep my decimal. Let me keep my decimal. Because I feel proud of this. Let's put it at like. Come on, just give me that. All right, decimal. Can I keep it? I keep the decimal. Okay, I kept the decimal. Okay, so that means I have to actually duplicate this one. And because this one's different, so this one's, come on, there we go. Okay. To cover mac and cheese. Like, okay, so if this works, there is an amount in there again. It worked. I got my decimals back. So there is an amount. There is a $1 amount in there that all the alerts are the same ones that have been there for all the other things. But if you do hit in this range that I set really a lot lower this time, because the real number that no one's ever donated in over a year and a half, and maybe even longer, possibly never, that will be the next one. But this one, no, I'm making it within arm's reach. Not like arm's reach. You got to work for your mac and cheese. Now I'm setting up this stream for one other thing. I have to look at past streams. What was my... Actually, I should look at chat. As I'm looking this up, I'm about to bring up the other chat window. Did anyone go to one of my past live Ethan Must Die streams and see what I actually put it as? Because it would have been in the chat. But I'm looking at my own live post really quick. I'm about to pull it up myself if no one gets it first. So I would be able to do like... Ethan Must Die. I can search for that. The last time I did that was it cannot have been since July. It can be, because I worked really hard in July. I lost all will to live in August and September pretty much. So what does this one say? This Ethan Must Die, which I need to look over and just pull up that stream for me. All right, don't old me, shut up, don't talk. Old me isn't allowed to talk. I'm making him shut up. All right, old me is shut up now. Now it's actually me. There's a Jeffrey, oh God. Rainbow, thank you. Oh God, you guys are awesome. I wasn't even looking. And Sultan, welcome back to the family. Oh gosh, I have to actually start very, very soon. You guys are all... I was on another screen doing other things. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Thank you for being so kind. You guys got the one that's gonna make me laugh and also that I'm ashamed of. So you guys are opening up real with the hard and the strong and the strong and the hard. I feel like have enough people here actually seen the video of me falling. If we hit it again, I'll play the actual video of me falling, so people know where that triple digit sound bit comes from. If it hits that, I think if we also get over 100 viewers coming in, because I'm not just gonna do it if it's normal, the normal people coming in and out, I'm not gonna. But if it's over like if that happens again, I will actually show you guys again where it comes from, which will make a lot of people's night. Way too many people's night. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I need to come back over here and okay, here's my old stream. Somewhere in this, oh, exclamation point streak. That's for that one. Let's see how many people hit it. So live replay in chat. Let's go to somewhere where I did well. I skipped to somewhere where it says Michael has 5 stars. Let's see where I won. Let's go to a place that I won. So it would have been like here, go over here, blah, blah, there it is. I would have updated it right there as soon as she died, meaning that about right here-ish in the chat, it should say, my personal best is 12? Is my personal best now 12? Is 12. So my personal best is 12. If we get on a roll, I won't be able to stop. So basically, for anyone that doesn't know, I did have the world record for how many times you could beat Ethan Must Die without dying. Somebody else actually took that challenge up and decided to try it themselves, and let me know very nicely. Like, it was somebody, it's somebody with a smaller channel, but they were extremely nice about it. So I totally let it okay, bet is on. They're like, actually, I beat your old thing of I think I had 6, they had 10, so I got 12, and I died I think on the 13th. I think I died on 13, and that's what happened. So my personal best is still 12, and that's what PB it stands for, wins. But world record is now, if someone could look that up for me, that'd be great. If anyone knows the person that I'm talking about, world record is it 16? Is 16? I'm not sure. It's higher than me now. He beat me out again. So exclamation point streak. I forgot that. Exclamation point streak. Okay. So we'll start going for the world record again. If I start going that far, we'll cross that bridge when it comes. Welcome back to the family. Welcome back to the family. Here we go. Or you just popped the thing up. I'm not sure. All right. Did it say we're streaming? People did give me all the nobbies. Okay, we're streaming then. We've got Joseph Thielen. What's going on? We've got King of Sarcasm. It's a Woozle. Hey, Mary. Blue Knight. Alyssa. Kale. Ruiz family, David Rice, sound off with Navis. If you have a shield next to your name, I'll try to catch everyone else in just a second. We're gonna now start because now the command is up, so you can go ahead. I need to be able to put on the info stuff. Exclamation point streak. I guess I need to put it on votes are in, blah blah blah. You can check on the streak by, I should do it with a cleaner screen. I'm gonna use my clean game screen today. It's gonna be a smaller game, but the overlays will not be on it, and the chat will be up on the screen. So whatever. David Rice, a fire. Ruiz family, what's going on? Foxhound, GJD 8000. Michelle, what's happening? Stephen Ore, Assyriana, Sacred Ordinary. Corey, Caitlin, hey, look at this. Stephen Ore making it so you can't be the most cuteness, which makes us all feel a little better about our own personal lives, I guess. Stephen Ore, you're doing good work, barely sliding in there. That's, you can never say the word sliding in there. Hey, Shadow. Okay. And if you don't have a shield next to your name, sound off real quick. I'm looking at where Nightbot just said something, and I'm gonna try to read what people that don't have a shield next to their name, like Ryan Redfield, Igneous. Did I miss Igneous? I saw someone say hi, Igneous. I'm looking for people who don't have a shield next to their name. So we're gonna let me go over here. Come over here. I gotta play alerts because you guys are kind from the get-go, which is amazing, and I really appreciate that. I decided, instead of doing all this other stuff, my goal is literally just basically yesterday I made up for having to buy a key, new key. Today can be the I have doctor's bills now that I really wasn't planning on, and my account got drained really fast, and I didn't plan on that, and I'll just go back to normal. But Dr. Bills suck. So does a $400 fucking key. But meet me on camera 2, not camera 1. We'll be on camera 2. So let's just get over out there. What's going on? Look at that. And Richie, thank you. There we go. I gotta play all the things. Because, oh, by the way, if you click on the thing next to my what I'm doing, like where you would do a super chat or whatnot, I believe it there you can go ahead and spam how many months you've been doing it. So here's we're doing Resident Evil 7 Ethan Must Die right now. I need to put into the thing as the bottom info bar. I gotta change that because I need to shut up. Where's the info bar? There's a game title. There's that. Changing info bar. There it is. Properties. Open app settings and exclamation point streak. I'll just put it as rotating exclamation point streak. David writes for 7 months. That's so. You got your cool new shield. You got your new shoes on. I gotta actually. Oh, fucking Nightbot. I swear I've done this as a job before, once or twice. Like I've actually streamed before. During this, I needed to stretch to take a break and blah blah blah. Nightbot, come here. Put the correct game. Put the game I want to put in here. Not back for blood. I'll call that B for B. I like B for B, not because I can't do a high voice. My son didn't win his game tonight. But learning experience. Where is RE7 Ethan Must Die? There it is. Whoa. I'm trying to beat the new world record of surviving 18 times in a row. Why didn't I just read my own damn command? 18 times in a row is there. It is there. That's really cool. So that's a thing. So let's just do that. And so now the game command's there. 18 times in a row. Also nerf wheel of failure. Oh crap. No, not the nerf wheel of failure. We're already gonna be doing that probably tomorrow. I'll probably do it during the day so I can get it over with. Also, I'm feeling better during the days because I'm barely getting 1,000 calories down a day right now. So 18 times in a row, I gotta change that. Blah, 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 blah. I'm sorry. I'll look back over to everyone. The world record is actually 18. Yep, someone legitimately got 18. So my personal best is 12 wins in a row. World record is 18. I've been told by other people they basically speed run Ethan Must Die. I refuse to do it that way. I think everything's now set up properly. So Nightbot, I gotta be a good bot. Okay, game, cool. So basically, I haven't watched them play again. I have not watched anyone else play Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 2 remake, Resident Evil 3 remake, Resident Evil 8. I've not seen a single bit of gameplay for somebody else. Haven't seen it. But I do ask people to confirm things for me. So the person, apparently, they didn't give me any of their strategies. They just said, and then the gentleman himself actually posted on one of my videos. It's like, your turn. Like, I got 18. And he posted a link to his video. And I was like, I gotta have this confirmed. So it is 18 that he's got. So apparently he gets through his rounds faster. It takes me about 30 minutes to get through it. I think someone said his average is like 15 to 20 minutes. So but someone also said I'm the more consistent of them. So from what I get from that is I can beat and take back a world record. However, to do it is going to take a long night. All night long, all night. Oh shit. Alyssa, thank you so much. But I said I'd play the video if I saw it again. Why? Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna start it off with not having to see the actual video of it. Alyssa, why you gotta abuse Giorgio like this? All right. Why are there so many animals in the jungle? Welcome back to the family, Sultan. I appreciate that. Now here we come. Here I come. I'm coming. Do mac and cheese victory with scary notes. I like that. All right, hold on. I got an idea. Such
Hear me out.
confidence.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Such
Hear me
confidence.
Out. Hear me out. I got an idea. Hear me out.
Such confidence.
Hear me out.
Listen
Hear
to
me
this.
out. Hear me out.
I didn't ignore you,
Hear me
GJD.
out.
Mac
What
and cheese victory with scary
Hear me
notes.
out. Hear me out. What? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh god! Oh god! Ah! It's so sincere! It's like I'm dying! I look forward. Oh wait.
Looking forward to a good run of Ethan Must Die.
Thank you so much, Rainbow Dark. I appreciate that.
Darkness wins! Daddy Darkness wins! Darkness wins! The giant cock in the sun. Oh, my cock reigns supreme! Daddy wins! Daddy wins!
Jeffrey, I appreciate it, but now I know what sound bit you go for, so I'm just staring you down as that happens. Because we gotta put that to a vote. I don't think I can let that stay low enough that people can reach up and grab that. I'm not saying that I feel shame when I hear that every single time, but I'm saying I feel shame every time I hear that. And so I'm crossing my arms in indignation real quick. And
Why are there so many animals in the jungle?
all right, we gotta talk about that sound bit too. I still feel really dumb over the fact that I exclaimed, "Why are there so many animals in the jungle?" And I fucking meant it. I meant that shit. I said it and I fucking meant it. Hey, Richie.
We'd like to buy one child, please.
Bring me my child. Or Richie, you've got Willow. Hi. It's been a while. It's been a while. Thank you so much, Richie. I appreciate it. And David Rice, you do have your new shield. Damn it.
Why are there so many animals in the jungle?
You've got your new shield. So that's kind of, by the way, if you ping how long you've been a member now, that just became a family member will pop up. I'm gonna figure out how to change that soon. But you got,
all right, hold on.
Fuck me.
I got an idea. Hear me out. I got an idea.
I said I'd
Hear me
play
out.
it too if I got
Hear me
this
out.
again.
Hear me out. What if? Hear me out. What? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh god! Oh god! Ah! I said I'd play it again too. Shit. No, Alyssa, come on. What? You
If
put
I have to
commas.
be tortured by those moist noodles, then I'm going to torture you with commas and the fathers. Daddy, 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 daddy. Papi, 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 papi.
We would like to
Cut
buy
it off.
one
Yes.
child, please.
One child to Igneous. Thank you. Fairy tales are more than true, not because they tell us that dragons exist, but because they tell us dragons can be beaten. That sounds like a true quote.
Why are there so many animals in the jungle?
Shut up past me. There are animals in the jungle. I need to make another, by the way, sound bit. I need to make another command from Nightbot. Does Panic still work for Nightbot? Does it still work for Panic? Okay, I said I'd play it. Shit. Okay, I'll start this as soon as where's my history? Where's my history? Restore previous session. What was my previous session? There's a tracker, blah blah blah. There's personified beneath the mask. Doom boom boom doom 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 boo. Yeah, I had that. So that should be actually sized perfectly for the screen I'm in. So let me just make a new tab. I can't. Why do I go and look this up? I don't have to do this to me. I'm in the wrong browser. I can't just look it up in that one. Do 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 boo 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 boo. That song is still stuck in my head right now. Can't you tell? Okay, come on. I'm playing the game after this. I promise at least 20% of my channel is actually gameplay. 20. That's the only guarantee we can ever give here. Here at DarknessJackson Gaming Incorporated. I'm not incorporated. Please sponsor me, somebody. Here at this. We get copyright claim for playing 8 seconds of a song yesterday, and also we play at least 20% of the game that we put in the description of the live stream that we said we're gonna play. We tempt people with the idea that games could be played, but really, why even when? Okay, what is it? I have to search for to find that sound bit, I always have to search for like Easter, I think. Is it Easter? It's fucking Easter. God damn. It's because I was looking for the Easter eggs. I have to look for when there's the Easter egg hunt in Dying Light. And then I have to like open up this window, and then I have to feel shame. And then people have to judge me. Oh God, it's already at that part. Why? My eye, I think, is rejecting it. I have to also, I have my rad dad. My son gave me this like headband that just says rad dad on it. I have those glasses still on from being at his game. I need to wipe the sweat out of my eyes, or the dirt, or anything else that's in my eyes. God, it's already there. Fuck me. All right, cool. Let's do this. All right, I'll play the actual clip, and then we're starting. We're fucking starting. Shit, I can't see anything. Crap, my eyes. My eyes. They're kind of burning a little bit. Oh, my head just hurt from actually singing that high. Maybe I shouldn't do that right now. Where is it? Random videos, random YouTube video, random window. Let's go back over to this. Let's go over to my shame. You know what I should do? I should show, please don't. I should go over, I should go over to the, I shouldn't laugh like that. That makes it sound devious. I should go over to the, my conspiracy board for my neck and what's happening. I should do that as like penance for what I'm about to do. All right, is this good enough? Do I have it like covering the screen enough? Is that me? Yeah, there it is. There we are. There we are. There I am. All right. That's there all the play out. There it is. Cool. All right, there's past me. Let's look at past me screaming for dear life. Hey, grumpy nurple. I almost said nipple. All right, let's do that, and then let's actually play the game. Cool. Let's just go ahead and crank that volume. I just think I died there. Yeah, I'm still laughing about it because, you know, I'm fucking Ninja Chicken. I am legend. Without being able to get like the really good add-ons from being in the second part of this town, because I don't have the good blueprints to make my weapons like way overpowered. There's a special volatile that will whoop my ever loving lily white ass. My ass is not white. It really will. So I don't know, give it one more cycle just to be on the safe side. He doesn't even know what he's about to do. It will whoop my ass. That guy doesn't know what he's about to do. It won't apologize. He's an idiot. He'll ask me if I want more, and I'm just like, no more, please. But guess what? It didn't ask the first time. All right, hold on. I got an idea. Hear me out. I got an idea. Hear me out. What if? Hear me out. What? Oh my God! Please, no sincere face. Don't do this sincere face. Oh God. It's like I'm actually falling to my death. Why, old me? Why does you act like you're dying? Back up here. And then I realized I heard myself make that sound into my own headphones and made me laugh hard. God. No, stop. Shut up. You're gonna laugh harder if you keep laughing to that laugh. Oh God. I just heard myself scream. Oh. That's the part that got me the most. I heard myself scream. I heard it, and I was like, I can't deny it now because I heard that shit. I heard it myself with my own ears. I heard that shit. All right, nobody panic. I got the actual window for the game we're playing right here. All right, damn it. All right, we're back with it. We're back. Yeah. Oh, La Kuma Rock. Oh God, I'm gonna have to listen to the birds again. There you go. Why are there so many animals in the jungle? Because I want to be able to say your messages for being able to say like how many months you've been a member. So once Streamlabs actually updates their stuff, I'll update mine, you know, or I'll figure it out. Oh God. So no, I don't need to know about Resident Evil Village. I have that. I could play it at any time. Extra content. So we'll go over here. Finally did this screen. I'll play one and then I'll go get medicine because my head hurts. So I need to win a lot. And that's the thing. I gotta be ready to die. But if the game volume is too loud for you guys or whatever, for me, I'm so used to a lot of the noises that it doesn't faze me. So like if it's the wrong volume, I need to put also a squeaky. I need to lubricate this arm. You shouldn't hear squeaks like that. It sounds like my neck. To be honest, actually. It sounds like my neck. Actually, if I just had a dead cat on this and it was one of the mics that usually you use on set, so I could have this further back and kind of just have it at me. I can do that. It'll block my view though. It'll block my view of the game. Or it'll put a shadow on me, one of the two. I'll do this for a few. You guys will have to deal with plosives. I'll turn it up a little bit. I'll put it further away from me. You'll hear more sounds. Here we go. That's fine. I don't have to project that much. You guys will still hear me. It'll be fine. It'll work out. If you don't hear me, I'll unpause this while we're doing it. Do not look at my little bean with your dirty eyes. Forgot about that one. All right. Thank you, Joseph Tila. I appreciate that. Let's see. I have a new picture. Has that been there? Kia Sarcasm, you have a new picture. I'm actually looking over at chat and I'm noticing some of these things. Like crap. Oh boy, shut up, GJD. Vanilla is still my favorite flavor of ice cream will probably always be vanilla. Plosives and sibilants all day, every day, twice on Sunday. Yeah, sure. Run. Let's see if I can just be in a groove. Get my groove thing on. Just do it like I always do. Shit, why does there have to be a second one? Alright. Got it. Yeah, I'll have the plosives for a minute here and then I'll fix it. Can I see behind me, please? Hey, Hammered Hobo, what's going on? And we might switch to Resident Evil 8 because I actually kind of want to see that game again. Because now that I'm actually going to be doing more analyses on games, I actually need to go back and make notes. Like all of them. I got to make all the notes. I got to start releasing. If I'm going to do that, I'm going to release them probably every other week. And try to line it up with like a game being released of that genre. Because those are going to be a lot of me having to reach for old gameplay footage and actually like dissecting characters, dissecting storylines. Little things you might have missed, little whatevers. Giving an opinion on something and having it be cohesive and me not going on a tangent, a rambling tangent and whatnot. You know, all those kind of things. Things I'm not known for. Rambling tangents. If I say that, somebody's got some snarky reply about it. That's never happened, blah, 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 blah. You try giving suggestions? What other suggestions? You gave mac and cheese. There's a way to get mac and cheese. I don't know. I was looking at other screens when you gave other suggestions in. I didn't know. I can't notice much when me and Nightbot are having to you know, do each other and whatever. Nightbot and I had to have a little menage a trois. That's not the correct word, is it? Okay. No one in chat would ever make a snarky reply to me. Says the true king of sarcasm. Alright. Alright, so that's how it's gonna be tonight, alright? Okay, okay. Alright. Oh no, there won't be a hint. There won't be a hint with the mac and cheese. The number exists there. If someone hits it, they hit it. If they don't, they don't. And that's just it. Oh crap, I did that all to see if there would be another weapon over here. Mac and cheese victory, but scary note so people can make you lose. For each loss is +1 Steven Cam and win is -1 Steven Cam. Oh god. Doing that again? Oh god. Look at all these pretty overlays that I made. You want me to ruin one of these pretty overlays with my face? That's why I relegated my face to this corner. I got it out of the way of like the good stuff, which is up there, the gameplay. You don't want my face mixing with that. You don't mix your taters and your peas or whatever. Yeah, it's from one decimal to another because I got the decimals back, so it's a very low shot that someone ever gets it. But technically, if you all like work together, you could find it like systematically. But teamwork on the internet. It happens every now and then. It depends on how much people want it. But you guys wanted it last time, and then all of a sudden, when you got it, you're like, I regret things. Joseph Thielen, thank you. It's not. I'll warn you right now. It's not. That didn't even. It's not $1. It would. You know, the last time I said it below $2, people would pay $1 just to like be a jerk on my stream. So that's why it's never. It like. And then I started feeling bad that the bar for something to pop up on the screen to thank you guys because I appreciate your support a whole hell of a lot that this can be my career. I hated that the bar was set like at $5, so I moved it back down to $2, but it won't show a message so people can't be like a jerk. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I didn't have to waste that. Should've just ran around them. I didn't have to waste that. Oh, is he still there? Oh, crap. I've never left him alive. I don't know what to do about this. I've never left him alive. Is it $69? I won't answer that. It is not the amount that I researched that no one had donated within the last year and a half. It is another one that I was just like, oh, I'm happy. Let's put a decimal. He can't be much alive. Come on. He can't be very alive. I've never had him alive. I don't know what happens later if he's alive. You know what? This is a learning experience. If I come out of that door and he's able to hop over, then I'll know. And knowledge is power, G.I. Joe, whatever. Then I'll know. But I've never let him live, so I don't know what happens if he just... I don't know. Hey, Eric, it's been a hot second. What's going on? My wife decided to scream at me while I was resting my eyes this morning for no reason. I'm not 100%. No. Why is he acting weird? Stop acting weird. Thank you. Stop being weird. Don't be douche. I have a very strict rule on that. Don't be douche. Let me put the camera over here because I'm leaning forward more than I should. I'm supposed to be leaning back. I'm supposed to be lying down, but we won't get into that. Fuck. Yeah. Burner is OP. I need to have Burner is OP as a Nightbot thing. You know what? I'm gonna make a new real quick thing for Nightbot. If someone types in Burner is OP, I'm gonna have Nightbot respond to you. Just like there's a command for panic. Let's just make oh, we'll just put Burner. Exclamation point Burner is. I'll just. All right, there we go. That you know what? There we go. That can just be there. I'll just leave that there. You know, I'm just gonna keep adding random commands that if people know about them, they do, and if they don't, they don't. I'm just gonna have them there and see what happens. But you know, I just left that there. Exclamation point rigged. Pleasant stream guy didn't know when to end last night and kept me up later than, so there's that. Yeah, that guy sounds like he sounds like a bag of douche. We shouldn't like talk about other streamers like negatively, but like if I was watching that guy, I would be upset. But we'll never know who that is because we don't talk about other people like that. So it's fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna start adding commands more and more. I almost said Kamehamehas. We're not adding Kamehamehas. I should actually use this. Come on. There we go. And then I guess use the steroids. So got steroids, but I got strong first aid. How's my back doing today? It feels god awful, and most of today I've had a screaming migraine that's going up the back of my neck. And I got nutrients into me. I got 1,000 calories into my system. I'm not trying for any more because my whole body is rejecting the idea of food over it too, I think. So I'm barely at 1,000 calories, which is a goal for me. The past 2 days, I could not stomach enough food to get at least like my goal. Honestly, when my stomach starts acting up, my goal is trying to get to 1,250, and that's ticking. And I couldn't even get there. Now I'm like at I actually got enough in my system, and it stayed down. So what do I have? Because I've been keeping track of it. Though I made the numbers liberally to make me feel better, so it might not be completely true, but it's 1,056 calories. But I'm lacking in protein today. I'm so sad. Don't say it. Do not say what you're about to say, Steven. You're about to be really bad. I'm lacking in protein today. About 5 grams. And I'm technically lacking in 68 grams of carbs. I should eat more. My body needs more energy. Don't say what you're thinking. I know what you were thinking. Don't say it. Yeah, I was gonna say something. Well, Alyssa, don't do this. Don't. What are you doing over there? Okay, let's burn them. What is this? Actually, that's a chem flu. Okay. No. Oh, I tempted fate today already with the salad, thinking that it was gonna come back up and then I could have my shakes. And instead, I held down, like, the salad, which was not my plan. It was just my plan of getting rid of enough stomach acid so I could hold down the shake. Because I felt like the shake was going to come back up. But that stayed, and it's still there. So technically, I think I've digested it now, even if it comes back up later. So cool. So I have that in me. That's how I pulled it off today. So I have bits of salad that had bits of chicken on it, with 1 tablespoon of bacon bits, so it tastes better coming back up, because I don't mind I don't mind the taste of bacon bits coming back up. Is that weird to say that? That's probably weird to have to say that. I do not mind the taste of bacon bits coming back up all that much. Come on. Come on, guys, Steve. No, think of liquids. Ah! Oh, don't worry about it, PageBot. Yeah, I guess. Feels crappy. Let's get this piss pack. And hey, dude. Let's close that door faster. Okay. What happens now over here if you leave the other dude alive? I have no idea. I have no idea what happens if you leave this guy alive. I don't know if he jumps the gate or something. I mean, the space. So I guess he's not going full-blown liquor on me. That's cool. Don't be gunpowder. Fuck everything. Alright. Gotta drop this. Okay. I just listen. Yeah, I just why did you say bot? I don't know. I said page bot, didn't I? At the beginning? Okay. So you're taking the other week about Skittles remind me of how much I missed them, so I bought a bag of originals to enjoy. Yeah, yeah. Skittles, everyone should be missing and be glad that one day will be the world will be rid of those foul things known as the foul things known as
green apple.
Because they are Satan's work. And they destroy the citrus concoction that goes with the fruity handful that's supposed to be a handful of Skittles. Damn it, why does it have to be that? That's the one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter. Fuck. How hard do I try? Keep this in mind. That I'm doing this. Okay, cool. And we're doing that, and we're doing this, and we're doing that. And I'm gonna have my guard a little higher. And be able to do that. And it won't hurt me as much. Don't get hit. I ran late. Now I know I can run by that more and more. It's consistent now. Alright, then I'm glad I actually have the burner for this one part because this is BS. Always has been. If you actually shoot it from right here-ish, it can backfire and get you. Alright. And then this thing's BS. So with the burner, I can get that guy. And then now I can't get randomly killed by this thing. So then after that, I can open the door and let these guys be taken care of for me and save ammo. See, I have optimized how to play this game. I know how to do Ethan Must Die. That's the thing I can do. I should treat this more like a boom mic for right now, so I can just move around a bit more and speak. Yeah, I know how to play Ethan Must Die at least. You got that going for me. Oh, I'm not clipping the sound too much. All right, are they dead? If the door automatically shuts again, they're not dead. Okay, cool. Hey, Steven. Steven Sawyers, what's going up? Wouldn't optimize mean quickest? No. Oh, fuck you! Are you kidding? It clipped through and got the red barrel again? Oh, you suck a big fat bag of baby dicks. All at one time. Just do it. Fuck you. Are you kidding? The collision for that round to get through. This is an object. It's not supposed to. Rounds aren't supposed to get through. It's not supposed to penetrate this. Sure as hell is supposed to penetrate that wall, and the red barrel is now gone. Fuck off. Are you kidding? I'm back there. Yeah, I'm getting more and more sick. It might be because of my neck. It might be because of stress. It might be because of depression. I don't know exactly what triggers it anymore. Stress might be one of the biggest things. I cannot fucking believe. Right. Can I be the best gamer ever? Where do they come from? I gotta figure this out. I can go in this room without tricking that. Alright, so I have this. I have a thing in me. What is this? I have a stabilizer, so I can reload really fast. So I can actually get past them. So now my strategy is gonna have to be to use the other weapons. Because if I burn through all of this, like I can use the shotgun. There's no guarantee I will get any other shotgun rounds. And that's the only thing that takes Margarita off the wall really easily. There's no guarantee I'll get the Albert. And I want to actually win my first time through. But it took the red barrel from me. This is a bag of dicks. And it can suck all of them. Ah! Oh, God. Why? Oh, Thank you. Oh, you got a t-shirt. Thank you. I appreciate that. Fuck off, game. Damn it. Are you kidding? All right. This game can suck all the dicks for that one. Where are they? Where are you? Get back over here. Show yourself. Present yourself to me. Did they despawn? All right. You go fuck yourself. I've got a better handgun. I'm gonna shoot him anyway. I've got more strong first aid. It doesn't matter. Everything's fine. God. Why? Why is the red barrel? Why? Yeah. If only that was my real face, Joseph Thielen. You don't want my real face. It's okay. Thank you so much for that. I need to. Teespring will work with me again, and so will other companies. I need to work with them through YouTube, so it pops up on the bottom. Where did they go? Where did they go? But where did they go? Don't. This game is dicking with me. This is not. I don't want a dicking right now. Most of the time, that is a truthful statement. Okay, let me correct myself. Can you say I knew you could? Yay! Have Dora come up and say some shit. Okay, hold on. Wait, where'd they go? Oh, they just noped out? Oh, no. They just noped out of here. What? All right, there are some firsts here. We'll just deal with that. I'm taking drugs. I can't handle this. I need drugs. Are my shoulders bigger? No, I'm hurting. I did have the chin-up bar up there. But right now, supposedly, I'm not even supposed to be really sitting up for more than ever at a time for about 2 weeks. So we're just gonna ignore that. Huh? But I did have the chin-up bar back up, so they started getting bigger again. They're not nearly as big as they should be. Like my shoulders from even 2 years ago are piddly, and it's sad times. I don't have like I'm not self-conscious about my body really. I'm self-conscious about the function, like what can I do, and I'm not being like I'm actually being for real, like not in the bedroom function. Like for a while I was like fit for a different reason, like basically fit all over, like diet to match it, and cardio with it, and strength to go with it. And then like when my brother got sick, like I need to be able to lift him in case he needs to go to the hospital, because my parents bedroom or downstairs hallways and everything were cramped. And then before I've been fast to keep up with Rowan, there's been that I've eaten extra food so that when bills got low, I could skip meals and it wouldn't go into immediately my body struggling with muscle atrophy. So I was still hitting the gym and lifting weights, but putting on extra fat on purpose so that I can lose 10 pounds from not eating properly for a while, and it'd be no biggie. Like I've done a lot of different things. Right now, I don't serve a purpose, and that's what gets me. So it's not that I have love handles back and I'm gonna lose them, and I don't want to lose the love handles. It's just that, like, hey, like, if I need to literally run to my son's side right now, could I do it? No. I wouldn't necessarily make it all the way there with my neck, how tired I've been, blah, blah, blah. And could I, like, lift something extremely, like, how much could I lift to be able to help him if need be? Those are the things that get me. So I finally broke down and actually I'm going to try to take care of myself. I still haven't been to the doctor, and my ear is still bleeding. And how many weeks ago was that I figured out I had an ear infection? And that's why I was actually feeling awful for the beginning of it. So I still have a actively bleeding ear infection. So we're getting them on the list of things that happened, okay? I went to the chiropractor. They're working on me. My back is shit. My neck is getting fixed. My next goal, I guess I'll tell my doctor that I should maybe I'll go get checked out or something. Maybe we'll work on that. One step at a time. Don't throw all your goals at me. Hey, Don, what's going on? Don't cover your face. You better look at me during. All right. Shit. Oh, come on. All right. Productivity 101, make a list to prioritize it. Oh, that's not my problem. Though I do have, what is, should we have a lesson really quickly on one of the disorders I actually do have, which is time. People say time is nebulous, but I actually do have to keep track of certain things because without things like a calendar on the wall or like a schedule or something like that, today is for my brain, sometimes it can be that today is the exact same thing as like 2 years ago. Like, you know, when you wake up out of a dream that seems really lifelike and it's like you were back there, you feel like, but for me, it can be literally my brain won't tell the difference between like the passage of time. So I am actually living, my brain is living in a different spot in time than what's reality. And that dissonance actually, that cognitive dissonance is, has a name to it. It's really fucking annoying, to be honest. It's not the most fun thing in the world. But it's not the biggest problem because it's one of the easiest things to get over. But it is did I get both of them? Got both of them. Well, it's a hard thing to diagnose because people lose track of time all the time. I'll pull up the DSM or whatever on that one. I'll figure it out after I've, you know, actually done something that constitutes work. Uh-oh. 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 Did I kill both of them? Welcome back, Rainbow. Did I get both of them? Did I need the other one? Alright. I'm trusting you, game. Don't be douche. Alright, cool. That got both of them. Hi, Heather. What's going on? Yeah, Kale, but like the hyper reality of like that. It's I'll shut up, Watch. You don't know me. I'll talk about that soon. That's why I have, like, for anyone that knows me, I have a bajillion alarms that go off, like on my wrist and on my phone. Some of those are because I don't have a hunger reflex, but some of them are literally day reminders of like they only go off on certain days. So, but some of them are month reminders, and it's a weird. My brain is a weird place to have to try to delve into and be like, what the fuck is this a thing? And I'm like, that's my cranium, and people are like, no. All right, where'd you put the real one? And I'm like, no, but it really is. And then they have to look at me sideways. Probably because I'm actually tilted sideways because my back hurts. Let's just make this into, isn't Mental Awareness Day something or other very soon? Let's just make it today. It'd be like, well, this guy that talks that I just watched for a while is rambling about random shit. And I think I learned something, and so I feel sorry for anybody that could be even close to like him, so then we just do a fundraiser after that. I just put it in the bottom. All right. Hey, Shaggy. Hey, Alex. All right. Let's do. All right. This is more like it's how it should be. I'm here. No, people that, for example, one of the biggest things that people that have talked to me will have realized that sometimes I will speak as if the past is actually a thing, and they'll hear me correct it way down the line, and I'm trying to set things. You guys have heard it here too. I'll have to go find it. If I ever sound like I hit a dead end, it's because I literally, so my brain's in that, doing that, and I think I already told you to where I am in life right now. and then something around me basically flips a switch again to remind me that that has to be wrong. For example, if I tell stories that don't come before 2015, I can't have ended it with that because I didn't make this channel until 2015. So if I'm like talking on YouTube, but I told a story and I realized the date of it, then that's like all of a sudden, like it's all this, it gives you a headache and it has a few other things going on for it. There is a term for this. I'm not just making shit up, because this sounds like one of those times where like someone just rambles on camera and then it's like, they're just making up a bajillion different things. It's like, no. This is something that I've actually worked with a therapist, and I have ways around it, so I just don't talk about it much. Because I only talk about it when it gets used against me. When people are like, why did you forget? Or why haven't you done? Or like, why haven't you gotten? It's like, I didn't. The difference between today and like 2 weeks ago is the exact same thing. My parents are actually the worst case of that. When my mom or something like that asks about like something like, says, I miss you. I'm like, yeah. But she's like, she tried to say like, I haven't seen you in like so long. I was like, no, you saw me. Oh. Like, she'll throw me off. She's like, I haven't seen you in like 2 years. Like, it's been closer. Then I have to start counting. Because that actually just happened in the car yesterday. When I was dealing with all the... Was it only yesterday I was dealing with all the key stuff? Let's make, what's her face come on. I gotta pause the alerts for this. I gotta use all the concentration. Do I really not have... I've got the burner. Do I really not have more ammo or more... Okay, this is bull. I'm calling a few shenanigans on this, but we're gonna run with it. Hey, Xavier, what's going on? Hey, Margaret, what's happening? Alright, we need some materials. Okay, there's no defending against the thing that would hurt me most for Marguerite. But the second and third place things that would hurt me on Marguerite, there are defenses for that. So, what does that mean? Alright, she's gonna appear like in like 8 seconds from up there. That means I actually need to get the chest to the right, because that chest is now guaranteed. It also guarantees there's a 5-star chest over here or right below me. Or a 4-star. So a 4-star chest could be directly in front of me, directly below me, or in that hallway. It's one of those. But now that's guaranteed, so I'm wondering if I should go after it. Because there are so many that pop up. Shit, it's the one up top. I'm not messing with that. Oh, come on. That's the shittiest place for her to be. I gotta reload. Even if I find... No. Alright, get back out the way you came in. Or that way, that's fine too. Fuck. Alright, so she needs to get wrecked by that then. Alright, you know what? I'll knife fight her if I have to. Whatever. I got enhanced ammo, I've got some burner. And I'll drop this in case I do run over. Because her music already changed. Hey, Angel. Depression and anxiety do suck. They very much do. I have a list of things I need to do. But if it tells you anything, like, for a good example, like, I just wanted to argue with myself how long it had been since I tried for this record. And I just started saying out loud how long it's been. And then I had to think, like, no, actually, there's a few things, but blah, blah, blah. It's separate from... My perception of time being thrown off is not actually... There's a high correlation with depression, anxiety, and things like that. But it's more common with... Oh my god, I can't remember what it is. It's something that I don't have. Oh god, she's there on the ground. Burner, 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 burner. No, shoot that cooch. No, no, no. Right in her cooter? I couldn't get her in her cooter. Okay, she's in bitch mode. Where is she? Welcome back to the family, Z Gaming ZZ. Well, I hope everything goes smoothly. Well, hurry back, Heather. Don't die off screen. That's always weird. Don't let something else kill you. All right, thank you. Well, she got hit by some traps upstairs, so that I'll just count my blessings on that one. There we go. There we go. Why are there so many animals in a jungle? Shut up, old me. So stupid. Because they're in the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. Got a bouncy house out back. All right, there's one. All right. So I can still beat this as per the usual. But I'm actually gonna go get really quickly. I'm really quickly gonna get ibuprofen and down a lot of water. You probably have to pee right after the second win. Village of Shadows. I don't know. Maybe I'll play Village of Shadows and give you just the tip while I'm doing it in a few. Where's my be right back window for just in case I don't want to switch the windows? There it is. Hi. So give me 1 second and I'll. Is it gonna cycle through its whole thing or is it gonna freeze? Oh, it's cycling. All right, I'll be right back. Hold on 1 sec. Hold on 1 sec. All right. Someone remind me to put back on my Kindle to I sold a lot of textbooks back, and I sold back my textbooks on classifications of disorders because I figured it would be updated over and over and over and over, and it would be useless by now, which I'm correct. I never bought a new one, and it makes sense to get a digital one for my Kindle so that I could like look up a keyword and find all the matches to it. Hey, Paul Goldner, what's going on? Long time no see. It's a long time no see. A lot of times because of myself. So let's get our second win. How about we do that? There's a bit of water, and there's some medicine to help out my neck and head and stuff. So, if I can find it really, really, really quick before I start, it's like it better be 2 seconds. Otherwise, because it's not diagnosed often because people actually exaggerate what's going on with them. So it's okay. So, oh, that's why. So, as soon as I looked at things that actually correlate with it, because I was trying to remember, I remembered to look up, if you want to know what I just looked up, I actually was looking up stuff that I'm going to put in my analysis of for the Joker. Because I remembered while I was up, I was like, oh, I've looked this up before, and I know what it correlates well to. So it correlates very well with I mispronounce it all the time, anosognia, and what's called PSA, PBA. What is it, PSA or PBA? PBA. Both things that are actually very, very much in like front and center for the Joker, and I'm looking up like what correlates with that really quickly. And I'm not finding it. Blah 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 blah. I'm looking for correlations with that. Many times it's and it's under the idea of dissociative disorders, and that's what it gets mistaken for. Because technically it is. So what it is. So if you go for dissociation, it's the idea that you're not purposefully. It many times has to be involuntary, but that's actually just one of the criteria for the diagnosis. So dissociative disorder doesn't have to be involuntary, which most people actually screw up over and over. It doesn't have to be involuntary. That's actually how some of mine gets under control. But usually it's involuntary, and you have a disconnect. And the disconnect is literally usually between one or two things, like your body and your thoughts. So there's usually what people can experience as the physical disconnect or a mental disconnect. So people will chalk it up to compartmentalization, but it's not. So, for example, a dissociative episode could be the idea of feeling like you're floating out of your body. Kind of like when you get happy gas at the doctor and you feel like you're not actually there. So people will describe it as they don't know if they're really alive, blah, blah, blah. I'm saying blah, 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 but I'm trying to hurry it up and get back to the game. And then there's another one that people usually don't think about as dissociative disorder, where it's many times when people think of split personality disorder, most of the time it's not, because it's even argued whether multiple personality disorder exists. Split personality is very rare. And then the idea of there being anything in between, like there's a lot of things that are like kind of perpetuated by movies. For example, being insane. That's perpetuated because it's a legal term. It's not a psychological term. We do not in the psychological field we don't give a shit about the term insane. It has no meaning, because what do you chalk insane up to? That's a legal term, and to fit the legal term, you must be diagnosed with certain things that are in the realm of psychology. So basically, it is the melding of like legalese and the idea of actual psychology of what makes somebody mentally unfit or therefore mentally insane. And a plea of insanity many times is a backfire. You don't ever want to do that, because since it is a legal term, you could, instead of going to a life sentence, your life sentence could be people think like, well, I'm just gonna, they see movies and they think somebody gets off the hook because they pled insanity and that their plea of insanity goes through. And they see it on TV sometimes, and then they never hear about it again. What they don't hear is many times what they can do is instead take it to a civil judge, or they can ask for basically what the ruling should be on insanity instead. And the legalese for that instead is, do they need, like, were they responsible? So there's the intent, and then there's the action itself. And if you plead insanity, you're basically saying intent isn't there, but if the action is there, then you're still having to deal with a mental disorder and the action. So, for example, the difference between murder and manslaughter is intent. If the action's there and they're reckless enough to actually cause the action, then it can be manslaughter unless their intent was to actually kill in the first place. Then you're looking at some like second and third, for like the degrees of murder, because the intention was there. And then premeditated murder usually is what people think of when they think of first degree murder. So there has to be both. If you take away the intent and you say it's insanity, you're getting into the legal term where all of a sudden you can be institutionalized for the rest of your life. And so when people think insanity is like, oh, you just get off the hook for that, in fact, what many times happens is you can be, so many times manslaughter. That can come with, I do know a good example of that. Down the street from where I lived when I lived in the South, there was a woman who killed her mom out of a fit of passion and rage. Her mom was abusive. She had a hammer in her hand. She was hanging up pictures for her mom. Her mom did something that triggered the abusiveness that she suffered as a child. She beat her mom to death with the hammer that she was holding. She stood trial for that, and the action was there, but the intent wasn't. Her intent, like, it was actually it's dissociation caused by PTSD is what was said in the case. In fact, it's more, again, a separation of what's PTSD versus acute versus a few different, it can be phobias, it can be a few things that set off the things that you call CPTSD or the blah, blah, blah. So anyway, she was advised not to plea anything about like her mental state, because she ended up getting 7 years in prison for killing her mom. She got paroled after, I believe, 3. She got 7 years for manslaughter, but it was the lowest degree, and they could prove without a shadow of a doubt what her mom had done. So like the action of taking someone's life was there, but they warned her, if you start going down the road of because of your mental state strictly, this is why you did it, and not because like you had harbored a grudge because of that. So basically the lawyer was telling her, don't do something like plead insanity, or try to make them force you into a plea like insanity, back you into a corner where they can charge you with something else, that your only defense would be that. Because the flip side to that is that if she had done that, that is still the action of murder. She could now be in an institution for her entire life. So she got out on parole in 3 years. By pleading insanity, she could be institutionalized for her entire life, being seen as unfit to be in society because she could do the same action to somebody else without the intention. So insanity plea is completely a legal thing. But when people start thinking about insanity, they start thinking about some of the things that are actually brought up in the Joker. And a lot of things that are brought up in the Joker are sometimes the hysteria that goes with the dissociation, the PBA that goes with dissociation, when you start going to the like somatic symptoms, and that's where I start going down, because I'm not like looking at like I'm not looking at a certain syndrome that like there's a certain symptom from, I think it's the Klein-Levin syndrome, because I'm trying to look it up, like and it's not because of that, and it's usually in males, but blah blah blah. They try to say it might have been that for me, but it's under the idea of the somatic symptom disorder, kind of, I believe, what I've got. So but it's not the same thing. So many times that's what it's mistaken for. I don't remember. So somatic symptom disorder is so basically it's people who, it's not the same as like histrionic, it's not the same as a few other things, but it's correlated highly to it. And the reason is because many times it is called hypochondria, but hypochondria is not an actual disorder anymore. And hypochondria is highly coordinated with that, because if you don't have something that's happened for long enough, traumatically enough, for blah blah blah, your brain tries to lengthen it. So with hypochondria, for what was hypochondria, it was now known as soon as I say hypochondriac, people usually think of somatic. That's why I immediately said it's not histrionic, it's somatic symptom disorder. It's highly correlated with it. People that go through that many times do believe in some sense that their hyperbole police is there because of something that really did happen over a long period of time, but their brain is rationalizing why they're exaggerating, because the period of time has to be different from what actually happened. Otherwise, their actions aren't justified by what's going on. Usually something that's like a long-term disorder, and that would roll into something like PTSD after it'd be an acute distress disorder. What I've got is highly coordinated with basically being a hypochondriac, which is why you cannot usually correctly diagnose people who actually have disorders that have to do with time, because they will be diagnosed as a hypochondriac first, now known as somatic symptom disorder. So now you can see why I'm really missing my old textbook, because usually you will find it in the same ballpark as being a fucking hypochondriac with PBA, and possibly you want to throw some anosognia in there and basically be the Joker from the movie Joker from Joaquin Phoenix. Then be my guest, but I don't want to be thrown in that category just because I have a disorder that's very specific. So like I've got my enough disorders without having to throw another one on the bonfire type deal. We got enough things wrong. Is that enough of a tangent? Cool. Did we learn something today? Cool. Did I actually find out what is actually causing my time manipulation? No, I found out everything that's correlated with it. Cluster B is correlated with it. Cluster C is correlated with it. Being a hypochondriac, somatic correlated with it. PBA is correlated with it. Dissociation is correlated with it. But I didn't find the actual thing that I was looking for. Let's play a game. That's basically my... Well, I hope you have a good day at work, Rainbow. So, if I really needed to do, I need to like plan TED Talks type deal. Well, and welcome back to the family, Heather. Let me play my. Why are there so many animals in a jungle? Let me play that disgraceful sound bit. Hey, Harley Gomez, what's going on? I gotta make a dimmer light. I make it so it can be dark behind me, so it like me being in front of the camera, the background isn't distracting because I don't have a green screen. At the cost of burning my retinas out, looking at it at a screen. Neither of those are real. Hey, every now and then I'm actually saying things that could be relevant to people's lives. Some people enjoy it when I go off on tangents, I guess. I've been told maybe they're all lying. I'm sure one of them or two of them were lying, and they're like, no, I just want him to feel better. He's probably under a lot of stress being on camera, and people are like judging him constantly. And then I keep going on rants, and they're like, wow, I should not have encouraged that and tried to make him feel better. Like I told him it was okay, but good God, when is he gonna shut up? And I'm like, oh, I'm sure that's actually the case for someone somewhere. It's all right, one shot and that's enough. I forget he climbs down the stairs a little faster on the PS5. I didn't scream like a puss cake. You screamed like a puss cake. Shut up. That wasn't me. That was him, the other person. Learn so much from rants. I hope that is the truth for anyone who's been around. Otherwise, I don't know. It's just knowledge I've got that, like, what else am I going to use it for? Because I'm not currently in a field that's actually utilizing any of what I went to college for. So, you know, that's tens of thousands of dollars just dumped right down the trash if no one gets anything out of any of it. But at least going to college and, like, by the way, let me say one thing really quickly. The thing that is a joke among people who actually graduate with a psych degree and then start getting clinic hours under their belt and actually see this kind of stuff up close. It comes up in SAO. It says don't give me your first year psych degree bullshit. It is super common to have to go to some of your first psych classes and then you'll hear someone like spouting off some shit. And you're like, oh, okay. Maybe they're really enthusiastic. And then you keep listening and you're like, oh my God, another one of those. It's every now and then I'm hoping I'm educating people about some of the things I'm actually specialized in. Because I do have my degree. I do have some clinic hours under me for going towards master's. And then I stop that. And I can really tell when someone's like, I looked this up and I know it. And it's just like, stop that first year psych degree bullshit. Like, just stop it. And then I realized, oh no, that's actually an ongoing joke that I did not make up and has been around for a long, long time. No. Hi, Jeff's mom. And she was thinking about me. Well, thank you, Jeffrey's mom. What's going on? Hey, Devin, what's happening? Glad to have you back around. I think that's in every field. The reason why it's really annoying for a psychology field is because there's a lot of psychology and medical fields. So soft sciences and hard sciences, I guess. I guess you have to be erect to be in an actual field other than a soft science like psychology. I've never found myself having to pop a boner just to lay down some facts about psychology, but it's whatever. GJD, why? Tell him that is human nature. Why? Hey, Connor, what's going on? So, the reason why soft sciences are hit and science in general is hit a lot because people can find it and then they don't put it the rest of the way together and then they think they know everything there is about the topic. My brother was a very good example for me. When we talk, like, his way of basically making it so that I don't fall into that trap is really more or less like, I ask why a lot, but he will stop me dead in my tracks and just be like, hold on a sec. Like, no. Like, conversation cannot continue until, like, they basically throw a paper at me. And it's just like, read this, we'll reconvene. It's like, okay. Like, that's the kind of thing that I would love to do it to a lot of. It's because a lot of it is like the differentiations between something like identity disorders like multiple personality or schizophrenia. Let's just take being schizophrenic, just schizophrenia. Only in recent years have we disassociated schizophrenia from a lot of things, including a lot of cluster B diagnoses. Mainly because the person who came up with DBT training to help cluster B, especially borderline personality disorder, was schizophrenic. And in 2013, stepped down from her position because of her schizophrenia, not because of her actual borderline personality disorder. That was also there. But she's one of the ones that actually helped push the idea that it's schizophrenic borderline personality disorder at first. Until it became apparent, like, it shouldn't be the same thing. Schizophrenia gets tagged on to a lot of things. It usually is its own beast. And so somebody will come into a class and think that something like about schizophrenia is like mentioned and chalk it up to the wrong thing. And you got to realize, basically, if you think about it this way, it makes it a bit easier. If you hear someone just throw out schizophrenia, they most likely are just getting it wrong. Unless they throw out the reasons why it can't be something else. schizophrenia, almost all of the parts of the diagnosis for schizophrenia are covered under more specific things. So, unless you've basically like whittled it down and been like schizophrenia on its own, and then there are some things that still are schizophrenic episodes as a part of the diagnosis. It's kind of also like the APA deciding that Asperger's exists, but in general being, oh my god, did I just really forget? It's spectral, and they don't even want the term really used because it's such a spectrum. So Ryan, I hope everything works out. I really do. I tried for a physics degree, but I tried for the class. Like bipolar with psychotic episodes? Yes. Exactly like that. Because bipolar with psychotic episodes, to be diagnosed for bipolar, one of the big things is that you cannot be diagnosed with bipolar as a disorder without having one manic episode in your lifetime. However, those that suffer from more manic episodes than depressive sometimes are known to be in a subset that with psychosis. And psychosis many times takes the form of a manic episode, but a psychotic episode is a beast unto itself. But if you were to just describe to somebody something like what bipolar is, and then talk about mania that must be there present at least one manic episode, and then you talk about being tagged with a psychotic episode, you would run into what sounds like it could be described as schizophrenia. It's not. You literally just spelled it out. There is such thing as being bipolar with psychotic episodes. It's not being schizophrenic. And the thing I did forget is autism. Psychologists are trying their hardest to make people stop using the word autism except for awareness for it. Because it's such on a spectrum, there needs to be more things like Asperger's, because there is autism that is mild enough to not be Asperger's, but it is enough to be a detriment to their day-to-day life routine. Two people that my brother helped on a daily basis when he was working at Avita, that they cannot function in society and everything in between. So people that, you know, work right next to you, but they never make eye contact with you. To people who will never leave their house because of how bad it is. And so because of that spectrum that's just present right there, you've got something that really needs to be redressed, basically. Welcome back to the family, Harley. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, God. I appreciate that. Because and people get up in arms a lot about feeling like psychologists are dog autism when they're told like autism is no longer diagnosed as just autism. In many cases, it's not. Many times there's something else before that. And the reason is because you're probably a high functioning autistic individual. And if that's true, like the last thing you need is like what? Lithium? Like what's gonna happen if they put something hard on you? What is going on with this guy? Like what happens when you know, give somebody a diagnosis that is life altering, but their life has not been altered that much. They just need. So you know? So it is more of the idea of like, yes, you're autistic. We want to help you. And then people think that psychologists are being assholes because they're trying to differentiate between the idea of somebody who is basically non-functioning because of their autism versus somebody who just has to make sure that they're in an occupation that does not put them around a lot of necessarily. And I'm not talking about like agoraphobia. I'm talking about the idea of like agoraphobia can be associated with being autistic, but you know, put them in situations where they would shine, where information can be processed very well, because those that are autistic, many times there's a high correlation. If there isn't a correlation, with their autism being a detriment to their day-to-day life, there is with strict information, like facts. Like, one of the things to help treat people that are autistic, don't send them into hysteria simply by arguing with them, because they're not going for that necessarily, and sometimes they're not even speaking to you. Many times there's something that they've latched onto, and they need that. It's something that their brain is actively striving to have as a grounding point for a lot of the ways that it is impaired by a disorder. And so sometimes they're saying things out loud just to reiterate a grounding point, and you're saying they're arguing, and you'll cause something that will send them into hysterics. And that's like 101. Don't do that if you're trying to be helpful with people who are autistic. I'm going to make 2 stacks of normal rounds because I need this. But you know, in some cases, a diagnosis of autism can be, you know, putting them with like a counselor that also is somebody that helps find jobs for those who are going through any type of treatment, and just helping them find a place where their mind does shine. Maybe it does shine with information technology. So putting them as somebody who's IT, whose job is to diagnose the problems with the computer with like the strict facts of like, how does a computer function? Like, that is like optimizing a disorder. And that's many times what psychologists are trying to do. They're trying to optimize the detrimental factors of a disorder. But psychologists get shit on all the time for like being like, you're just downplaying it and making it sound like it doesn't know. Some psychologists do, don't get me wrong. But like a psychologist that wouldn't do that was Marsha. I never say her last name correctly. The one that created DBT. In fact, she's a badass who I love her story because that's how my brother actually got some of his research in. Like, he always wanted to come up with a new idea. His research got used in 2018 to change how DBT goes along, but how DBT is treatment is used. Yeah, I forget how to say Marsha's last name all the time because I always mispronounce it. She was told, for example, it's not autistic, but it's her having schizophrenia, and we're talking about autism and a few other things. People that are many times grounded in facts, and this is another disorder that's many times grounded in the idea of like they cling to facts. Many times there's small things that can send into hysterics. She was like, hey, you know what? Instead of 9 factors and the WHO having 10 factors, how about we cut it down to 5 factors that you can be diagnosed. That can be used for the diagnosis for borderline personality disorder because it's being misdiagnosed left and right. There is something called histrionic disorder, and there is such thing as high comorbidity between narcissistic or the other 2 cluster B disorders, which are not narcissistic personality disorder, and antisocial personality, which doesn't mean you don't like social settings. It means that you don't conform to social norms, which can actually have you act out a lot of the ways that somebody that's borderline should act out, supposedly. But borderline sounds a lot like histrionic if you actually go look it up. And if you start mixing in cluster C, you can basically make histrionic plus cluster C into borderline. So she was getting pissed. And she basically went before board saying, here's some of my research, and I believe that there should actually be 5 factors, and they shot her down. I believe it was the number was 5. And her biggest thing was like, it's still an odd number, like 3 out of 5 basically gets you into that in Linehan. Yeah, I will never say her name correctly the first time. So see, I said line again. It's Linehan. I really read it. I said line again. Linehan. So she was shot down, saying that basically her new breakdown of how you should diagnose borderline personality disorder was bad. She took that personally, and she really was clinging on to the idea of like schizophrenia being separated from it, people being misdiagnosed, other cluster B things. So she came back to that board and said the exact same shit she said the first time, except for she's like, oh, by the way, you said that 5 is a bad number for being able to diagnose something. I gave you a new number, 4. So that's what makes her a badass right then and there. And it's like, yep, that's goals. That's some goals right there. Hey, you didn't like 5. I hear you loud and clear, sport. Listen, I just went a great Gatsby on your asses. and so basically she went in front of the same board, spat the same facts out, and then was like, actually now I can narrow it down to 4. And yeah, she took that personally. Well, Rainbow, thank you so much for stopping on by and being here and supporting. I really appreciate it. In fairness, you can't say most names properly. I'll take that. You've never heard of a work husband, work wife? I've heard that term many, many, many times. Like, I'm very intimate with the term work husband. I've been made to be intimate with that term. Okay, and then we're gonna do it like the olden days. We're gonna have these guys. In my experience, a work husband or work wife is someone that basically you treat as that person, but in the workspace because you take care of each other and you look after each other. So like the way you would like talking about getting coffee for your work husband, like the way you'd get coffee for your significant other, your spouse, something like that. Like, you know, you give them gifts maybe on like Valentine's Day, you know, because you know that they're in the same boat as you, blah, blah, blah. And so you like, you know, work days usually talk about Valentine's Day, but it's usually like Singles Awareness Day. So many times when I've heard about work husbands and work wives, it's totally that. It's just like, hey, you know, like, hey, we're in the same boat. What are we going to do about it? It's like, okay, let's do this. So. Yeah. Yeah, that's... So I'm glad I nailed it for you, Rainbow. Oh, Jeffrey, don't say that. And usually it's less about like the affection. It's more about like the idea of like, yay! Like it's when, it's kind of like when your favorite person shows up like to like work where you work and you're like, I get to have a cool conversation. And then you're so happy about the next time they get to come by that like, in my own personal experience, I'm like, there was one girl that I worked with when I was working IT and I was like, today would be horrible if you did not come into work. I'm pretty sure that I would give up on breathing. And so she'd show up and so like, I'd like go get lunch and I'm like, oh, she's gotta be here after lunch. So I'd like bring back some of my lunch. I'd go back down to the cafeteria and I'd get like a chicken wrap or something. And I'd only ever eat half of it because I couldn't actually stomach eating the whole chicken wrap. So I'd bring the other half up for her, knowing that she'd be there. That type of thing is like, it's not, I had no romantic feelings for her and I was engaged for half of it. Because I have a very old picture that says, guess who's engaged this guy? Well, I've got like dreadlocks basically in my hair. And she's like, I think right next to me, but I'm like bringing her food and stuff like that. Like I'm talking about like during a time where I just proposed. And I just probably around that time. What am I to do about this gunpowder situation and this herbage? Damn it. Why game? Why you do me like this? You don't even do me at all, and then you give me a flamethrower, and then you do me dirty. God, I'm not just your little bitch you can just smack around and be like, clean yourself up and throw a towel at me. You can't do that to me. I mean, you can, and you have, and you are, but you shouldn't. It's the fucking burner. Okay. So how do I make this work in my life? Do I just burn through more handgun rounds? Do I get rid of the... Okay, let's first not die to this. And then... get rid of the bop. Let's get rid of the herb. Yeah, let's get rid of the herb. Look at that herb. Uh-oh. Wasn't close enough. Woo! Well, that's one space freed up because I'm not going to carry this around anymore. Alright. Actually, should I carry it downstairs so it won't respawn? I probably should. Okay, so it won't respawn. I'll carry that downstairs. I'll get rid of the herb because I would rather have high-powered rounds because I've got the Albert. So I'll get rid of the herb. If I find strong, I'll just get the hard and the strong with the strong and the hard. So I actually will make more rounds because the Albert is godlike. And then I can get the burner, right? So I grab this. No, that still leaves me with the same number of slots. Hope that there's strong first aid down there. Let's hope. We'll see you back later. All right. It's not. Let's break open all the boxes so this can't respawn. So I don't want the 1911 respawning. So all boxes need to be broken open real fast, and then we can go on with our lives. Days of our lives. We can go on with those. If it's not in hand, it can come back. Ooh, survival knife. That helps. If I need to make something. Cunnilingus. How does Chris get Wesker's gun? Oh, it's not truly Wesker's gun. He names it after that, after something that is more effective at, perfected to be more effective for BOWs in his profession, and he calls it like the Wesker model, because of him fighting BOWs and because of his long-standing conflict with Albert Wesker. He doesn't have Wesker's gun. He still has. This is still what you're carrying is still an homage to the original Stars pistol, which I believe in Resident Evil loose lore, he never gave up his sidearm from that was tweaked by Kendo. He never gave it up. He only tried to enhance it time and time again. So I think that is correct when it comes to that. Don't necessarily quote me on that one, because who keeps what weapon is really hard to keep track of in a timeline. Hey, Cameron. So bad guy, I feel like I haven't said hi. Please don't be shoes. The game's cupping my balls. My balls have been cupped. Oh, well, there's nothing over here. All right, that's everything I'm getting. Wow, I got dick pretty dirty. I gave up all my healing items. All right. Welp. I made some bad life choices. Well, me and that Magnum are about to get well acquainted for knocking back the Mr. Bloated dude. Because I made a mistake. So that guy goes over here. You, my friend, get trashed. Just like my ex does on weekends. And then enhanced ammo. Ooh. I'm gonna use up all 3 shots of the Magnum. Okay, cool. I'm gonna end up using up all 3 shots of the Magnum. Okay, I'll get my OCD out of the way. Alright. So when I pick this up, 2 shots allowed here. 1 shot in the hallway should put both of them down if it doesn't have the shotgun also. So 2 shots here. The normal molded are fine. Fat boy has to have a little extra oomph, because he needs to be staggered, and I have no healing items, so he needs to be staggered hard. Sacred Ordinary. No! Don't you clip that through a wall. There we go. Alright, can't get hit by that because I gave up all of my health items. Do I have steroids this time? Do I still have gunpowder? So pick up the other gunpowder. Shloop-de-doop-de-doo. And then, oh. Did I take the steroids? Did I shove steroids in my arm? I don't know. I'll take one more look because I gotta come back anyway. GJD. I've beaten this in Madhouse and I can make both of them look a little easier. I today alone got 3 different comments asking like, when am I gonna help with Madhouse? They cannot get their platinum or whatever because they can't beat Madhouse. So this is my brain. My brain is having fun with this. Don't make everyone else feel bad because a lot of people can't beat this version of the game. Or if they have, they're like, yes, I got it once. And I'm like, I'm trying to get it 18 times in a row and then go for a record after that. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's a, yeah, FERPA is a protection act for, oh, wait. Privacy. Protection privacy. Never mind. The guy that is grading papers and just brought it up can explain. Cool. Good night, Brandon. Thank you for being here. There you go. Hey, actually, you gave a better TLDR than I was about to. I was about to explain the whole damn thing, Jeffrey. Hey, Mark, what's going on? By the way, someone's gonna say it. I'm trying to get to it first. You can't shorten my name to Dark because YouTube decides that if it parses the sentence as being like, obviously that you're using it as a noun in my name, they're like, oh, you're being racist. So I never knew my name shortened would be considered racist by YouTube's algorithm on accident. So be careful. One day I'll probably just change my name to my normal name. I don't know. I don't want to give in to the YouTube asking me changing my name to the Everyman. They want to give me a tag that's Everyman of something. And they're like, I can't remember what I have in my email, but like there is a tag waiting for me if I want to take it. And I'm like, wow, that would really actually help the channel a whole lot. And I'd still, if you search Darkness, you'd still find me, but you'd find Everyman and everything and blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to do it. Yeah, well, it's not perfect, GJD. You don't have to look too closely at it. I actually have a better YouTube chat that I want to actually start using up there, but I got to make a widget for it so that I don't have to open a YouTube chat thing every single time. A better YouTube chat would let you guys use Twitch emotes if you want to open it up like it's a Chrome browser extension so that, and you can use it on your phone, I believe also. So better YouTube chat will let you in my like live chats on YouTube use Twitch emotes, other specialty emotes, like GIFs, things like that. So like I only looked into it because I really wanted the head bobbing dancing cat and as a what that I thought was a booty shake, and it's a head bobbing dancing cat. I wanted that just to be able to I looked into Twitch being able to do an emote only mode. And I was like, what if I could do that? And then I went further down that rabbit hole. And I want that. That's why I said ignore. Yeah. Well, I don't. It's not Everyman being a. It's not Everyman being a mouthful. I just don't. I don't want my everything like. It's like I have a brain behind this. I'm more than, I don't know, insert phrase that makes it sound like you're more than one thing here. My brain just like was like bloop 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 bloop, shutting down. We'll restart at 6:30 next week. It's like 6:30 what day exactly? It's like, damn it, brain. I was counting on you. It's like, I know. Yeah, people comment all the time still saying like Chappelle's show, and I'm like, yep. You got the joke. Yay. Then I give them online belly rubs. Is that weird to put it that way? I'm just like, good, yes. That is actually the joke. Online belly rubs. It's what it feels like. All right, I can't get touched by her anyway, so let's do this. Everything loaded. What? What's wrong with an online belly rub? This isn't an OnlyFans page. Online belly rubs are just fine. It's not. And if I ever say it a different way, because I've said it different ways, especially with online head rubs, people either think of male genitalia or like, the first time I heard pull harder daddy, I was just like, well, can't call it online head rubs, so. But everyone knows, like, when you belly rub and then the person, not a person, but usually a dog kicking their leg. My son will kick his leg because it tickles him. So he'll kick his leg on, but you know, and the belly rubs. I know, I'm saying what other people have done, Alyssa. Thanks. Ah! Oh, God! Thanks for almost outing yourself though on that. Holy shit. She's not supposed to do that. That's the first time she's ever stumbled in that pattern. Hey, Nikki, what's going on? She's not supposed to do that. Hey, what are you? Who are you? What's this kid gonna do? Like, okay. Someone give me a belly rub while calling me daddy over and over in an Italian accent. Well, now that we're over. So, alright, cool. It's called Zombie. This puzzle is I've heard of Zombie before with just the eye. I haven't looked too hard into it because I don't know if it was in early access, right? It was a game that was in early access first. I think I looked at it and it wasn't up my alley. Oh God, I have to pay attention to this fight. Wait, what? Did we really get into... No, we're not in the last mode. I don't know what Soul said because it went off screen too fast and I'm concentrating. Rubba lubba dub dub? It's streaming 2 hours. I don't really remember a lot of the rest of Resident Evil 7. I love a built-in randomizer to any game. That is why I love Ethan Must Die so much. It is the same thing. I can come back to it. That you're seeing some of the things that I have my own patterns that I like. I like consistently see. I like certain things put away and certain things placed in certain places. Like you're seeing the part of me that is very regimented. When it comes to things like this, I like the idea, the same setting, the same atmosphere, the same boss, the same everything, except it's going to make me try to be creative with new tools, basically. So, come on. Wait, what? Don't, no. I get that grundle shot. Wow. I did not even use the shotgun. She got into too many traps. And I didn't need health. Well, that's the thing. Just gonna go ahead and... Why are there so many animals in a jungle? It has to be... I didn't unpause a while ago, Harley. I'm sorry about that. We'll go to the family. There we go. There's 2. God, if I keep going... This is when I get addicted of like, I gotta keep going, and then I start looking dead-eyed at this screen. And I have to do it over and over and over and over and over until I die. And then it's all of a sudden like the sun is rising. That's how I ended her when I finished this. Thank you, turret. Yeah, the turret helps a lot. Andrew! Hey there! What's going on? Last I heard, you were back on the up and up with things turning around, and I hope everything's still getting better. Hey over there. I like games that make me think. A lot. In fact, kind of obsessed with those things. In fact, in games that where you don't have to think, I insert forcibly my thoughts stiffly into the game. In the first, let's call it a plot hole I can find, I have played every Resident Evil on the channel, other than Gaiden and I haven't played Outbreak on the channel, but Outbreak's gonna, if they do what they're gonna do and they're smart, they're gonna take the assets and use resistance and all that stuff and make Outbreak as a remake anyway. So blah blah blah. So I've pushed that off a million times, but I've played all of the Resident Evils. Resident Evil 1 Remake is actually a normal playlist. I did it as a normal video on demand thing, and they're in shorter videos, like anywhere from like 12 minutes or 15 minutes to like 30 or 40 minute videos, but none of them are long videos. You can just blast through the playlist, and I actually know how to play Resident Evil 1 Remake really well as Jill. So it wasn't even really hard for me to make that one. I just blasted right through that. I like finger that controller, blasted through Jill. The finger blasting you want. So, ask me to play that game as Chris instead and see what happens. A few things are different, and also Chris is hard mode. Oh God! Cheating! I hate it when that happens. Cheating! There has to be a health item, or I just got blocked off from like really important items. Thank you. Oh, I already had a health item. Good. Yeah, you can't shorten my name. I'm really sorry about that. That's why I need to. Eternal Darkness. I have that in the drawer. I need to plug up. Eventually, I'm gonna have to give up on the idea that someone's gonna send me a copy of Shattered Memories for PS2 for Silent Hill. I would love to play Silent Hill Shattered Memories for the channel. I would. I really would love to play it. I really don't want to sit here flailing with the Wii U, not the Wii U, the Wii's motion controls to play Shattered Memories on the Wii. I own that version of it. I do not own the PS2 version because it costs $1 bajillion. If you would like to see Shattered Memories play on this channel sooner than later, as soon as I receive it in the mail, I will schedule a stream playing it. Go ahead and send me the PS2 version of Shattered Memories of Silent Hill. I'll play that shit real fast. It's expensive, or if you have it, it would be nice. That'd be nice. Let's just tell it. People to swallow. I'm going. Wait, what? Make sure you swallow that tea so you don't ruin your laptop. I'm evil. I just chased my 8-year-old daughter around the house wearing a Pennywise mask, calling her Georgie and telling her I was going to take her into the sewer. Gus? Wow. Maybe not. The general. Here comes the general. And Andrew, thank you. Thank you for the tip. Oh God. Luckily I'm not a female, so I don't mind just the tip. Damn it.
Everything is going well with a new job. Just super busy these past 4 months. But it's nice to finally catch a stream.
It's nice to see you at a stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And here comes the general. Rise up. Everyone, hashtag Leonhardt, thank you so much. Everything has been super busy and everything's going good. I'm glad. If you've been missing the streams because you're super busy with work because you got the job figured out. You got all that figured out. By the way, if you hear the sound effects in the background of that little thing, I was playing this. I was playing Ethan Must Die when I said that. Just the tip. That's, you know what turret I was at? I was at the upstairs one where Jack is, I believe. I think I even remember where I was doing for that sound bit. Usually I don't remember much of anything I say, but hearing that turret, I'm like, nope, I was up near Jack, not in the other room. Having to dick around with Jack. Oh, there can be even more sound bits. We did a whole stream dedicated to people giving me timestamps of old videos I've done. It said just the dumbest shit, and we decided to take it into audition or not. Surprisingly, somehow in my audition, a sound bit for macaroni and cheese showed up. I don't know what that's about. But I did loop that for 20 seconds, and there is a certain dollar amount that I'm not telling anyone that if you end up hitting that, you're going to hear a lot of mac and cheese. I thought I won that game? What, of the naming off stuff? You named a lot of stuff off. Awesome. Opinions on the new Resident Evil movie coming out this month. They are making a VR Resident Evil 4. It's going to be for the, it's only for the Oculus Quest 2. So if you have the Oculus Rift S or the Oculus Quest 1, sorry, no go. You have to have the Oculus Quest 2. That is why I bought an Oculus Quest 2. That's why I meant to send back my Oculus Rift S. And I forgot to send it back in time. And then Amazon, I think it was Amazon, wouldn't take the return. And now I am sitting on more things that I can write off as business expenses. But I really would rather have just had a bigger business budget to buy things the office needed and the channel needed. Or to be able to just buy more merchandise to put at you guys and things like that. Because there needs to be more t-shirts. I need to hire more designer people to do stuff. And I wanted to work at first with this one person who just, instead of doing like printed stuff, actually does sewn in. But you have to be a creator that has either a lot of clout or a lot of money. But like all of this stuff is not like printed on. It's the type where it's like, so it's not hot press, and it's not the other kind of pressing that's better than just hot pressing like something on there. It's actually, what is it called when it's just part of the shirt? Like it's the fabric of the shirt that makes the pattern instead, so it can't fade because the whole shirt has to fade. What is it? I forgot what that's called. I would love to have that money to work with them, but no, I'm a dummy and I didn't send back the damn thing, so I don't have any of that I just mentioned. I have instead 3 VR headsets. Yeah, General Foley. Foley. Wow, you said 4 years, and I just went 4 years back in time and called you Foley instead of Foley. Do you remember when somebody corrected me during a stream and I felt really bad for saying Foley all of that time? It had been like over a year, and I had been sitting there just calling you Foley. And you never corrected me because you're being too nice. Yeah, in fact, General, if you want to, right next to where it looks like there's the super chat icon, if you click on that, now you can like flex about how long you've been a member. Please do that. Flex on everyone. You are the longest member of this channel. You are absolutely the longest member of this channel. Flex on everyone real quick. Yeah, it's next to the dollar sign. You click on that and you can say like, show how long you've been a member. It'll pop up in chat. And you can put like a message next to it. There we go. flexing hard. Look at that. So it's gonna pop up on screen, but it says member times 49. That means 49 months. Why are there so many animals in a jungle? 49 months. He's the first person to be like, I think this person might be worth some of my money so he can start doing this as a real job type thing. He's the first one that signed up, and he's been here ever since. So like, so when I say I need like a 3-year shield, in fact, I need 3 and 4-year shields because he's gone ahead and doubled up that 5-star shield. He's gotten it. He could have had a second account and getting it at the same time. Yeah, that's why I said, here comes the general. Rise up. Got respect. Yeah, Andrew, you can flex too. There's a lot of people here that can flex. I don't mind flexing. They can be because there's a new button to flex, and I like it. I like being able to give you guys props for actually supporting me this long. Also, it puts back in perspective that really, for 49 months, you still think that I'm worth your time and effort? Okay, that's awesome. In 49 months, I have not done something yet that you're like, I don't know. That means you've been here long enough. 49 months officially makes you here long enough as a member to have heard some of the dumbest shit I have ever said in live streams. Like all the dumb shit. And you're still like, no. You know what? I always want to put my shoes in, walk in somebody's shoes that's in that position and be like, I wonder if they're always looking for like, one day he'll say that redeeming thing. Like, one day he'll say that thing that redeems all the other things that he said. And I'm like, I'm glad you're still holding out for me. Yep, there's another 32 months. Yeah, I don't know how you add a message to it, but you can every month you can add a message to that. Why are there so many animals in a jungle? Thank you for the flexing and for the continued support. That's amazing. That's awesome. Alyssa, you know what image popped in my head because of that? Back to me having like, I'm not going to describe the imagery or the nightmare that the imagery is also coming from. I'm just going to say, you just made me think of a vagina with teeth again. Too deep that there's no escape. And, or just, I guess, yeah. Move. You're too deep. You can't escape because move now. And I'll show you how much I was paying attention to those Kegel classes. Oh, God. Ooh! Oh! Ooh, child. I got enough to make 2 of these. Ooh, child. That is awesome sauce. I can't fucking pick it up. Ooh, child. I gotta throw away this pistol right now. Ooh, child. I wonder what's back there. Someday I'll actually be a good singer and people won't leave my channel because I'm singing. Someday I'll actually also have birth control and not be out of it and kind of have a back problem. It's kind of hurting my neck and it won't be a problem. I'm only at 20 months, almost 2 years. I gotta make it so it'll show the message on there. Just be welcome to the channel. Why are there so many animals? I've gotta change the alert for that because if people keep doing the animals in the jungle thing, I'm gonna one day go, I did actually say that. I am that stupid. Which I did actually say that, and I am that stupid, but that's beside the point. Steve is the only streamer I watch that doesn't have this stream lag every 10 minutes. Is that hard for people? Is it hard for people to keep it up? As the words were leaving my mouth, I was like, you know what? This wording can be taken one of two ways. And both of those ways, I assure you, are going to be dirty. Get rid of that. Pockets, hello. The only 5-star place I'm allowed is here. I like that.
Why are there so many animals in the jungle?
Thank you, Pockets. I appreciate that. For 35 months over there. I really do. Alright, and boom. Boom jammies. I have to throw away a pistol soon. And that was everything back here, right? No, there's a shotgun. Okay, so I do have a shotgun. Ooh, I can't actually toss other things. I can run back and forth. So shotgun to hut. Okay. Clear to watch Steven and hang out in the chat. Well, that's awesome, Sacred Ordinary. Wow, I just shot myself in the dick. I could use that to make more enhanced ammunition. You know what? Or, I mean, another health instead of enhanced ammunition. It's fine. I have a survival knife. So I can mix things. But no, I just need to drop this. Okay, the one shot out of this is going down there, blah, 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 and actually can be used for anything, including exploding this barrel. Barrel must go boom. Barrel must go boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Gotta get that boom, boom, boom. Bow! Shibling! Why is it? Okay, I hate dropping things and going downstairs because there's a very high likelihood. So for people that don't know, everything downstairs is not set in stone at this point. I have learned that the hard way after playing Ethan Must Die literally thousands of times. If you go downstairs and you throw away something like this pistol right now, it can still spawn downstairs. I guess the zone, the location, whatever is different between the two. I don't know the specifics. I didn't program the damn game. All I know is that if you jump down there and you think that you're going to get what you want, you don't always get what you want. So you need to remember that, you know, if you try sometimes, you might find that you get what you need. But right now what I need is not to get this fucking pistol again. So if you're wondering why I didn't just chuck it, it's so I don't get that damn pistol again. I don't want it, but I do want that knife. Because that's not a knife. This is a knife. I'm going to play the So Bad Guy being 21 months. Thank you for the 21 months. Hello, is this thing on? Mike isn't here.
Why are there so many animals in the jungle?
I can't have my dumbest quote ever be that thing that for people showing how many months though, because that means that there's a few hundred of you that are members.
Why are there so many animals in the jungle?
And thank you so much for your extra support, Joseph. I appreciate that. There's so many people who support now that, like, if every month people are gonna remind me that I said, why are there so many animals in the jungle, I might start believing that I actually truly am stupid. Because I might be. After hearing myself saying that, that is so sincere. No! Ooh, that's too close. That's so sincere, what I said. I said it with all of my being. I put extra emphasis on it. Like, I said it and I meant it and I fucking meant it. It's like, why are they in their natural habitat?
We would like to buy one child, please.
Oh yeah, that's a... Bring me my child. One child, please. All right, let's hope I got good stuff from holding off. It's gunpowder. Also, maybe that's the Albert, which means that I'm actually set now because there's a lot of high-powered rounds. Plus P ammo, whatever you want to call it. No, it's fucking walking shoes. Because the best item, we all know. And starting to use the point system to flex also. Strong for why? This game is assuming I'm gonna get hit. This game is betting this game is betting the right backing the right horse, but it's not the point. The game could believe in me. Where's your belief game? What are this? Pills? Whatever. Unlawful legions. Hello there. How have I been? That is a loaded question, but I am living and I am still doing this as a job. How are you? What's going on? I'm assuming that's Aubrey and Holt. Why are there so many first aids? Should I just knife him to death at this point? Should I? No, actually, when you get close to him and you knife him, he sprays you with his all of his holes have the acid jizz, whatever. So I could actually use the walking shoes right now to duck under that bar. All right, everything's been cleared, so that can be thrown out. Gunpowder is somewhere. So I can actually make more ammo like for that, so that can be combined. I can actually start using some of the ammo without fearing that the Albert will come later. That means one of the piss bags can probably go away. And that would allow me to do what? Let me take some pills. I'm just all casual. Oh, that would allow me to get the shoes. And if I have the fast walking shoes, I don't fear the douchebags at the very end as much. So yeah, this shotgun is shit for them. So I'm gonna just do that. This shotgun is complete bullshit. Hey Jay, I'll actually use the shoes for their intended purposes, so I can actually crouch and walk.
Carlos, I'm always glad to see Jill's ass, but I didn't know I'd be glad to see your little Puerto Rican ass. Are you Puerto Rican? I don't know if that's racist. I made a very snap decision on his ethnicity.
I'm deeply afraid to donate anything with decimals. Still forever haunted by those moist noodles. But I'll be nice and not torture you with the commas. How about a truce and we let the tofu noise die? Pretty please with cherry on top. Faccina sorridente.
Everyone, hashtag Alyssa. First, Alyssa, you might have misunderstood me. It went from one decimal point to another. So let's say it was actually from 714 to 7114. If you donated $71, a full dollar amount, 71.00, it would also trigger the mac and cheese. If that were the place, the 0.14 would do it, 0.15, all 71 in that would also has 2 zeros behind it. So it doesn't matter if it's anything with decimals. There is a whole dollar amount that you can do and it'll still trigger it. But you know what? I will put this up to the public. You guys, the public, can vote on something. I know that I'm basically already... Guys, let me show you what's at stake here. Like, let me show you what really we could lose if this goes the wrong way. I'm gonna show you an image. I'm gonna show you an image. And I want you guys to burn this into your brains. I just want you to... Well, first, let me dad flex really quickly and say burn this image into your brain real fast. Burn this image into your brain, because that is me in full-on dad mode, being tired, sleeping when he's sleeping. But that's beside the point. This is what's at stake with what I'm about to do, this vote. Because I will actually put it to a vote. What's at stake? Well, it looks a little like this. A little like this. Nobody panicking. But look at this. Look at that. Look at that creamy mac and cheese. Are your right for that to be a part of your life is at stake. And I just wanted to let you know that with this vote, we vote on the future of things like that big plate of thick and creamy mac and cheese. So with that said, I want to let you know that this vote matters in all of the ways. Should I permanently should I take away the ability to be able to trigger the mac and cheese? Should I get rid of that and use it only on the most special occasions and there not be a time bomb of a donation sound where it's 20 seconds of mac and cheese? That is going to be what we're voting on really fast. Alyssa has been so kind tonight. I will turn and actually look her direction. I will acknowledge her thoughts and her feelings about the mac and cheese. And then I will turn to you guys and say, do you want to crush my dreams of proving that my mac and cheese sounds exactly like actual mac and cheese? So, you know, really, all you have to do on this is realize what's at stake here. No mac in cheese donation bomb. I'll call it a donation bomb, where or I'll call it mac and cheese donation bomb. And the command number voting yes will be it's thick and creamy. Is thick and creamy. That's option for yes. That you want to have it so randomly somebody can accidentally at a certain dollar amount make the mac and cheese sound play for 20 seconds in a loop that you can't get away from. And it'll be should I use the way that Alyssa would say it? Daddy, please no. That'll discourage a lot of people from voting for it because I said daddy, please no. And people don't want it. A lot of people don't want to call me daddy, and that's fine. I am an actual dad, so it's fine. I'm not weighting this vote in my direction of like keeping the mac and cheese bomb. I'm just saying you're crushing a man's dreams and hopes if you do not vote for the thing that I had won. So here it is. Do a kickflip. If you never want to hear that thick and creamy mac and cheese on accident, you're gonna have to, daddy, please no. You're gonna have to vote no. If you want there to be a ticking time bomb of eventually somebody can accidentally trip the mac and cheese, vote yes. If you truly support this channel, you will absolutely type in exclamation point vote yes right now. If you support your sanity and eardrums, you will vote no, but you're already here. So your sanity went out the door a long while ago. Like, don't worry about it. It's fine. I will go to the grave fighting for this. But yes, what is wrong with you people? There were children here. Yeah, those women and children are, have to be old enough or have their parents' consent to be on YouTube, though. And I play a lot of violent games. And I say all the words. I haven't met my fuck quota today. I can say that every now and then now, too. YouTube allows that. Why can't we allow... What, are you mac and cheesist? That sounds like I was trying to go for Jesus, and I was actually trying to go for, like, sexist, racist mac and cheesist. Look at that. I'll give it, you know what? I'll give it the full 2 minutes. You got 20 more seconds to tell me, please, daddy, please no, for voting no mac and cheese donation bomb. And we have 69s on the board. 569, 69. I should have acknowledged the 69s. Look up, and then 10 seconds for delay to get in a thing. But I don't think anyone's. Oh, it looks like I'm gonna have to. It looks like I'm gonna have to just keep it that way. All right. Well, I gave it a little extra time. I'm gonna have to complete that poll. Oh my God! It surprised everybody. With a 79.31% of the votes.
I usually am much smarter than the things that I say. Usually much smarter than the things that I say.
Daddy, please don't get rid of my and creamy mac and cheese. I don't want to starve.
You didn't, no comments, at least they rap for it. Thank you, Micah. Who hashtag Micah? Everyone hashtag Micah. Yeah, so I Tara, hello there. So I put it to a vote. Alyssa, I don't know what else you expect of me. You're prepared to fight with commas until I go into a coma. A comma coma. It sounds like I'm stuttering with song lyrics, but no. Comma coma. You think romance is dead and gone? Find an old jukebox for 45s, pop a nickel in it and it all comes back. You think mac and cheese is dead and gone? Find an old blue box full of crap mac and cheese, pop some milk in it and it all comes back to me. Oh, Chromio, I'm sorry I bastardized your song, but it had to be done, so. GJD, it does too work. Ah! No. No! There's a lot of first aids that I forgot about that. Don't go to my grave because of that. Fadsley? Fad? No. Depending on what that N-word is. There are some N-words that are fine, like nice and neat. 9 Inch Nails has 2 N-words in it. If you say the one that you have to say the N, you know what? I agree with Louis C.K. on this one. You know what? The only thing that is, you know what's worse than saying actually the N-word? Saying the phrase N-word. Because you know what you did? You didn't say the shitty thing out loud, but you made somebody else think the shitty thing that you wanted to say. So it's worse than that because you got to get away scot-free, but they know exactly what you meant by it. So they thought the word you didn't want to say. Take ownership of that shit. Louis C.K. said that, and I was like, yeah, it is pretty shitty for people to say the N-word. That is like, I never put that together. And then I was like, Louis C.K., you're like my favorite comedian ever. I meant it starts with the N and then. I saw you last night. Here you can leave. You can have this back. It doesn't work anyways. I literally said it does work. Does somebody not pay attention to it anymore? Do you not look at me during my streams? Can't believe you don't even look at me during anymore. My streams. Before that. Why not go one step further and listen and make it so when the bar has 69, the mac and cheese plays? We did that last night, and I believe Alyssa wanted to die inside. I skipped over that because we did that last night. I said when we hit 69s, and I saw one person trying to get, oh no, I didn't do that. I did it with that sound effect. As if we hit 69, I wouldn't hit that anymore. But then everyone tried to make it so the 69 would go away really fucking fast. So, because it seemed like they wanted more of that sound, so I was just trying to give it to them just like that, you know, and make them feel like that inside by just simply giving them more of the sounds they asked for. So, I regret nothing. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, fuck. It didn't trip it. My backup is still right there, though. Are you kidding? Oh, it's because I shot the close and not the far one.
And when people who deep throat have nightmares, they dream about this.
My face is red
Wait,
than
why?
your shirt right now with how upset I am. We could have ended this peacefully, but everyone chose violence. Papi, 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 papi.
This guy
papi,
cut it off. That's
papi,
too many
papi,
poppies and daddies.
Papi, daddy, 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 daddy.
But everyone chose violence. Today they woke up and chose violence. Thank you, Alyssa. If you think romance is dead and go, find an old jukebox full of 45s, pop a nickel in it and it all comes back. How, you fucker. I hate you. Don't dick with me. Alright, hold on. No! Get where I can get you. Boink. Wait. I need to boink you. Excuse me. Excuse me, maximum boinkage? Wait, isn't he right? That turret can still shoot me, but isn't he right next to... Damn it. I tripped him. I'm going slower because I'm having a few things happen that don't usually happen. Oh, your head will come off in a second. Did I take your head off? Where are you? Oh, your head didn't come off. Well, there is no need to lose your head over these types of things, so more power to them. Don't run into that. Hey, Aubrey, thank you so much. Aubrey and Holt, everyone hashtag over there. How's it going? That feels, that to me feels like completely like somebody who's really, really secure, but like has like that complete dad bod with beer belly and trucker look going and being like, hey, how's that? That's what it looks like it's trying to be like, is on the beach with that entire look going on.
I got one.
Wearing a head.
Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
Oh my god, that sound pissed off my wife because she doesn't know it. That song? Your wife doesn't know his song? Thank you, Aubrey, and it holds. Oh my god, wait, stop everything. Your wife like knows all lyrics and corrects me on song lyrics all the time. She doesn't know Chromeo's 45? Really? Really? Are you sure? Are you sure you don't know that song? This is an accomplishment. One, we turned GJD to the dark side. She actually likes, I can say it, you guys can't type it, it's weird. So GJD's wife actually now will listen to everything. She didn't know that song. Oh God. It's such a good song. I feel like I want to play it on guitar right now, but I remember it's almost all percussion and I don't have like a drum pad right here, so I can't do the actual beats. Because when it hits into the chorus, that's the only time that you really, otherwise it's really like a really synthesized drum, like a percussion song. So like, really? Oh, that's really cool. Old 45s. Does everyone else know that song? Maybe your wife does know it. Maybe she just doesn't know that she knows it. I'm going to play 4 seconds of that song. Just 4 seconds. Because 4 seconds in heaven is better than 3 seconds in heaven. That's what she tells me anyway. So, like, let's not get this stream demonetized like yesterday's, which I played 8 seconds of a song and they took copyright of it. So let me just mute some of these things really quick and find right where it. Maybe she knows just like the song from the radio. And I gotta hear really quick though. I gotta see where the chorus is. I gotta give her 4 seconds of heaven. He could pick you up in a limousine. You look back like what you mean. Okay, this way. We've got more important things. Boys are non-committal, always in the middle. It bothers you a little, bothers you a little. Why can't we be like mom and dad? Ooh. That song? Come on, I'm about to unpause it so you can hear it when I'm playing my thing. I don't listen to and just for GJ's wife. If you think romance is getting low, that I'll wait for the other part. If you think romance is dead and go, jukebox full of 45s, popping and glittering, and it all comes back to me. That song. Come on, right? You've heard it at least before, right, GJ's wife? You think romance is dead and go, you know, jukebox full of 45s, popping nickel in it, and it all comes. Okay, and Dance With Me is the last one. Oh, it's such a good song. It's hard to not jive to that one. Oh, you get your jive on with that one. Can I get someone else to explain that Wiki is faction? I can explain that in a second. You played the song, she doesn't know it? It is really good. It's a good song. I expanded your wife's music. Okay. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I have an answer to both of those things, Paige. I can answer both of those because there's a reason Wiki banned slang from being added. Because a lot of things are slang. For example, one of the things that was banned when Wiki was in its infancy, you go back in Time Machine and see what they tried to do. You know what is slang? Versions of the N-word that we can't say. You know, like trying to put in Wiki the difference and the cultural background of when there was a change between ER and A. And people, that sounds like it belongs in an Urban Dictionary. Nope, people tried to put that on Wiki and stuff like that. So, like, they couldn't allow the idea that people do that shit, so. I forgot downsides are faster, too, because of the shoes. She says it sucks? What are you talking about? She's only saying that because she didn't know it. Come on. Do you think romance is dead and gone, Wong Wong? You know what she needs to do? She needs to find an old jukebox full of 45s. Pop a nickel in and it'll all come back. You text me the context? I right now, hold on. Let me do my thing, but without even having context to it. The easiest way to explain is that Wiki used properly is absolutely factual. Because you read what somebody else has surmised from their own knowledge base. And then if you use Wiki properly, you notice that it has a hyperlink to the bottom with your footnotes, where you actually have to cite your sources. Then you go and see somebody's summation of it on Wiki. You go see the source they got it from, and you see if it's a valid source. If it's a valid source, Wikipedia is actually extremely factual. Anyone can edit it. You have to be an accredited user. So on Wikipedia, if you get voted down or your stuff changed enough times, using accredited source, you're no longer allowed to add to Wikipedia. And then on top of all of that, like Wikipedia, you can screw with it in certain ways, but you can only do it to a certain amount. So it's like, all in all, Wikipedia actually, like, you can go check the sources of where things come up. But in general, yeah, it's actually pretty legit. It's weird to say that about Wikipedia, but it comes with the asterisk of it's legit. You got to know how to use it. The amount of errors in it is the same as even on that, because, you know, the nice thing about Wikipedia is in its infancy, it had less strict rules, but now it's got the idea that, you know, it can be vetted, and basically you get a summarization of what somebody believes a term is, and then they have to cite the source. So if you don't understand the source, but the source actually is basically what they're saying, then basically there's summarization of the source material can help you understand the material, which is why wiki needs to be banned from schools like websites and servers and stuff, because that shit is so easy to cheat on your research papers. So easy to cheat on that, but wiki is super legit if you use it correctly. I always have to put that on there because 9 out of 10 people make up statistics, just like the one I just made up right there. Also, 9 out of 10 people will use wiki wrong. So, see what I did there? I made a funny joke, a gaffe. Well, VPNs let you get around a lot of things now, so it's hard to do that. And then you always just have your own cell phone. But like if you lived at where I did in down south, there was like one tower to service all of the campus. So you could have technically asked, since the campus actually had to ask for a permit to put the tower on the campus. They could ask for permissions because of that. Welcome back, Rainbow. But no, there are certain things that are oh god. I just realized I think ooh, okay. I just saw the context. For what Paige is referring to, absolutely please listen to the wiki. She is not lying. I won't bring back up the subject that she just referred to, but holy crap, please don't. It really is. People need to realize what they're saying when they're making a lot of YouTube videos, making a lot of jokes. I guess it's it's a term that's been used so many times that people like are kind of desensitized to another meaning of it. But oh no, it's definitely what Paige just told me. It's definitely a derogatory term. It is super derogatory to quite a few people, and this is the internet, so they come from all parts of the world. It's super duper derogatory because it is outing an ethnicity. It is straight up outing one ethnicity in its general usage. So it's a super duper don't use it term. Like, people need to stop using it type term. It's super bad. I'll tell you from first-hand experience of living in a place where it's super bad. Where if you say it in the wrong place in Georgia, get ready for a fight where you're gonna lose because they've probably fought other people over it. But it's been joked around so much that people forget that. So yeah, the K word, yes, that's brought up. I've mentioned it in other streams, but like I guess sometimes we just use terms so often that we forget. Like let's put it this way. I'm on the internet, so it's the idea of I can't remember what president it was. Was it Nixon? I believe it was Nixon who made this mistake. If someone correct me if it isn't. Didn't Nixon actually make a trip east toward Africa somewhere? Didn't Nixon make that trip and then find out after making a peace sign to everyone that peace sign actually was extremely offensive, and it was as if he was giving them all the bird? So he just like, hey Rain, what's going on? Wasn't that Nixon? The peace sign incident, wasn't that Nixon? Someone help me out. Was that Nixon? South American country? But yes, he did. It was Nixon, and it was a South American. I thought it was going over because I can't remember where all of his trips went during his presidency. Like he was one of the few presidents that didn't actually world travel as much. He went to places that weren't a lot of hot zones unless they're so Nixon's policies were really, really weird while he was in office. So it's really hard to keep up with like where Nixon actually did not go. But yes, he went somewhere where yeah, he got back on the plane and he gave peace sign, and that in certain cultures is basically flipping somebody off. you got to remember that this is when you're on YouTube. My demographics usually most people are in either America. Like now, it's if you're on this channel, there's a 48% chance you are one of my U.S. viewers, or you might be one of my 21% that are UK viewers. You might be one of my 8% that's now Australian viewers. I cannot believe I am in part of the Australian market because that's really hard for YouTubers to do. So like, you know, and a lot of those places, like, you know, there are different customers, but if you're like, I have people saying from South Korea, from North Korea, someone said hi from, and I checked that one because I was like, I had someone stop by from North Korea and I was like, holy crap. Hey, Stacy, from Thailand, from India, from, I've had Brazil, Chile, I didn't believe there was anyone allowed here from, but anyway, you never know what you're saying, like if it can be derogatory. That is a really weird term in which it almost directly is offensive to the basically what people call the Bible Belt in the United States. And the word I'm dancing around that people might not know is bad, I'll say it because it's like just a name, but it can be used bad. Don't just joke around in my chat because I have an audience that's more worldwide, especially near the Bible. Don't joke around about a Karen or that. That term has been mostly like watered down to mean someone who complains and will immediately ask for the manager or whatever, and people say that all the time. However, that is not how that term truly started. It truly started as a derogatory term of white women specifically causing a scene in more in places that you could see the scene is being made where it doesn't belong. So for example, that term more or less got its roots in like somebody making a stink at a Dollar Tree over something that costs $1. But you have a lot of people who go there that, especially in the Bible Belt, there was, especially about a decade ago and up until now, there's a discrepancy when it comes to poor. What level of poor? Like usually you'll see those of darker skin, even in the same category of like lower class, you'll see a lot more people going to places like that to buy food. They know that as a viable option because cultures that are darker in skin in the US usually have a propensity to have a higher correlation with shopping with places that give them more value for their money. So where the term really kind of took off, I'm not saying this is exactly where it started, where the term calling someone that took off is literally the idea of people that are darker skin looking at somebody who's lighter skin, assuming that they probably are better off or whatever, and they're complaining about like $1 difference at a Dollar Tree or a store like that, a Dollar General, and they're asking for a manager on workers who aren't being paid much and people who are standing behind there needing to like they're like, yay, I get to buy like 3 cans of soup for $1 type place. And so it is, most people forget that when that term started off, it was really derogatory. It was outing Caucasian women who would make a scene, not other races, specifically white women who would go off and make a scene. YouTube picks up on that shit. Almost anyone who's actually made a joke video talking about a Karen has had it demonetized or limited monetization. YouTube even knows that that is some shit you don't talk about. So why I asked it's not put up in my chat and like listen to moderators, they've heard this rant from me before, but like, please take them seriously. If YouTube is even willing to demonetize my content over that term, then sure as hell they noticed something. And yes, Wiki is completely correct on that. Oh yeah, I've in my experience, I have literally before TikTok, Vines, and YouTube, I had never heard somebody called a Karen that was not white. And I had never heard somebody white call somebody a Karen. It was always that kind of situation. And I was just like, that sounds wrong. Because it was basically the idea of taking, you know how people like kind of try to say names sound like a certain race, and so like you won't hear like one like if I say the name Lashonda, I bet you just with the "la" before it, because if I say is capital S to say it, that's the nurse that I go to that doctor's office. If I say her name, I bet you just assume that she's black. There are certain names that are more prevalent in certain cultures. Why are names that have like that are like a camel hump in the middle of it, basically, of the name? There are many African cultures that grew up. I'm giving like a whole world tour for like a few things really quick off of that rant. I need to walk in that door. There are some cultures that literally, for those coming together to name a child, instead of it being a patriarchal society, especially in a lot of African cultures that got down to South America, going towards the Ivory Coast, and then around what used to be just known as the Congo and stuff like that. I believe that's where it kind of started coming from. Where I believe Ethiopian culture, some cultures still do it. They just take and then Louisiana sees it a lot because they're a mix of about 5 different cultures of people like blah, 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 blah. They take the first name of both parents and they slam them together. So you hear a lot of names that sound off, but it's because 2 or 3 generations later, you have somebody who's has like an Anglo-Saxon name, like James. They could start off with James, but their wife wife is named Heather. Their culture says that their child's names would be Jether. Well, Jether has a child, and they still follow that cultural tradition. You have names smacking into each other, and many times that's one of 2 reasons why you hear a name like Lashonda, you're gonna think black. You're gonna think African American. You might actually think Latino also, because some cultures actually come from Latin America for the same damn reason. Because it's not always about patriarchal, it's about that family name sometimes are smushed onto the first name, and sometimes the family name is the wife's name, because some Latin American countries actually go by the idea of you can't prove who the dad is, which is the smartest thing because they get it straight from the Bible after the Catholic surgence of everything through Latin America. So basically, Catholicism spreading through Latin America changed it to where they started putting family names because the Bible actually tracks lineage through the Old Testament by the female, because you can never prove who stuck their dick in them. So anyway, I say all of that because traditionally, go back 20, 30 years, you would be hard pressed to ever find a woman, a darker skinned woman named Karen. The reason why it was specifically calling someone a Karen is because it's specifically a term made to bitch about Caucasian women, because is the idea of, I don't know any black woman named Karen, so I'm going to call it that. That's literally why it gets called that. So there's your education for that. If you've been using that term flippantly and you didn't know, it actually is super racist. With its roots. Its roots start off as super racist of, this is the whitest Caucasian name I can think of. That's why I'm calling her that. And that's why I'm outing her as that. And racism works both ways, guys. Sorry to say, but the second that there was like 2 people that existed on Earth and that they're like, we're not the same person, fighting started. And then after that fighting, there are ways to put each other down, and it could be one race against another, it doesn't matter, blah, blah, blah. In fact, I will run into this room as soon as I say, people who have grown up poor in the actual ghettos, and I mean government subsidized places. So like I was born into the ghettos, where it was government subsidized housing, or like very poor prior ghettos, blah, 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 or very, very low class. I should run it here before I start saying that. My brain just told me, hold on. With everything I've said, I gotta space it out before I can bring up one point or another. Okay, I gotta space it out. What I was about to say can't go with the other one. Hey, did YouTube turn a blind eye? Okay, now YouTube won't parse this. They'll hopefully take it as a blind eye. Here's filler text for YouTube. Why are there sacks of soil in this room? It's so far away from the garden. There's fertilizer here. Were they making things that they shouldn't have? There's garlic cloves. Is that supposed to be something that would allude eventually to Resident Evil 8, knowing what would go on over there? Because it's still the same company doing both of the things. Who knows? It could be symbolism for that. Just your little hint that the garlic's there and they think it could be witchcraft, blah, blah, blah. Or it could just be a sundries room in which is that enough filler text for automatic parsing of YouTube? Cool. The most racist people I've actually run into that you would never expect to be racist. Back me up if you've grown up in the South and you've experienced this. It is, you walk by and you realize that the mumbling of somebody who is African-American, African-American male or female sitting on their front porch, possibly in a chair, a rocking chair of sorts, mumbling things to themselves. Oh, in my experience, I've heard some racist things. It's hard to compare to the racism I've heard come out of their mouths while walking by and realizing they're just talking about all the white people going by. And I'm like, what? I'm like, literally, I'm in the middle of like the idea of like being introduced to Rodney King on the television. You're gonna sit here and be like, we want rights, but you gotta talk shit about every white guy that walks by. Like, I have never ever in my life had that. And it's gotta be I don't know if it's in other parts of the US, but I mean in Georgia, that was the most racist I ever heard. It's just that mumbling, like the mumbling darker skinned person on their front porch that you're not listening to. Don't use the other term for that. It's just mumbling some shit. You listen a little closer and you're like, oh my God. It is true. It's so true. Oh, Aubrey, I need to put at Holt for best hubby trophy. He made me foot soak water and has it in the liver so I can relax watching. Isn't your hubby the one that's hurt? That is the best hubby trophy award. He actually deserves that. Because he's the one that needs to be sitting his ass down and relaxing also. And he made you something. That's really nice of him. I was conversing too much. Fuck! I don't think I've ever done that. Well, I'll take a. I cannot believe I did that. That was the dumbest. That was the dumbest death I think I've had. So far to this thing I love. Wow. Just not looking about. Oh. Follow-up question. Is someone justified for being mad about the K turn the same as the others? Yes and no. Sure, I'll do a super serious dive since I just died to that, and maybe I'll switch to some Resident Evil 8 also for some variety after dying to that. I'll put it up to a vote soon. Let's see if I can get another clear or two out of this, and then see if you guys want me to keep going with. I need to do some neck stretches and stuff. My head has absolutely the worst headache, and I usually have fireflies in my right eye. Which, oh god, Joy, which is my damaged eye? I just forgot again. In my damaged eye, see, when they're both doing the same shit, I can't remember which one of my eyes is actually really the super damaged. Fuck. Where's my eye patch? My eye patch right now is my reminder for which one of my eyes is actually seeing colors off. Because honestly, when you're color damaged, not color blind, it is. I've had to explain this over and over to people. It is really easy to forget which one of your eyes is actually damaged because you're so used to just the effects it causes. Not that like, oh, this color's wrong. I'm getting thrown off a little bit. I gotta sit up, do some stretches, some other things. I'm not following doctor's orders and staying off my feet for 2 weeks. Fuck that noise. I can't. There's no way I can. My son's got postseason coming up, like for baseball. Like we gotta get some work done in there. I gotta be a dad. I ain't got time for Sure, I'll tackle that one real fast. Please do remember while I'm tackling this, this is halfway factual, as in this is just the history of it, and then just what I've experienced as the facts that have come down. So, because I'm not old enough to claim to lay right to saying that my opinion should be taken as doctrine, because there are generations, many generations before me that came that fought for the rights that led it so that I can vote. I mean, Georgia's never fixed their law that I'm supposed to be legally considered black since I'm a 16th black. In Georgia, if you are a 16th or more black, you're supposed to legally be considered African American, and that was the way they made sure that people who slept with those that were African American, African descent, or black, because only about 20% of slaves were actually imported slaves. They were actually European indentured servants turned slaves over here, or those who are starting a new colony. So slavery kind of trickled in a different way. 80% of those who are African American right now can actually get their ancestry back to Europe first, then Africa. And some of that ancestry comes from actually slaves being sold, because Africa was a dick to itself. They bought and sold their own people because of the being a quote unquote third world country. Them not knowing basically that they're about to be put into chains and put on a ship. So, you know, people being able to make money, those who are supposed to rule them making money by saying, come and buy our people, and we'll trick them basically. And then they don't know any better until they have no way of escaping and no way of getting home. So most people don't actually even know that, like, their blood first comes from Europe, and their European blood might not actually be true African. So I hate the term African American, but I keep saying it. I'll just say those of darker skin. I've only been able to advocate through my own scars on my own body and my own opinions. You guys have been here through, like, things that happen that, you know, you don't ever talk about politics and religion. Do you guys know why you never talk about politics and religion? The two things that have started the most wars on this earth. It's not just your family and your friends you don't talk about, and YouTube usually. Between politics and religion shaping politics, and politics shaping religion, more wars that have on this earth have been fought over those subjects. So it's not just like a saying to just go by. It's really like, it's a dangerous topic because it's always been a dangerous topic, literally a dangerous topic. People are fighting and dying right now over politics and religion. But I'll bring up this one thing. I lived in a place where I'm half black, half white. The white kids were scared of me because they assumed that I had to be a part of a gang. The black kids knew I was white, and they didn't accept my brother and I. But when they found out we were smart, they're sure as hell ready to make us into gang babies. Like being two smart kids on those streets. You covered that shit up. So I did grow up somewhere where being smart was a no-no. Like basically you done fucked up by being born, being able to retain knowledge, and then deciding to like use that knowledge. Like all of a sudden, like, congratulations, you made bad choices by being born that way. So, you know, me reading the encyclopedia when I was young, my fault for not knowing my place because of my skin color. With that said, you guys have also heard me talk about like issues of like what's been going on with like BLM and rights like that. And I've said before, you know, my personal issues, the way I view a lot of those things differ from the norm. So that's why I have to say some of what I'm about to say is factual, and some of it just take it as it is and then do your own research. But I think it's the same as when you look at the rights of like disenfranchised, any disenfranchised group or groups that are like pushed to the side. You find out very fast that strong messaging and a cohesive plea for rights, basically, or for like treatment, pay, anything like that. A cohesive, solid message is easy to transmit. It's kind of like a chant, like a war cry or a chant, something like that. You need to be able to play the telephone game with that shit and to not be distorted. So like when you're at a baseball game and you hear like Queen coming on and you hear we will rock you, like it works so well because it's like a chant. It really is like the literal version of a chant. A lot of people don't remember the lyrics to it, but they know like the stomp, stomp, clap, stomp, stomp, clap. Like everyone knows basically how to chant it. If you don't have like something that's really in sync, you don't get your rights. What the civil rights movement did really well was that there's a lot of people that you hear as players, like Rosa Parks and people that are doing before MLK stepped up and then plagiarized "I Have a Dream" and some of "I Have a Dream" and all of his doctoral thesis to get his doctorate. Most people don't realize, and like he's a philanderer, so I mean he's not without fault. But what he did really well was help people kind of steer it into like one message. And so instead of it being like we want this, that, the other, we want all these different things. When those civil rights protests were going on, it was like the idea of, as a group, we want to basically be treated like you. And so it was an easy message to put across. It was, we want to be like you. That's it. That's the civil rights movement in a nutshell. There's more nuance to that, but it's kind of like, you know, Rosa Parks. I worked hard, you worked hard. I should be able to sit in the front of the bus too. That's it. Really easy to stand behind that shit because everyone can understand that. It doesn't matter if you're black or white. And my son gets on to me for even saying black because he will always, I say black, he says brown. He's like, no one's black. My own son I raised apparently right enough for this shit that he hates the term black for being called people. He's like, I've never met someone who's black. So I'm like, I'm proud of you. But like being able to say a message like that, like I work hard, you work hard. Why can't I sit in the front? I want to just be treated like you. You get clean water out of a water fountain. I want clean water out of a water fountain. Like you get these rights. I want these rights. Cut and dry. That's it. You don't hear about people like Malcolm X. One, because he said fight back and use violence if need be. But second, he didn't centralize the message as much. Malcolm X had very much more like what you see today. The idea of like what's being fought for today. Of a group like Black Lives Matter coming together, but then everyone kind of feels disenfranchised in a different way. And by the way, if you're tired of hearing about talks like this, about like different things, and I go off about race, like maybe you're tired about hearing about it, but it's pretty fucking exhausting living it. So deal with it and just listen for a second, and then I'll play the game again. So the thing is, like nowadays, my opinion is sometimes discredited for the idea of like, I really don't like what happened with George Floyd for a lot of reasons. Not because of the outcome, not because of that, but because like I am a person that sits there and I look at what people think of as doing the right thing. And I said, I can't enter this conversation. When it first happened, if everyone was there, and when that happened and it was brought up on my channel, I said, I can't enter that conversation because I'm angry for a different, I'm angry for a different reason. I'm angry for the idea that people fight and die every day for what you take as your liberties that you get. Like you just get handed this. If you live in the United States, you just kind of get handed a lot of things that you take for granted. You go to other countries, that shit gets shut down. The person working on my neck, she moved away from France because she was tired of how she's being treated in France in 2021, how she's being treated for being black. This is not decades ago. She's here now, adopting our culture and an American way lifestyle, giving up an easier lifestyle to earn a wage because she couldn't earn that wage as easily because she's black. So she's more willing to work hard and get more opportunities here in the US than try to fight for her rights in France, which is shitting on them left and right. Even though, what's the difference of like what her work is doing versus what's the opportunity difference? It's the laws. It's the laws that you go under a government that sends people out to fight in places and for sometimes not so great reasons. I'm not going to defend the military up and down, but I will say that like you take that for granted. Why I got mad the most, the first thing that angered me is that there was somebody on a sidewalk crying. There was someone on the sidewalk crying that they're the one that called for the police to come up and check on George Floyd. And then when they showed up, everyone thought it was justice to take out their cell phone and record what happened. And you can see one or two people step up and one police officer step up, but they backed down basically immediately with the threat of something like violence. Guess what? You don't get to live your life the way you get to live it unless you're willing to lie down your life to protect the things that you love. The laws don't protect you, you protect the laws. If you're not willing to fight and die for the laws, you don't deserve the laws in the first place that are willing to put the laws are there to try to help you in the first place. If you're not willing to fight and die to protect a right and a law that should be there, you shouldn't have it in the first place because you forgot that you're basically living an entitled asshole life. You're being an asshole. And so I was angry about George Floyd because I at that moment I was like, who's the person who's not gonna give a shit about getting shot, being thrown in prison, getting tased? Who's the person who's not gonna give a shit about giving up their life because they see somebody else's life draining away and they think it's right that the only thing they did was document it? That's okay. Like, they did the right thing by hollering and pulling out their iPhone. Who was it that was gonna go off and give them a shoulder to get him off the fuck of his neck to make him stop doing this shit? Like, yes, somebody else might have died and you would have heard a totally different public outcry. But you know what? You would have heard the correct public outcry because it would have been the people there realizing that they are witnessing in person shit going down that should not happen. And they realize that for all of the 10, 20, 30, 50 years they've lived their life, they got to get this far in their life because they're not in Floyd's position. They're not dying for something they shouldn't die for. And because they're not in that position, they're still alive, but this guy's about to die. So maybe it's time they put their neck on the line, their life on the line to defend their rights and their life, even if it takes their own life. That's called looking out for the community and the law in general. So I had a whole different reason for being angry about that. And that's why a long time ago I said I won't indulge this conversation. You know what ended up happening? And the reason I went on this rant? Look at what happened every single year. Everyone forgets that Black Lives Matter did not just start with George Floyd. It didn't start with a lot of things that happened. It didn't start with the shooting that just happened really close to me, happened in my county, where that drive-by shooting that was in the three big ones that were like used for those protests, that was right near me, where they drove by and shot the person and tried to justify it. Like, everyone forget the 2014 protests, the year before that, 2016. Everyone forgetting 2012. How about we go back to 2007? Everyone forgetting all those other hashtag BLM type deals. Yes, they did. What happened though? Something happened. You got in the public spotlight. What was the messaging? What was the messaging? Black Lives Matter. In what ways do Black Lives matter more now? And they haven't been mattering than they weren't 5 minutes ago before you started that hashtag. The second you have to actually have a message going behind it, that powder keg exploded in so many different directions that it got very few things accomplished as opposed to what it could have accomplished. Simply because there wasn't a centralized message. Some groups were like, pay is still low. Some were like, I'm a woman and pay is low. Some groups are like, hey, it's police brutality. Some groups are like, hey, we're, basically still banks coming up. Like industries were coming up. Police were coming up. Institutions were coming up. College policies were coming up. Letting people in and having to mark race and stuff. A lot of things came up at the same time. Unlike MLK and like the civil rights movement, unlike all of that, there was 1,000 different issues because of the proliferation of the internet. And so if I asked the normal person, what is the central core message of Black Lives Matter? They actually can't tell me, because there is an organization called Black Lives Matter, and they do have a mission statement of what they're trying to accomplish. But a lot of people try to put their own agenda in there under that same thing. I've said for a long time that the LGBT community got it right really fast by having very cohesive messaging in a more modern world, and that the reason why there's been a big decline in like noticing that there's still issues that need to be fixed is because that messaging is getting muddled. And I'm not gonna get onto that subject because YouTube will actually knock me for that subject, because I am a straight man, and so they believe that I don't I'm not allowed to say how like a movement that I do believe is correct and the right way to go in this world could be made better. They don't believe I have any credence in saying that because I happen to be straight. So it's the idea of in all of that. I don't care if he's a bad person. That's not. See, Rafael, you're the exact thing of why this is an issue. Saying he's a bad man is zero of the point. I don't give a shit if he was a serial killer. It was a police officer doing something they shouldn't do on somebody else. Race shouldn't matter. Race should not matter. The person shouldn't matter. It should matter that a person was there to uphold and protect the law. And that's how they were upholding and protecting the law. I do not give a shit if that was a Mother Teresa or a serial killer. That does not mean that you set an example of wearing that by doing that. So what I was pissed off about was not the person or anything. It was all the people watching not realizing. You do realize that if you step in right now, even if you give up your life, you're saving hundreds, thousands of lives down the line and actually making a real difference, showing that we're willing to put our lives on the line when you threaten it. Like, you realize that? Like, it's not that. But there's a thing. Yeah, you could try to say I'm racist, but it's not gonna work. So I've taken myself out of a lot of those conversations because my initial thought is basically like it's hard for me to enter into it. With all of that said, would somebody the initial thing that started this rant, could somebody saying like you're a Karen or whatever be taken the same as the N-word? The N-word's history is more the idea of empowerment first. And so like the history of it's kind of weird, where it was the idea of, it's kind of the idea of like what I grew up with, being my skin color. Before somebody else could call me the N-word, I'm over here being like half black, half white. So like I'm like burnt toast. I'm a chocolate Twinkie. I'm a panda bear. I am I'm double stuffed Oreo because I'm really white in the center. Like I sound like that. So I started making fun of myself first, and so people had to start doing things like, I mean, by middle school, since people couldn't make fun of me for that because I already had enough nicknames for myself. Calling me fruitcake, because of course, if you're a teenager and you start making fun of somebody's sexuality, that's the ultimate diss that you could ever do. So because they're so mature, it's so stupid that it got to me back then. But I completely understand, because that's middle school is the shittiest part of your life, where you're actually being like, "Am I though?" And then people are just being like, "I wasn't," but like it's shitty. Like I didn't do anything wrong to people. That word was kind of taken back by people, used, and then interpreted a different way. So after being used for so long, after two different words, you can see the origin of being like from Niger, or you can see it for the word Negro, meaning black, and then it was bastardized into the word that we know as the N-word, taken back into a culture where it's like, if we use it, you can't offend us with it. And then it was kind of flip-flopped again, where it was like, okay, but you're using it the wrong way, and also you're not our culture. And that's kind of where it got hypocritical, which is why I still stay away from the N-word. Its history is very convoluted. Karen kind of history is not. So should someone get as up in arms about that? No, because in my opinion, like, do they have the right to be as upset? Well, yeah, they have the right to be as upset. Everyone has a right to their own thoughts and feelings. Like, you have the right to be upset about even the smallest of things. Like if your day was going great and then somebody just fucked it up, like you have a right to be really upset about whatever did it if it was out of your control. And somebody else like had a tragedy, and like their parents got in a car crash that day, and like they're really upset too. And then people play the compare game. It's like, no, you still have a right to your emotions. Just because you hear about bad shit happening to other people doesn't mean that like your emotions lost validity. Like it might be another tragedy that happened, but playing the comparison game there always has to be a winner and a loser. So never compare like your emotions to somebody else's. You have the right to have that feeling, but like then to take it to another level and compare it as if it's on par with the N-word, a word that was used for hundreds and hundreds of years to degrade an entire populist race, like continent, a separate economy that sprung up into that, people that would try to like they're not quite comparable because of the history and how people have used them. One is just literally they tried to find a genericized white person's name. The other one is they made it to put you down. And it's the better comparison is, does everyone remember Michael Jackson? Hey Typhus, hey Mike L. Does everyone remember Michael Jackson's song? They don't really care. They don't really care about us. My son likes that song. You want to go listen to that song and remember that the term that is comparable, and then people got all up in arms about it. Like anyone, I believe it's kick me K word, don't you black and white me? Is that what all I really say is that they don't really care about us? On his This Is It album and on his re-release albums, he just kind of he did like a scratch blur the word. He did not remove the word, but he was criticized big time because he used the white equivalent of the N-word. He used the Caucasian equivalent of that in a song, and people thought he had no right to do that. Basically, his justification was, people are treating me like a white person now. I am African American. The song is about everyone who's disenfranchised. If you listen to the entire song, it's a children's choir saying they don't really care about us. Poor children. He's trying to include everyone. So he uses a term, instead of going the obvious route of using the N-word in his song to be like, you know, call me like the N-word, whatever. He actually went the other route of being like, I'm basically being called a white person now, even though I'm entrenched in a culture that is not that, but that's what I'm being referred to as now. So he used the K word, another K word. It rhymes with kite, and you have to replace the T with another letter. He got in a lot of things, but he stuck to that. He gave a halfway apology, but I don't think he should have apologized. The song was literally like, you cannot put him in a corner like that and then allow rap on radio where the N-word gets dropped a bajillion times in a row, but they're talking about like women as if they're objects, but he's trying to say you should care about everyone, black, white, poor, rich, everyone. Like, they don't really care about you if you're in these positions. Like, whatever name they call you, they should still care about you. They're not equatable terms because the fight for different rights aren't equatable. You should never start comparing fights for rights, but when you have to, and you have to make a distinction, usually there is yeah. Come on, YouTube. Come on, YouTube. Let me finish this. I'm actually spitting important things. Yes, my whole chat. Say hi to the YouTube moderators that apparently showed up and don't know that I'm sitting here advocating for all the rights of all people, giving basically a history lesson, and then talking about why. God damn it. Hey, Robert, I see you in the background. Robert Durham. When it comes down to it, here's the deal. I tell people don't compare. And the reason is because when you compare, there must be a winner and a loser. If for a YouTube appropriate comparison, talking about this, it's like when people ask me, which one do you like better, Resident Evil 2 or 3? Well, if I say I like 2 better, it means 3 has to lose. If I say I like 3 better, 2 has to lose. They can be separate entities. They can be completely separate and equal in their own right because they're different. You see where I'm going with this? So the struggles there are actually struggles for those that are white, that some movements have gotten so far that now we forgot, like, hey, women are still underpaid. Hey, there's a lot of times where people are walled in because of education, and that's happening black, white, all across the board. But when you look at some statistics, sometimes in some regions happens actually more to white than black because of some of the movements that have empowered those that are darker skinned, let them actually progress while leaving behind others that deserved it just as much and didn't make it equality. Instead, it made it a comparison. And so like for college entrance exams, they made it a comparison of a ratio, and which means somebody has to lose to that ratio instead of just nixing race from the equation completely. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, I understand. So for like, that is another good example. Race is part of the equation for scholarships. I get that, because there are many times where people who are coming out, but those same scholarships should be like, if we both grew up out of the ghetto, I should get the same scholarship too if I'm white. If I didn't turn out half black, half white, if I was all white and I grew up out of the ghetto, like, we should both be eligible for that scholarship, because it should empower everyone who is ever there, type deal. Everyone who's ever gone through that type deal. So when you ask me to compare something like the N word to someone saying Karen, and Karen's roots being its roots being racist and derogatory towards white women specifically, white women treading on the toes of those who are of usually poor black folks. To put it in the most blunt way, that's probably making it too blunt. And in that sense, if you try to compare the two, someone has to lose, which means if somebody takes offense to the word being called a Karen because they feel like they raised a stink at a school or at a grocery store because they were treated unfairly, and then they're just called a Karen because they were a white woman and like their kid was punished without reason, but their kid actually was in the right. It'd be like somebody calling me a Karen for going and bitching out my son's first grade teacher when my son was humiliated in front of his whole class for correcting his teacher. What did he correct her on? She said 3 states of matter. She brought it up and he said 4. And she told him he was wrong. There are four known, there are probably more states of matter than 4. The most prolific state of matter in the entire universe is plasma. The most prolific state of matter on the planet Earth is plasma. And in general, when you start looking at the Earth and what we think is at the core, the majority of this Earth is actually not solid, liquid, or gas. It's actually plasma still. Ionization, rapid shedding, all those, making actual plasma. That's a thing. So, like, if someone had basically taken what I did, if I had been a white woman and going and bitching out that teacher for treating my child that way, and they looked at me and said, "Look at that Karen," and I turned around, it doesn't matter if they're black or white, I would have taken offense, and then seeing that they're black, I would have like been really offended. Like, I would have taken offense to that, because my son is already shy and already mentally shocked because his mom and all this other stuff. And if you want to call me that because you made a knee-jerk reaction, then I have every right to be offended because you're insulting me sticking up for my child. Now you're seeing the nuance. Someone's got to lose when you make that comparison. If you want to make me have a general comparison between the two, you don't compare the N-word to just about anything else, because it's put down a culture for centuries, while the name Karen has put down white women for a few decades. It's a different fight, a different struggle, different civil rights, different rights in general. But don't compare the two in the first place, and just be respectful of both. And that's how you get around it. Respect everyone. Everyone likes to live by the golden rule, right? Treat others the way you want to be treated, which means that it really doesn't matter who they are on the other end. To the best of your ability, treat them the way you'd like to be treated. Hopefully you're not a person who does shitty things to themselves, because you want to treat them the way you want to be treated, which is with kindness and generosity and compassion, everything like that. So that's why it's bad to compare terms. It's bad to compare like the civil rights movement with LGBT. That's like an unfair comparison of women's rights, women's suffrage, to any of those movements. Of BLM compared to civil rights. That's even unfair, because in this modern age of news spreads faster than the speed of light, it feels like the struggles are different. Your protests aren't on the street level as much. They start off as a hashtag first. So like, you know, people put their bodies on the line first and, you know, got hosed down during the civil rights movement by pressure that's meant to put out a fire in a house. And they sit there and take it to show like this is wrong. But now you have a lot of like internet warriors and so like even that movement's wrong. And when you compare the two, you're basically saying one movement is more valid than the other. One term is more valid than the other to be upset about, to fight for, anything like that. In my personal opinion, I don't give a shit about your race. You should be treated the same as everybody else. So if you're a good person and you are white, you're a sheet of paper. You should be treated the same as somebody who actually grew up on the Ivory Coast and does have that pigment of skin that when you shine a flashlight on it, that very rare pigment that shines purple, which means it's supposed to be true black, because that's a test. If the halo on a light that you shine that is pure white, on a black hair, if the rim of it's brown, they're actually very dark brown hair, not jet black hair. But if you go into more like Eastern cultures, you'll find people that you shine that light and there's a purple rim, and that means that their hair, their pigmentation is actually closer to true black. And that's a weird thing. That's a weird test to be able to do, but make sure you use a white balanced light. But like, I don't care if your eyes are bigger, smaller, if your skin color is darker or lighter, if you're like, if the way you speak, the way you're anything, like, if you do something wrong, you should be treated the same way somebody else that did something wrong. If you do something right, you should be treated the same way. If you love somebody, your love, whatever, should be respected the same way as somebody else's love. Your passion should be respected the same way as other people's passions. And on the flip side of all of that, you know, your rights should be the same as somebody else's rights. And it should be less about the one problem that is going to be the reason that this will never be a subject that goes away, is that there will always have to be a comparison to get rights and to get equality, right? There will always have to be a comparison. So to say that you're being disenfranchised means that you have to compare yourself to another group. And as long as we keep comparing, as long as we can keep comparing those who have darker skin to lighter skin, those who are straight versus those who are gay, lesbian, as long as we keep making the comparison instead of just saying everyone gets the same rights, period, and then into institutions enacting upon that idea of like, that's all. As long as we keep comparing, we'll never actually reach our actual goal. So that's why you see BLM sometimes like falling flat on his face. That's why, because a lot of comparison is going on. I truly do believe that this world needs. If you go back and listen to, I'll play the game. I'll say this: if you go back and you listen to the eulogy that I gave for my brother at his memorial service, you'll hear me break down in tears and say that it's not me that needed to be here. Like, of the two of us, the one to get unlucky, get a tumor, and die, I'm the one that needed to have died if it got to be a choice. And people always chalk it up to survivor's guilt. But this channel started with the idea that we were going to analyze topics like this. Like, we were going to talk about stuff like this. But in video games, in pop culture, and stuff. And other stuff. Science, good writing, storytelling. If the storytelling and writing has to do about race, we're going to bring it up. If it has to do about gender, we're going to bring it up. I mean, Ellie in The Last of Us, like well, a few things that I brought up in The Last of Us. I was about to say, how do I say that non-spoiler? Because some people haven't played The Last of Us. I was about to say, that's kind of technically a spoiler. You know, if a subject that like pertains to Ellie comes up, we would have tackled it, right? I always say that because like, my brother was basically a walking encyclopedia. And the analogy I've come up with now is that a lot of whether you chalk it up to the civil rights of those who are because of skin color, sexuality, gender, as in male and female pay, things like that, whatever, however they're disenfranchised, there's too much noise, there's too much static, and you have to cut through the static to find the real message and what people need. And my brother being a walking encyclopedia and also being willing to be challenged, his ideas challenged, and then following it up with being accepting that the other person, he might disagree with him, but the only way he learns is that if someone does disagree and has other knowledge. My brother was great at that. Hearing people disagree with him vehemently, like having an opposite reaction completely. My brother was really, really good at the idea of remembering to keep his ears open and not put up defense immediately. He was really good at realizing that somebody said something that really offended him and that he didn't like. However, if he doesn't hear them out, one, he won't understand their point of view, and second, he won't know where he needs to learn more himself to know how to talk to them about their point of view. It's kind of like being a lawyer. You cannot defend yourself if you do not know the opposition's point of view. If you're defending your client, you've got to know your defense and the prosecution's everything. And that's how you win. You need to know both sides. And there's too much static when it comes to politics, religion, rights, everything like that. There's too much static. The politics and religion started the most wars on this earth. And politics, sometimes is a subsection of that, of race, ethnicity, gender, whatever. That is under politics most of the time. I always say that because now the best example I ever have is my brother is almost like if you could take one side of an aisle of like an argument, a debate, and he doesn't have to believe it at all and be like kind of like the world's greatest lawyer, where he knows what the information is and can argue their vantage points without having 50 other people in like the Senate have to argue, 49 other people arguing that vantage point, and he doesn't necessarily have to believe it. The reason that I think like the biggest loss to this world, my brother having a huge impact of losing someone like him, is that he was compassionate, caring. He cared for people that ended up being in the same position as him. But his encyclopedic knowledge, he wanted to help other people, and to be able to consolidate everyone, it's kind of like that what if, and it's kind of like that MLK feeling, the idea of what MLK did for black rights. For the civil rights movement. MLK is synonymous with civil rights. It would have been my idea of my brother being synonymous with a whole group of ideas, because you didn't like Black Lives Matter. Their mission statement gets lost a lot of the time. But if Nathan can reach out there and grab every single person's issue and consolidate it and make sure to spearhead, and when something's brought up, make sure to bring up their other thing, make it eloquent, make it succinct, make sure everyone's covered and that it's still under the umbrella properly, and make sure to flesh out and fact check anybody else who wants to be opportunistic and just use like a headline like BLM to their advantage. How great would it be that one person could stand up and speak for the masses again, and not need the masses to speak for them because they're not actually including them? It'd be the idea of having two sides of an argument, but you really feel like you're represented. Unlike like when you vote for a president, everyone always feels like they're voting for a president that's like almost the lesser of two evils. It's because you're having to decide policies and all these things, and you never get a sense of like, am I voting for the person? Am I voting for the policies? Am I voting for what I care about and what they'll uphold for me? I mean, Scott Cawthon that made Five Nights at Freddy's just stepped down from Five Nights at Freddy's over this exact same issue. Everyone forgot that the first person he backed actually was the biggest advocate at the time. He didn't know that they would do a 360, but at the time that he donated to them, one of the biggest advocates that could have been in the White House for a lot of issues, for color and gender and all of these issues. And they just see everything else and they kind of out. And that's why he didn't apologize for what he did. And so like, I guess the whole point being, if you could cut through the noise with somebody like my brother, that is why I feel so much guilt about being the one that survived. It's not truly survivor's guilt. It's the idea of I can never fill those kind of shoes. Because this talk we're having right now, I guarantee whoever called me racist earlier up and said the word dark on purpose for it, I don't know. Maybe I actually think I'm racist, which I'm not. I'm literally scared of black women only because of a borderline phobia, maybe actual phobia of what happened to me as a child from my own family, being beaten by the black women in my family when I had to go visit my dad, and I started getting scared that all black women would do that to me and not listening to me crying, pleading for help. Like, I went through something very traumatic, and so I started getting very scared about a lot of things. And so like I was always scared, and it wasn't racism, it was true fear. And it wasn't, I never meant any harm out of it. I just always shirked away from it because I was scared. I was scared again that I could be hurt very badly by people who had hurt me before. And over time, I've talked about this story. Like I found out this girl named Brittany had a crush on me, And like she's one of the first people that I came into my life, and then I was like, oh yeah, she is darker skinned, isn't she? And it kind of like helped me transition back and getting out of some phobias of what happened to me when I was 8. Because no one ever wanted to work with me. Like, therapists were just like, they're just people. I'm like, therapist, that's not what I'm saying. It's like, literally, why do I tense up? Why do I get scared? Why do I clam up and want to run away? Like, it's not that I hate the person. I'm scared. I'm literally scared. The reason I say a lot of things like that is because it's, my brother had the fortitude to be able to take a lot of people's criticism. Like, the idea of somebody thinking that I'm racism. But also, he had the ability to take in all sides of an argument and make sure that he was succinct enough to try to include everyone. And he had the ability to feel like he could be wrong, so he would listen to everyone else's argument. And then when he was wrong, he was very willing to admit he was wrong, and then update the way he spoke, which is something that's been lost on arguments for a long, long time, because that's the definition of a debate. When you actually change your point of view after you hear a new set of facts, or at least change your point of view to understand why somebody else would say what they did as opposed to what you did. If two people disagree, the worst thing that could happen is that both of them, it's not that both of them don't change, is that both of them don't listen. You can walk away believing the exact same thing, but the worst thing you could possibly do is walk away and not have a deeper understanding of their viewpoint, of why they don't agree with your viewpoint. If you so much believe in what you believe in, you've got to be able to put yourself in the other person's shoes. You got to be able to do that. You've got to be able to, hey Ruby, you've got to be able to, like, you have to be able to do that. And my brother had the fortitude to stand up against masses, not be affected by that, not be more introverted like I am, be encyclopedic knowledge, and then prove to the world like he's willing to take care of others, because that's the only jobs he ever did in his life, in his career, before he died. So it's kind of like when I say like I should have died instead of him. It's more like the idea of, what if my brother were running this YouTube channel? I kind of try to think of the impact my brother would have had. And I know some people are like, I've had an impact. I'm glad I've had an impact on your life, if I have. But truth be told, I sit there and I go, it's the idea of, could my brother have done that and plus one type deal? Like, how much more could he have done? And then that's what I miss. And it all boils down to the idea of, my brother could take all these viewpoints and not necessarily compare them. He could take somebody else's viewpoints. I guess I'll leave it off my things about my brother with this analogy. Me, when I had things that came up about religion that I questioned, I buckled down and studied. I have a religious studies minor. So I buckled down and I studied. But I studied already with the bias, if you think about it that way. Like, I already had what I knew best. And even though if I knew that best and I started doing things like, inspired by the book series Joshua, basically the first book, when I first was ever challenged, I was like, all right, I'm going to show up to temple. What is it like to actually go to like what is a Jewish ceremony even called? Like, what Messianic Christianity? What's this thing called? It's like, oh, I have a Buddhist friend. Well, what do they believe in? What's this? What is enlightenment? And it's like, oh, why are there gods so many in this like, why? I started learning about all these things. My brother did the same thing, but here's where my brother one-ups a lot of people. He most strongly believed in the history that's in the Bible. So instead of taking offense to anybody who would sit there and argue, and I'm talking about more the history, not the miracles and everything. The Bible is actually the New Testament, just to let you guys know as a fact. One of the only known recorded documents of that time, or before the Bible, we did not know of a document that was recorded in the lifetime of the person that the events depicted. It was usually folklore passed down. Canonization of the New Testament that you know about has a rule that you might not know about. And canonization, to be a book of the New Testament that most people have access to, not with the Apocrypha, but the New Testament you have access to, you either had to know Jesus or know somebody who knew Jesus. If it was one more step down the line, you were knocked out. So basically, it was to say, like, John, the only one that lived to an old age. Also, the guy who is probably gay. Yeah, Jesus was married, and most likely one of his disciple that didn't actually die a horrible death most likely was gay. The gay disciple that got, exiled to the Isle of Patmos. He had scribes write things down for him. The scribes were allowed to write things down because it was coming from the mouth of the guy that walked alongside the man. That's the only known document we have up to that period of time that it was that close to the actual events that happened. And then now that we see more Roman tablature, there are cool things like the Romans saying that they went and assassinated Lazarus. That's kind of cool history. And that's just history. It doesn't matter if you believe Jesus brought Lazarus back from the dead. The Romans were scared of something like that. So, hey, there's grain, barley, wheat. Lazarus was killed. I believe he was poisoned and stabbed. Their account of it, it's not in the Bible. Their account is that they went after Lazarus and killed him again because there could be something wrong with a man that's supposedly dead walking around. It's kind of see it from the Roman side. My brother, instead of doing what I did, one-upped it, and he started listening to somebody called The Amazing Atheist. And I've talked about this before. And if you are Christian and you will go red in the face if anyone ever insults what you believe, The Amazing Atheist will piss you off really fast. My brother listened to him. I use this term with tongue in cheek. My brother listened to The Amazing Atheist religiously. Why? Because he was the only one that he could find that disagreed with him, but had the same knowledge he did. So my brother wanted to hear, my brother equated his knowledge to be on the same level as his knowledge. So when he was hearing the argument from somebody else that knew the same things he did and completely disagreed with all of them, that drove my brother to, instead of putting up arms and being defensive, my brother was like, how did they get to that conclusion? So I'd go down and talk to my brother, and my brother's like, hey, look at this part. And he's showing me this video from this guy who is saying all of, quoting the Bible better than any Christian that I've really ever met in my own personal life. And quoting it, not just little platitudes and whatever, but full books of the Bible, because he actually read the damn thing front to back instead of scrolling to the bottom and hit, I agree to the terms above. That's kind of hypocritical. But a guy that actually knew all this stuff, and my brother's like, hey, look at how this guy interprets this part of this thing. And I'm like, what do you gotta do about it? He's like, well, I gotta reread it first. My brother's first reaction is to reread it. I'm like, I once asked Nathan, I actually did ask him, how do you sit there and get aggravated over and over by somebody doing that? And he's like, what's there to get aggravated about? And he's like, his opinion isn't changing the way I live my life. And it's not hurting the way I live my life. It's not doing anything. All his opinion is doing is telling me how other people think and how I could think better. He's like, I don't know what. He's like, you're the one that asked why. My brother started arguing with me. He's like, you're the one that asked why to everything. I don't. Somebody else has got to do it. So he's like, my brother started getting defensive against me because he was the only one I'm the only one he really got defensive about. So he's like, basically my brother's point was, if I'm not being challenged by somebody who has information at their disposal but doesn't agree with me, how will I ever grow? And the second you stop learning is the second you die. You can be living and breathing, but if you're not learning, you're as good as dead. You're not actually living anymore. My brother lived to learn and then to apply it. So he actively went after people. There's something I need to address soon, and I've typed up a message 1,000 times and then erased it. And that whole thing springs out of something that was brought to my attention. To put it the most mild way possible, I think the biggest issue that I saw of something that I feel like I have to address in a broad sense is that I saw something happen. And I saw something happen, and I realized on a broad sense that no one was strictly wrong or right. People had different opinions with some of the same sets of information. And the way we learn on how to, even if you don't agree with one person's information or the other, or if you think they're misinformed, the only way to do it is to put aside your anger, to put aside your grievances, and to try to figure out, well, why did they say it? And so the second issue I had was that I have to address was the idea of something having to just be swept under the rug by erasing it. And I don't believe in that. Only for the idea of that information needs to be out there. If somebody doesn't agree with what you believe, but you see the information being presented, you actually need to keep it there. Because they're your best asset to growing as a person, so that you can understand why someone would think a certain way, even though they seem to have the knowledge that you would have, or seem to have the experience you would have, or, seem to be like, bright, well-informed, all these things. How did they come to a conclusion that was completely contrary to your own? You need that. You need that to grow. Because then all you're doing is entrenching yourself in your own beliefs. When, in fact, when I look back at it, I looked at a good point somebody made, and I realized if they had actually explained what the point was. So the whole thing that I'm referring to, one point was made, and there was actually a valid point made in there. And I think it was generalized too much. Somebody responded to a valid point, and they actually had a valid point in and of themselves, but they worded it in a way that could have been worded better. But also, it does fly in the face of what a few people do kind of believe. What people, it's a national argument that's going on. And somebody else was very much angered by that. And they brought up what they believed and their information. And I thought that was the wisest move of the whole thing. Because if you truly believe something and then you're angry, if you can't stifle the anger, make sure you back up what you're saying with the information you have at your disposal, and make it as succinct as possible, and especially express why it would anger you, why you can't put your anger aside. Like, because then it's just more information for us to ingest and see. So like, we all get to see in a public discourse like this, we get to see somebody said something, somebody else has an opinion, somebody else has these facts and opinion, but we get to ingest the idea of these are real people believing these real things, but on a bigger scale. This is an argument that's happening in government institutions all around the world. This has to be addressed, and it cannot be swept under the rug. So the only real problem I had with it was the idea of erasing the whole thing. No, we need that. We need to actually be able to go look back and see, well, and to be general, the first message does have one point correct that actually, like, people, I'm not getting into that. It's a controversial issue. I'm not getting into it here because there is a point that is absolutely dead set correct. It's 100% factual, but it was said in a very terse and a very demeaning tone, extremely rude to people who would believe a certain set of things. So somebody else came back with saying how, somebody is wrong with that. Somebody was upset by that, but they did a very smart move because they couldn't remove their own emotions from it. They put information. Information empowers all of us. They had the information they had. And then the topic was supposed to be dropped, and then it was brought up again, but someone said to get rid of it. That's where I think it took the worst turn. And I'll address it better when I finally figure out how to type it. But the only reason I believe that's where it took the worst turn of all of it is because we cannot learn from the past if we erase it. We cannot learn other people's viewpoints if we ignore it. We cannot learn how to negotiate or come to an understanding, or at least understand that we're never going to agree, but we have to come to some compromise for the good of everyone involved. Like, there's no way to do that if we decide to entrench ourselves in what we already know, instead of accepting that there might be a truth in all of the grains of what you view as misdirection, misleading, opinionated, and false and falsified information. There might be a grain of truth you missed that would let you understand and finally come to terms with the idea that somebody doesn't agree with what you agree with. Now, a lot of people on this channel know that there are some topics that, I've been very much entrenched in. It's not scary for me to say, I have a very strong opinion on things like the worldwide pandemic, COVID. Why? I don't get to use part of my right lung over it. And I have zero pre-existing conditions to the damn thing. And I'm the only person in my current family circle, in my ex's family circle, in people that I knew and people, anyone that could run, that would get disappointed over running a 9-minute mile. Like when their exercises when they're like looking, damn, I only did that mile in a minute. I was the only person like my resting heart rate's going into 30s when I sleep. When I'm exercising, if it gets over 130, I'm getting worried. And then I have like, I'm physically fit. I have like nothing going wrong. And then it tears me up. I'm half black, half white. So a genetic link is kind of confusing for me. And so, of course, I got a very strong opinion about a lot of things to do with that subject. But I've always encouraged people, do your research. And if anyone's been with this channel long enough, which a lot of people have flashed their shields, including Ruby, I'll play that in a second. It's just gonna say that welcome to the family again. But I see the message you typed. I'll read. Thank you for stopping on back by Ruby. You saw what angered me most was that there was information being ignored. That was not anything that could be, there was no gray area with it. And so I had to then, so my ex wanted to take my son to Florida, which was being told in July as a hotspot, stay away from it. It's not being contained well, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, go to the beach, it'll be fine. And I said, okay, but something happens, we couldn't come to an agreement on that. So my compromise with her was compromise on someone I could never agree with because her stance on everything would never be mine. She's basically an anti-vaxxer through and through, and I'm not like that. So I'll never agree with her point of view. But I've got to figure out how to work with her point of view because there are many people like her, and also she's the mother to my son. So I said he would quarantine at my house because if he does have it, and he's the most likely, for the information we have at hand, to be asymptomatic, I should self-quarantine for 10 days because that's the best thing we know how to do. How do we know it's the best thing to do? Go look at Taiwan. Between Easter and Halloween of like in 2020, they had what, 17 cases in total, 5 locally spread, because at the very end of 2019, they're like, this looks like SARS. And they took precautions, simple ones that had nothing to do with the vaccine. They use fucking common sense and history to dictate their actions. And because they did that, a population of over 3 million people only had less than 24 cases to deal with in a time period that they, decided to not go through draconian measures. They got to really live normal lives because they took simple measures. So when I say that, you can all of a sudden see how I can understand the idea of some people seeing drastic measures. And I can also see the validity of simple measures. And I can see how they coalesce, like how they collide and they come together and merge as one. My ex is still not willing for the bigger measures, but she was willing for a measure of a compromise. We won't agree on the subject, but we both know that if this does spread like it's supposed to back July 2020, if it does, Rowan's gonna be the most likely to spread it. So if you have to go to school meetings still, he has to be at my house for 2 weeks. That's it. And if he gets sick, he's just getting me sick. That's it. So if you want to take him to Florida, I'll let him go. I'll let him go with the understanding that we're not going to put more people in harm's way than necessary on the off chance that he's asymptomatic and comes back with it. What happened? My son was asymptomatic and came back with it. And I got COVID for the first time. I went 2 months. Apparently, my doctor's best theory is I got it a second time, which is what landed me in the hospital in September on death's doorstep, basically saying like, this stuff works within 24 hours. It started working more like 48 hours. Or you go get on a ventilator because you're gonna fucking die. You're fucked up, and you'll be lucky if you regain half of the function of your lung. Like he's like telling me like you're fucked. Now we have even more information because knowledge is ongoing and it snowballs. But I don't agree with somebody, but I saw from their viewpoint and I saw how we could meet in the middle ground. That is what this world is desperately in need of. And I'm not trying to make myself sound like I'm some saint and the only one that can do it. Every single person listening to this can do it too. It's just uncomfortable and hard to do. It's uncomfortable to drop your defense and pretend that you don't believe what you 100% wholeheartedly believe and can back up with facts. It's hard to drop your defense when your family and friends are at stake. It's hard to drop your defense when your child is put in the crossfire of things. When my son, and when I'm talking about my son, you hear me get fired up all the time. When my son's put in the middle of it, you're probably gonna piss me off. The worst thing I could ever do pissed off is not learn how to get my son out of the crosshairs because I got so pissed off that I stopped listening to the other side of things. I will not save him if I do not understand what the threat even is. Period. End of discussion. And if you think the threat is just because of knowledge, you're dead wrong. The threat is how people interpret that knowledge and then plug it into their day-to-day life. So if I don't learn what they learn on top of what I learn and then see it from their side and put my anger, even if I have my anger, go off and see how I can then try to live and go about my life in a way I believe is the right way to live, knowing that they aren't going to change, I need to be the change I want to see in the world then. I got to do it. Like if I want to see change, if you expect to see change in the world, you better be the first to start the change. Don't sit there and say, I want to see things change and then just lean back and expect it to happen. You don't have it. You don't get to just do that. That's not how this world works. The way that this world works now with technology, it feels like it, but no, somebody else out there got offended by it and then put facts out there of what they believed. And if they were angry, they put why they were angry out there. Of what I'm referring to, there was 3 people who did things, I believe, in a very good way, actually. It was a set order of events that happened. One thing that happened, someone responding to it, somebody who couldn't put their anger aside and responded to that. I think it was a wonderful display of what exactly needs to be seen on the floor of our Congress in the US. Exactly what needs to be seen on television sets when topics are discussed. Exactly what needs to be seen. We need to see all sides, understand all sides, and even if you don't agree with the other side, understand it enough to say, well, where do we agree? Because you know what the easiest, I always joke around about this. The way that I get my way the most with about my child is to make my ex think that she thought of the idea first. And then she's more willing to bend to it because I know her. Yeah. I know my ex, so I just go for what I know she'll agree to. And then after we find common ground, then I know that I've lowered her defense enough to negotiate, otherwise known as a debate. I know that we've come to an understanding on something. We at the very least, we can all agree that we're human beings, right? We're all human, and one life equals one life. So let's just start with that if we can agree with nothing else. So that's reason for me. That's reason. If you are a human being and you agree one life equals one life, then we have a common understanding. Let's start talking. We already have common ground. If we can't accept that we'll get angry over things, face our anger, which is usually stemmed off of a fear of what happens if we cannot stop the thing we don't agree with. Many times anger is born out of fear. Civil rights, yeah. Anger that was born out of fear. The fear of people that will be downtrodden for so long that they're angry. The fear of those that don't know another culture, so they're angry that the culture gets near them. I don't know. Fear that fear of what the ramification of their politics, so they get angry over it. It can many times lead to the other. If we can't get past that, we'd never have a true discussion. And at the end of the day, it's not necessarily leaving the room being the one that's right. Many times at the end of the day, it's leaving the room being the one that realized that the other person actually said something that made sense in everything else that you disagree with. That they said something that you now put into your knowledge bank and you go, I believe what I believed before +1. You're nice, Stephen Jordan. And hello, I don't know if I said hi properly. Does that make sense? That's at the end of the day, for every civil rights, for every every movement like LGBT, for every movement that's like that, for politics that are divisive, for all of these things, when saying Night Stephen J weirds me out because my name's Stephen Jackson. Saying Stephen J, I'm like, oh, okay. I'm not going to bed quite yet. When it comes to all of these things, whenever you find yourself angry at someone's opinion, and you can actually at least understand that their opinion must be born out of something, and that they are not just completely ignorant to all facts, that should be your first step right there to see where's the diverging point. Where does it diverge where I believe what I believe and they believe what they believe? Because if you have similar facts, there's got to be something else in there. And I can tell you right now, over the thing that I want to address, I can see where everyone's diverging point is. I can see where it is. I know it's not like I have to be a mind reader. I just see where it is. One person in that conversation actually said where their anger came from. So it would be more akin to like my anger of my ex doing what she was doing. My anger of like, she wouldn't be responsible. So I had to step up. But it was me knowing my ex wouldn't be responsible and knowing that I could shove information down her throat all day. She's going to continue to make me angry, but I need to understand what she's going to do and how she's going to act based on the information she has and what she believes. And then I need to understand where it diverges so I know. So how do I then save my child? How do I then save myself? How do I protect the most people knowing that there are people that disagree with me? How do I find a middle ground? And I found it in that one. I found it then. I've had to find it in many times. And this is just another example. You got to find it again. After every single comment, if you disagree with somebody and you disagree so much, my truthful opinion, you have no right to disagree unless you can also explain their viewpoint. That is what it boils down to for me. Sit there and argue their viewpoint until they say, yep, you got it correct. That's what I believe. That's how I feel. Once you can do that, go ahead with what you believe then. Because what you've done is shown them that you listened, you processed it, you understood that it was different from your own, but then you took it a step further and said, you know what, for a second, I'm going to put aside my beliefs. I'm going to see how they came to theirs. And then I'm going to actually act like I'm a teacher to their own beliefs. So I want to like say it back to you really quickly. Let me give you the summary of what I think you just said and what you actually believe. Let me put it in my own words. And you tell me if I get it wrong. And then if you put it in their own words, now that's your common ground. You just made it. You just made common ground. That is literally the diverging point for every single, basically every war on Earth, basically every war, every big conflict, everything that you've had to fight for rights for. There it is, right there. You couldn't explain the other side. You couldn't explain the other person's life, viewpoint, way of thinking. You couldn't do it. So all you could do is entrench more in your own viewpoints. If you want to be able to join the public discourse, and I hate to see this in government so much and in a lot of things and in families, be able to explain their side, their view, why they come to that conclusion. Internalize that as being factual. It is fact. Close your eyes all you want. There is a world that lives outside yourself in your dreams. Does not matter if you try to close your eyes to them, because guess what? If they believe it, I guarantee there's probably another million people that believe it too, at minimum. We have an Earth of over 7 billion people. There's going to be a few other people that kind of have that train of thought. At minimum, what you can do is just be like, when people say, so let me get this straight, but not be facetious about this. Let me get this straight. Your beliefs are A, B, and C because of the information of X, Y, and Z. So, and because of X, Y, and Z, and let me make sure your information of X, Y, and Z is exactly X, subsection like 1, Y, subsection 1, Z, subsection 1, 2, and 3. Let me make sure, because of that knowledge you have decided A, B, and C is how you're going about that. Am I correct in that? Is that why you said what you said? Is that why you said this point, that point? Because this point, I can understand if this is your knowledge and this is how you interpret it, of like A, B, C, how I live my life. Then is this why then you said that thing you said? because that's okay. Okay, so that's why you believe it? Cool. Common ground. There it is. Now you have a platform to start having a discourse. Now you have a platform to start having an actual debate where people actually change their minds, where people think that, oh, I didn't know that. Like, you know, in that conversation, for all you know, the other person comes up and says, actually, you know what? You did mention most of what I know about X, but actually, in some of what you mentioned with X, there's this other thing that I know about it, and I didn't mention that before. And that's when you all of a sudden can have that realization of, oh, okay. So I didn't actually, I read it wrong. I heard it wrong. No. X actually means this to you. That's the information you have. Oh, so when you made the A points, it was because X actually had a second part to it that you didn't mention, right? Like that X information that you gave me. Oh, that wasn't all the information. So there's more to it. Oh, okay. So this is where it is. Okay, well, I still do believe what I believe, but this is why I believe it. And while your point of X, Y, and Z is this, that thing you just said about X, I didn't know that before. But what I believe about that point, you see all of a sudden, like, it just turns into a conversation? That just turns into a conversation. You can keep it not volatile and keep it, like, on a path. You can be pissed as hell still about the whole thing. You can be angry that the conversation even has to exist. But once you get to that point, you can both leave believing the exact same thing you came into the conversation for, but at least now you know what you're up against when you have to do this. Like, now you know what you're up against. I don't fault anybody for wanting to protect themselves and other people. I don't fault anybody for believing that people are being disenfranchised in different ways. I don't fault anyone for all of those things when they have reasons to back it up with. The only way I fault people are for two things. One, refusing to try to kind of understand the other side, even if they 100% wholeheartedly disagree with it, because then they're just stuck. They've decided that can get you stuck real fast. That is basically deciding, I won't learn, but the other way. You've decided that you will learn you'll take the course of information that you have. You will learn more about this, but you'll never dive into their side. You'll never learn more about their side. You're just going to cause a bigger rift. And over time, you're going to get just more arguments because there'll be no middle ground. You're just going to diverge more and more and more and more and more until there's the only thing that can be is an argument, because you're basically speaking two different languages. So that's one thing I do fault people for like not taking in that information and then trying to see where their information diverges from there and then how their interpretation diverges from yours. And then internalizing that as, well, I'm going to be up against this again sometime. So I need to know what to say to this. I need to know how to respond to this, because I truly believe what I believe, but I've got to be able to respond to this issue. The second one is just trying to sweep it under the rug and get rid of it. You got to know what you're up against. You got to know what you're up against. If you don't agree with something, you got to know what you're up against. I would liken that to the idea of expecting someone to hit a home run, but they're not allowed to see the pitcher or the ball. Like, yeah, teach them how to swing and, like, you know, take them to the cages, pitch 1,000 baseballs to them, make them the best hitter ever. Now they're not allowed to see the pitcher or the ball. Tell them to hit a home run. You just removed information. It doesn't matter how good they are or how knowledgeable or whatever. You took away important information. Like, you can't just take it away. You handicap them simply by taking it away. You know why that analogy works? The pitcher doesn't want you hitting that damn ball. They don't want you to be the best batter. They are, by the rules of the game, against you. But you're now going to give them the advantage because they can see you, they can see how you swing, but you can't see them, you can't see how they pitch? No, you don't do that. By erasing the past and erasing past conversations and how people came to their conclusions that they came to, you erase the opportunity. And get this, really is called an opportunity. The opportunity to learn something you would not have learned before. The opportunity. It is an opportunity that is not afforded many people. Many people never get the opportunity to have that kind of conversation where someone will put forward more information, where people will actually change their mind, their opinion, where they'll actually stay angry and pissed off, but then sit there and go, I have to know this. But even worse than that is just getting rid of the information. You can't do that. And that's why I know I have to address something, because that's how it kind of got left off. And I don't want somebody else thrown under the bus and saying that they have to be the bad guy. Like, that's not fair. If someone's gonna have to be the bad guy, I'll be it. But you know what? In being the bad guy, I'm gonna have to look and say, you know what? They're right in a way. This other person's right in a way, and this other person's right in a way. That's not the point. The point is that if we're gonna truly call ourselves a community, if I'm gonna say welcome to the family, we're gonna have to realize that families disagree about shit all the time. We still gotta talk it out. You know what? My son and I don't believe all the same things either. I'm not going to kick my son out of my house if he all of a sudden doesn't believe in something that I've taken as a core value my whole entire life. He is still my son, my family. And I know that word gets dragged through the mud all the time because of dickhead parents who do not treat their children well, or families who are just disjointed and torn apart because they refuse to just talk or agree to disagree. But at the end of the day, you know what? If you really want to call them family and throw that term around, you should at least be able to say they believe. You should be able to stick up for them, not believing a single goddamn word they say because you know their opinion that fucking well. Basically being a lawyer for your family. You should be able to say, hey, you said that about my mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, my cousin. You said that? You said that about them just because of what they believe. You know what they believe? They actually believe this, that, and the other because of this information. They actually got to that for reasons. And you just want to just chalk it up for this whatever. And then someone can ask you, well, you believe what they believe? And you can go, hell no, but they're my family. Like, you need to be able to defend each other, stick up for one another, and realize that no one's going to be 100% right, and no one's going to be 100% wrong. There's always going to be a gray area, and until you start finding common ground, you will always argue, fight, get angry, be torn asunder. You have no right to call each other family, even friends at that point, because you're not putting in the effort to just go, hey, why does your opinion disagree with, why is it different than mine? That would be like being like, hey, Rowan, just go do it because I said so, and I'm never going to tell you how I came to my opinion on why I'm being your dad the way I'm being your dad. I'm just going to say it because I'm right, you're wrong, I'm bigger, you're smaller. Go fucking do what I said, and I will never explain myself to you, but I'm going to pretend I'm still your parent and raising you, but I'm just going to feed this shit down your throat blindly and never cite why I did it ever, ever, ever. You know, like his mom already does. He already has one of those fucking parents in his life. I don't need to be another. I tell Rowan exactly why I punish him or exactly why I get onto him. And then I tell him exactly why I would ever get onto him in that way. And I will apologize. And I'll be the first fucking one to apologize when I'm like, I got it wrong. Your dad got it wrong. In fact, the last time I texted my ex about something, when I made a promise that I couldn't keep because I didn't realize something was going to happen. The last promise I made, my ex told me, like, you know, I wasn't able to get him after school one day. Okay? I said I would be able to get him. He was excited about not having to go after school. It's on one of her days. She wanted to go to a Braves game. She wanted to do something frivolous, so she didn't want to be a mom anymore because it's a Braves game. And, you know, being a mom is work. So she was, you know, catered her whole life around the idea that, you know, she gets to go in, enjoy herself, and just drop being a mom whenever it's convenient. And in a parking lot, when I didn't have my calendar in front of me, like, he and her both like looked at me after a ball game and just said, hey, like, so he doesn't have to be after school. And Rowan's like, I don't have to be after school. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess no, I'll be home. Like you can, I can pick you up, I guess, or you can be, let's say, you can be car. And my ex just went, you know what? I'll have enough time. The game didn't start until fucking 5 o'clock. She could have done something about this situation. I got home and I looked at my calendar. I realized my doctor appointment, my x-rays and all that for my jacked up neck. I had just made that appointment. Like, I was just scheduled for that. As soon as I got home, I told her, like, hey, as soon as I got home, I was like, I'm so sorry. Hey, put on, you know, I have a doctor appointment. I said, literally, actually, this is what I said. Shit, no, he can't be a car rider. I knew I forgot something. I have a 2 p.m. doc appointment, and I'll be going over x-rays, tests, things that I'm suffering through. I said it more detailed than that, but I'm not getting away. I said, there's no chance anyone being around for that. So, like, for him till 3:30. Earliest. Like that. So, like, since you have to be picked up by 2:30, that means he's going to have to be an after-school program. And so, I said, I can call the doctor. I think the reception is actually open till 8 o'clock, but not the actual whole office. Just one line is open. So she texts back, so ... So then he has to be in after-school program. And I said, I called the doctor. They didn't pick up. It was right at 8, so, you know. And I said, no one picked up at reception. Yes, ASP, after-school program. He hates after-school program. He's so excited to be able to come to my house after school. And I said, and I only had them scheduled that appointment today because someone else canceled. You know, and so it was written on my wall calendar only. And guess what? That was this past Monday. This past Monday, this is when this happened. After his ball game, and then I came home and realized Tuesday morning, I had my appointment with the chiropractor and everything. So I was like, it was only written on my wall calendar. And so she said, well, now he's crying. My response to that. First, I said, I'm sorry. I didn't specify what I was sorry for. Because wait till it. Tell him to call if he wants to be mad at, tell him to call if he wants to be mad at me. But I wasn't expecting that question then. I made an appointment while the repair guy, the dishwasher repair. Yeah, dishwasher repair guy? Which repair? I think dishwasher. Oh, no. My shower repair guy. While the shower repair guy was here all of an hour before the baseball game. Like, I had a repair guy here. I was on the phone trying to get that doctor appointment. I did all of this together. I didn't put it in my phone yet. So I was like, I told her, have him talk to me if he needs to be mad at me because I can't keep my word. I can't keep my promise. But when she says, well, now he's crying, she's always said after that, it's your fault. Like, she wants me to feel bad. The second thing I said, but I shouldn't need an excuse. I scrambled with a question I wasn't expecting from your frivolous baseball game. Either have him call or talk to him. I'm not about to feel guilt over a doctor appointment I need and being put on the spot by someone who wants to go to a fucking baseball game instead of being a mom. Have him call me. I'll be the one that lied to him. Have him call me or talk to him. That simple. You know what my son said when he showed up? Mommy, I didn't know that I could call, and Mommy never talked to me. She just said that I had to be here. So my son, I picked him up from after school that day, after the chiropractor, where I got stuck there forever. I picked him up at 5 years in tears. The person at the front desk said that, like, and his gaiter that he wears to school that has whatever, it was soaked in tears. And he was like, Mommy said that you would be here by 3:30. I said, no. I told Mommy the earliest that could even be a possibility, knowing doctor's appointments and distance, was 3:30. And that was early as possible. I told her to either talk to you or me talk to you. And he's like, she didn't talk to me. I said, well, I told her that you could talk to me. And he said, I didn't know that. And so I apologized to my son. And I said, you know what? That's my bad then. I should have at least tried to text your iPad, call your iPad, FaceTime you. Because it is me that promised that. And I couldn't keep it. I promised to you. I'm sorry I made you upset. I thought, you know, Mommy could talk to you about why, but I tried to correct it as fast as possible. I called immediately, and it was for my own well-being. Like, it's hard to be your dad and be a good dad if I'm sitting there not being able to move around much because I can't, my shoulder's dislocated. I can't throw a ball with you, and I can't stand up without being in pain. And that I'm sick now constantly and all this other stuff. I'm like, I have to go to the doctor, and it was important. And I said, to be honest, I'm not going to talk badly about your mom. But if you don't I said, if you want to be angry at me that I had to be here so late and you didn't know I was going to be here so late because you thought I was going to be here a lot earlier, I understand. But when it comes down to it, little boy, I can't be a good dad to you if I'm sick on my back in pain. And your mom had all the information she needed to be able to give this off to you. And I apologize for her that didn't happen. I'll make sure to emphasize to her next time. And then I got in my one little shot because I was really angry that he had cried the whole time. And I said, though, the Braves game did start at 5 p.m., so I guess you could have waited a few extra. Because he started saying, like, you know, like, why couldn't you have gotten me earlier? Why couldn't someone have been here? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, you know, I needed to be at the doctor, but Mommy didn't have to be at the Braves game, so I said, I guess, you know, it didn't start technically, and it's right around the 15 minutes away, so I guess technically it could have turned out different, but then I immediately said, but I'll talk to her. I don't agree with what she does. I don't agree with a lot of her viewpoints. I don't agree with how she treats her child. I don't agree with a lot of things. You know what? She doesn't agree with me either. She thinks I am a bad dad. My ex truly believes, well, let me reword that. My ex has actually said on many occasions that she believes I'm a good father for him. That I'm the best father that he could have for who he is. In a general sense, she thinks I'm a bad dad. She just thinks I'm a good dad to Rowan. But for any other child, I'd probably be a bad dad. That's what she believes. In all of that, I made sure to let her know, either talk to your son, or I'll be the bad guy that has to, not bad guy, I didn't even say bad guy. I said, I'll let him be mad at me. Dad lied to him. I guess technically that is a lie. There's something that I cannot keep my promise, so I lied. You explain it to him, or have him call me. She didn't do either. I have taken a lot of time to get to know my ex and how she works differently than me to try for the betterment of my son. My ex has not done the same for me, and my son has suffered. If we blow that into bigger scale of issues that affect our whole entire world, if we treat our healthcare, our economy, our infrastructures, our governments and everything almost like it's our brainchild, where we are here to protect the law, the institutions, to try to make them better, a promise of a better tomorrow. If we treat it like that, Mommy and Daddy don't have to necessarily get along, but somebody's got to try. Somebody's got to try to understand the other side so they can start learning how to at least make it better. Because at the end of the day, the person who loses, if I just stick to my guns and she sticks to hers, is my son, not us. Because I'll have my information and she'll have hers. Someone's got to make the first move. And guess what? She's getting closer and closer to the day that Rowan will say to her face, he doesn't love her anymore. Because he says it all the fucking time at my house. I guarantee that'll be the wake-up call she needs. In a bigger scale, we don't need wake-up calls like that. We don't need people dying. We don't need people disenfranchised. We don't need people put down for us to get a wake-up call to just understand each other so we can find how to be best for the general public, for the institutions that we live under, for the healthcare systems that protect us and treat us, and for the laws that make sure that they're enforced so that when we pick up the phone for help, help comes and saves the day. We don't have to agree on everything. We just need to know each other so that we can come to the best conclusion for the brainchild known as society. There you go. Hey, YouTube, you want to keep docking my stream because I decided to derail off of my game to maybe talk about serious subjects while around 100 people actually stayed constantly through the whole thing? Hey, YouTube, a lot of streamers can't get 100 people at a time at their streams on your platform. You want to freeze my platform again? Because I just laid down some straight facts tried to put in perspective for people and tried to relate to them like they're actual fucking human beings and not just a number for your goddamn algorithm? You want to knock my stream again now? Because I fucking tackled some other things? YouTube mods that go ahead and stutter my stream because I say controversial shit? Or do you want the other bigger voices that you never attack, that get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of more people, spread false information and never try to understand the other side, give their opinion and spread more hatred and more false information and more ideas of never coming together? You want to dock my stream again? Because I believe there's at least 100 people here that think that maybe I'm worth listening to, you little fuckers. Change your policies. Fucking hate it when they dock my, like when it stutters because I know I said something. So, all right. Let's see if I can actually beat this one without remembering exactly where I am. Ruby. Hey there, and I know the Holt's to bed, and welcome to the family. Welcome back to the family, Devin. And Ruby was able to flex with her. I gotta hear the sound bit twice.
Why are there so many animals in the jungle?
I gotta hear so many animals in the jungle twice. Can't believe it's been a year. Been MIA for a few months because I'm going through every stuff. Always support this community. Oh, well, that's good to hear. I gotta hear my dumbass quote again.
Why are there so many animals in the jungle?
So, to satiate the YouTube algorithm, maybe I should actually play the video game. Thank you so much, Devin. I appreciate that. Anyone have any questions? Anyone still? Any questions? I should hit ads real fast. I should hit the ad button. All right. I hit the ad button. Let me quickly take my nighttime medicine and try to drink some more water. This will be on the final. Oh, your question is no mac and cheese? No, I still have the mac and cheese. We voted on that. What's my favorite food? Orange chicken currently, or a steak that I cook, or a lot of things that I can't eat because I have to be on liquids. Basically things that, oh, I really like shrimp cooked correctly also, even though I can't taste it all that much. For some reason, I really like the texture and cocktail sauce. I think I like all those things. Thank you, Jeffrey. I appreciate that. I'm going to unpause that in just a second. What kind of steak? Depends on what kind of cut I buy. My ex, when we were still married, there is JJ Alexander's, which is actually had a Michelin star, I believe, because of their steak, known for their steaks. And my ex had a choice between going there or me cooking the steaks at night, and she's like, no, I want your steak. So apparently I'm doing something well enough that if people don't know about how Michelin stars work. There we go. All right, 1 second, taking nighttime medicine, coming back and playing the game that I'm actually talking about. Water. Um. I wonder how many people would have don't need these anymore. Yeah, well, GJD, I was talking a lot. How many people would have subscribed to a channel if they had known that video games would be played, but I would be able to go on rants like that, but my co-hosts were somebody that was a lot like me, but instead of being exactly how I am, they instead were like a living encyclopedia that would all of a sudden be like bringing up full articles and succinctly putting in them and being like, if you want to check more, go down to whatever page of whatever article that was published on whatever date. Like, if someone else that could, like, whatever I'm saying, they're like, oh, you're referencing, like, the study that comes from whatever, or, oh, you're referencing the blah, 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 or, hey, you're referencing that literature, like, that whatever page in 1984, if you have the one edition that, you know, has a whatever cover. Like, oh, I've seen YouTube mods. You guys weren't ever supposed to see them. Subverted channel where the streamer rants all the time but interrupts the regular rants with long periods of video yeah, I don't know. My brother and I kind of wanted to pick apart games but go on rants like that. I think it would have been fun instead of just straight up all the time gaming. I wonder if there's anybody else that did give me navis. I love when he acknowledges the questions before and after mine. What questions did I acknowledge? I did ignore the mac and cheese because Alyssa just said the mac and cheese. I didn't acknowledge that one. I didn't see the other one, to be honest. No. I'm starting to think the only secret we're going to see tonight is if Stiga took his clothes off and started running around. No, if I turn off the lights, you won't see that streak unless I smile. Oh, God. Well, thank you, Jeffrey and Alyssa. I love game history and everything. I love picking apart games. But I love also playing them too for relaxation sometimes.
And when people who deep throat have nightmares, they dream about this.
I gotta change that one. That's at $20. Oh God, I have to. Oh God, Alyssa, I have to listen to my sincere death plunge again. Oh. All right, hold on. I got an idea. Hear me out. I got an idea. Hear me out. What if? Hear me out. What? Oh my God! Oh God!
Just doing a serious subject. There's no way I would laugh.
I can't straight face that completely.
Seems like a good team and it is my favorite sound. Also, because the talk deserves some love and support. Make sure you do get rest eventually or I will torture you with more commas. You know the promise I'll keep. Faccina sorridente.
What if I were to have been like, "Ta-da!" like, by the way, if I look like I'm moving, I'm technically getting rest. Does this count as rest? I'm leaning back into my, like I said, I use my Amazon store card. Hey, they just upped my credit limit because I'm a responsible person by $1,000. So I can actually buy more things for the business that are more expensive. Like, eventually that computer needs another camera. But now my store card actually can afford the camera that I was going to use for that computer. I can afford to actually put it on there and then immediately pay it off with business money, but I can afford to put it on there. For anyone that doesn't know the story about this thing that's making me go up and down a little bit, I use the Amazon store card for business purchases, but then the 5% cash back I either use for a backup if we need something for the business and I have no other money. I ran out of like my monthly budget, what I give to the business, or like when I try to allow a lot to the business and what I have to set aside for taxes and what I blah blah blah, and then gift cards like Jessica Price has helped so much by I have not spent a single gift card she has given me in over a year, and so she's randomly given Amazon gift cards as like my Hail Mary, and they're all just sitting there in case something comes up and everything breaks and I just need it tomorrow from Amazon. But I use the 5% cash back because I don't pay for anything I can't pay for in cash. The only exception I'll make for that is my house when I get a new house. But like if I can't afford a car in cash, I'll save up for it. If I can't afford equipment in cash, I'll save up for it. I won't get anything. The only time I spend stuff on myself is the 5% cash back I get from Amazon. From using their store card. I just cashed in like 200 some of that to buy this chair that's going to be going back, or this massage thing. You see that's like actually moving. Yay, we're gonna count that as relaxing in the idea that I turned it on and that I'm leaning back into it so it can try to keep everything loose, because when I stood up my back cracked horribly twice and shooting pain rang through my entire neck and shoulders, and then it felt like something was trying to crawl out of my ear, which means I probably should really go to the doctor for my ear. That's the aspirin. No, wrong spray. No, I don't want to bend over. Ow, it hurts. Shit. Ow. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, I just meant for, I didn't mean for the ass. Oh. So anyway, I'm going to be returning this thing, but it's at least been helping enough. My back is killing me though. I think I may hang another hour. Hey, you know, in an hour I can actually play a video game. I'm playing one again. Did I go to the other side yet, or did I come here? I'm leaning back. Does that make you feel better, also, Alyssa and everyone else? I'm now officially leaning back. I'm doing the lean back, and instead of sitting straight up and craning my neck, I'm making it do a thing where it's trying to keep me loose and not. And this is almost as good as bed rest, right? The 2 weeks of bed rest I'm supposed to be on, and now it's like cradling my neck in a way where I'm trying to make sure it hits it, so I'm not actually craning my neck too much. A little bit. I should sit it up a little bit more. See, look, I'm being good, right? This counts. If I start hearing Daddy and Poppy, I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. I have not killed the one over here. Hello. Oh, I did get the boxes over here. What all do I have? Man, I have a lot of things. I can just go. You have something to say, but I'm trying to be good? No, go ahead. No one here would twist your words. Hey, Micah, are you here? Mike L is here. Oh, that's one. Yeah, see? You're offending people. Yeah, look, how dare you think? Yeah, Alyssa, just speak your mind. AVIXO, hello, I see you there. Yeah, we wouldn't do that. Twist your words, Alyssa. The only things you want twisted are your pretzels and your body. But we wouldn't twist your words. I tried to say that with a completely straight face. Not realizing it was Alyssa, of course. How am I? I'm hurting a bit. Bed rest means a bed. And if this lasts longer than it should, I'll bring you to bed myself. Okay, I don't think anyone's actually twisting your words in this case. Alyssa, I think they're taking your words exactly as they are. There's a difference between twisting words and that's like misconstruing. That's what twisting words means. We do know that, right? You could have used words like, I don't know. Like, if this lasts longer than it should, then I'll force you to rest myself. That could be less misconstrued. I'll bring you to bed myself. Huh. I wonder how... Fuck the burner. I wonder how anybody would take that. You know what? As a nurse, I can say this in the most sincere way. She comes out with her Halloween outfit of actually being like the stereotypical nurse and not her scrubs. She's just got like on that white V-neck thing going on with the pinched in waist that has the red cross on it, and she's just got a wink on it or whatever. As a nurse. It made me think of the nurse from The Office that they hire. It's like, oh, you turned your life around, the stripper. Do I need this? Nope. God, the burner. Yeah, I know. I noticed I got the burner too. Thank you. Doesn't have to be shoved in my face. I'll take his place so Darkness can play. Mike over there being like, I don't gotta be voluntold for shit. Oh. Yeah, tonight wasn't my night for winning, mostly because I spoke. I would have stopped speaking. Maybe I could have gotten more wins under my belt. Yeah, because this all got derailed the moment I went on. I started actually acknowledging stuff that was going on in chat, speaking, and then got killed at the door, backstabbed at the door. As long as you're not wearing stripes on your nurse outfit, you may be okay. No, I should be in stripes. Who do you take her for? Valid question, though, to ask it like that. I know it was asked in like that tone, but still valid question. All right, let's get rid of that. Let's get this. Oh, no, you're fine. Cameron, welcome to my streams where I need to probably brush up and learn coding again, because I'm pretty sure that I could actually go ahead and do the coding for my website. I could name the stream as being Resident Evil 7 Ethan Must Die, play one round of it, be like, you know what, I'm actually going to try to make the website the way I want it to be made and change all the things I wanted to be changed, like the Discord, the things I said I'd do. Show the code on the screen and everything I'm doing and how I make little apps and widgets, go on rants, and everyone would still stay and have more retention than me playing Immortals Phoenix Rising yesterday. Welcome to this channel where that shit happens. Also, I really do need to get on the coding side of stuff, because I really do eventually want to try out the code that I wrote that will let you guys control my keyboard through YouTube chat. So whatever you type in YouTube chat controls my my gaming PC's keyboard and mouse, if I choose for the mouse, but my keyboard. So you guys can play games or thwart me trying to play games because you can type in things like left, right, up, down. You can make my characters move. You can make me stand, squat, shoot. And we can play with mods on games and everything and all that kind of stuff. And that code I need to test out with a live audience. And I'm sure me writing code is about it. There's like no difference to this audience. Don't worry about it. I could sit here and do literally the job I think I hated doing most over a long period of time, which was being IT and web design and doing all that stuff for the private company that I started and for the school that I went to and for my own stuff. Me and Dreamweaver, we became really good friends. As in, I hated using Dreamweaver. But I could do all of that and then still go on rants. The one I just went on, it'd be the same. And I have gone on rants. Long ones. Hey, Blaz3. Ever seen somebody's name and you know what they're going for and you immediately wanted to say it the other way? Sweet innocent nurses are my favorites. I would never in public. That sounds like you didn't finish that statement, Michael. I'm a sweet and innocent nurse. Get your minds out of the gutter. That Halo. Are we kidding? Yeah. But you'd take me to bed. You'd probably make sure that I kept my back in alignment. You know, held it down. And while you're at it, you can take that halo and put it as a choker around your neck so there's something to grab onto. Right? Never mind. Anyway. Where's the rest of your fire brigade when you need them? Okay. How are we gonna go about this? Hi, present Ian. And hi, future Ian. If I have one less slot, I can make 2 stacks of enhanced ammo. Wow. One less. If I have one less slot. No, no. I got between his legs. Yay, and his name wasn't even Troy Baker. I was thinking of the nurse's outfit again, Alyssa, and also don't worry about it. Don't worry about the thing I was thinking about that made me say a thing. Don't worry about it. That's for me to know and no one to find out about it. Everyone keep it hush. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If it's still going later, I think Alyssa will be on top of me by then. I guess. Okay. Where's his outfits? Will they be stopping by Avix? Loving the energy. my laid back energy of being like, chair, massage me. Don't forget the grundle. Which actually, I call it the grundle button, but this chair actually isn't helping my back like I thought it would. And I don't want to waste 200 on it. I only spend money on me if it is literally money, like cashback rewards from buying stuff from the business. That's pretty pitiful. Which means in the past year of things that I've bought for me and me alone, that I haven't sat, like, even guitar lessons. I'm trying to make an affiliation to help grow the business. And the guitar lessons are to prove that I can play it, so that when they start hawking my channel and be like, how well do you play? How much do you play? It's not just me going over here and playing like the theme song to Endwalker. I need to have like a loop. I need to do a few other things. I've been talking, and there are guys sending me some more stuff because they realize that I actually can. Like, if I actually can play that first beat to Endwalker, I can actually do the solos and everything. And they believe me, and they're like, okay, cool. So we get to send you that stuff. Like, there's even the things I enjoy, I don't truly do for myself. This is for Daddy, because I've been hurting and I've needed this kind of touch. So. But it's not. I need it better. I need it. Did I tell you guys that the one that was trying to get everything warmed up for them to like pop my neck 1,000 ways from Sunday got really offended that I didn't get hurt more? She's like, you're supposed to. You hurt. It's like, nope. I didn't say nope to her face, but that's basically. That's the gist of the conversation. You hurt. Nope. She gives me the side eye. All right, what is gonna be in here? Magnum. Great. That just makes things even more confusing. Okay, but I gotta break all the things before I give up the one pistol I've got. So what am I gonna do about that? The Magnum is better than this shotgun. This shotgun is piss poor and will not stop the shit that's down this hallway. All right, I don't want that either. So let's go down the hallway and see what's there. There are 2 healing items. At least you can say those bruises won't cause me. Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know that story, the person that's won national competitions now that I actually really did offend on accident, put bruises on me, but because it was relaxing to have like a deep tissue massage near where she needed to get at my neck, being afraid of my neck instability coupled with the tension in my neck would mean that the chiropractor would with the Gonsis style, they actually don't use drop tables. And they don't use, I can't remember what I did the shake weight thing again. They use the, basically that jackhammer device on your neck. Because those aren't used as much first, and they use manual adjustments, they were afraid without her doing that, I'd be too tense. And they'd have to go too hard, which actually could damage my neck. You know, in ways like paralyzation. Yeah, the person I pissed off. I really made her upset. I didn't mean to. She put bruises on me. The first time she didn't as much. I came back and I iced my back. The second time, oh yeah, she put bruises on me. And she put nail marks in my shoulders. And she nicked my neck in a little bit and her nails were all clipped. And it still happened. Hey, Kyre. Burner fuel. Come on. Okay, there's a bajillion things here now. I gotta negotiate my way through this. The Magnum, I need more than the shotgun. The shotgun I can get away with not using right now. The grenade launcher I'm going to use for the infected coming up. The Albert I have normal ammo for. I've opened up everything. I don't need that. So what I'm going to do is I've got extra heals over there, but I don't have an open space. There and there. The end of the hallway is a trap. Take the stabilizer first before I forget. Just in case I run out of space. There is a pew pew over there. So I've got two spot weapons. I've got 2 things that I'd like to use up. I think I'm going to go the route of using the grenade launcher to slow the fuckers at the end of the hallway down. And use the shotgun to slow these guys down. Get the Magnum, get the pew pew. And I can heal anytime in between that because of picking up items. So the worst that can happen... So, like, right now, I come out of this fight as long... Okay, yeah, the worst that could happen is coming out of this fight, hopefully dropping the shotgun and having enough health to be able to not use one of my big health kits. We'll see how that works. All right. And then I have to get flamethrower fuel. So, give up those 2 things, top off the flamethrower, I can throw away the rest of the fuel after I top it off and then pick up the other one. So I'm not gonna top it off yet because I'm thinking if the trick with the damn four-legged molded doesn't work, I can use the flamethrower out the door. So who would that be? Their name is the Fire Brigade, and they made a t-shirt. That's who it would be. No! He stun locked me! I couldn't hit it! He stun locked me! That little bitch bastard! Wow! That shotgun sucks so bad! How in the world does a double barrel and that shotgun vastly differ in power when you're that close? Exiting velocity is not going to be all that different. Your accuracy would be like, it's about like you use a longer barrel to be able to sight the bead when you have to lead a target, or for accuracy of something like a rifled slug or a rifled long barrel. Like, there's reasons for that, but close up like that, if it's the same shot through the same two different barrels, one's 20 inch, one's 28 inch, the difference from exit velocity is so negligible. You're doing the same fucking damage. Why does that shotgun suck so much? It sucks both of my nuts simultaneously. I need to always remember, I've actually messed up runs before where I believed in that shotgun. Like I put my belief in it. That's where my belief gets me. I lost the high ground. This doesn't count as bed rest? This thing is making my neck feel a bit better because it's like pushing against the part that hurts the most because I have no curve in my neck. Remember how my neck is, Alyssa? This thing's pushing against the thing, especially when I lean against the one part, and it causes immense pain when it hits one part, but I was told that that immense pain is to be expected. Isn't that good? It causes immense pain. It's good, right? I realize which shotgun is better. The physics don't check out. The in-game items I know have to scale, so one shotgun is harder to get than the other and it has to be better. But speaking of just how shotguns work, that's not how they work. Are you kidding? Uh-oh. Yay! So if that other four-legged freak catches up to me, he'll step on that plate. And if I forget that plate there exists, then I'll die to it. So it's a win-win. Oh, you don't know it yet all the way, Alyssa. On Monday, I'm going to ask for the x-rays. I'm actually going to show that what I did to that in Photoshop. Do we need to bring Photoshop back up? Because I've got that screen still up. What I did in Photoshop was no exaggeration. And I'm gonna show everyone that. If anything, I underplayed it. Because I went back and thought, and I was like, I don't know. What? Are you kidding? You gotta drop a pun before you call it a night? Isn't he punny? Isn't he wonderful? That was a JRBC. How many students would it take for you to nope on out? Oh, jeez. Jeffrey, fixate on someone in the crowd and talk to them instead of public speak. I mean, I have to pretend this camera is one person, or I kind of lose my shit, especially when I first started YouTube. It was really, really hard, the idea that, you know, remember that stream that it was like Resident Evil 2 and like, how many did we get? 1,200, 1,400 people with subscriptions shown, which on my end shows as being closer to 2,000 or 3,000 people here at a time. Like, so that number, I think they recently might have started updating it, but still, like, when you see 100 for what is usually double it. That's how many people are actually watching. You just can't see hidden subscriptions for some reason. I don't know why that's still a thing. So if someone has their subscriptions hidden, you can't see that your live stream, and I don't think that was ever fixed. So even at times like that, like I fixate on like, especially like one person, maybe that's at the stream. Oh my God, I came a little. All right, let's do this. And get rid of the glasses. But it's 2 weapons that I want. I really, really wanted one with Zig. What should I do? Is there another thing over here? Okay, I'm gonna actually have to take the long walk of shame. Hold on. Walk of shame incoming. No, I'm talking about public speaking in general. But it could apply to you. Physics don't work on my neck either. No, actually, physics do work. The constant pull of gravity over my life and deciding to crane my neck forward too often to look at things resulted in bad. It resulted in a bad. And usually we want to go for a good. But it was not a good. It was indeed a bad. Shit, I can't even keep this health with me. Oh, I'll use that health if something happens. How about... Alright, I know what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna get the Albert. I'm gonna get the By the way, would some of you show up to Final Fantasy 14 stream soon? I've got an NDA about I could have demoed some of Endwalker, but I didn't have enough traction on my channel, so they wouldn't give me the demo. I could have already been playing as the new the 2 new classes that are coming out and put videos up, but no one came to enough to the live streams of me playing anything with Final Fantasy 14. So I could have had exclusive content on my channel, but then they looked at my stats for how many people showed up for those streams, and they said no. So I lost out on a really big opportunity because I actually checked up on things. And I would have been really excited because other people had just posted their videos, and I would have actually beaten them to it because I was offered first. Because a lot of people who push content like that don't have people at least give it the time of day, and they don't chart like I do. I have higher retention times, but then they took it away. They took away my opportunity. It was I got legitimately like almost a tear sad because I was like, I really actually wanted this to work out, and they're just like, nope. We actually saw what, like, and then they're like, can we get stats for your actual whatevers? And I was like, well, there that goes. I got really sad. I probably haven't been that sad over a video game in a while. Mostly because, one, it would have helped the channel to have exclusive content that maybe 4 or 5 other people I've seen on YouTube got access to, and I was offered it. And second, would have helped give the channel being more all around, so I wouldn't get locked into only Resident Evil pinging everybody. And then above and beyond all of that was just like, well, it's like I think it's cool. But they actually checked up on me before they gave it to me. Basically, they saw there wasn't a constant 100 people there the entire stream, and they said no. Because I don't make as many static videos over all that stuff, so that's what they cared about. I got super sad. I went super sad in 4. It's like super sad in 3, but like sadder. That is a Dragon Ball Z joke. Don't at me. I have Metroid Dread ready to play with you guys. Actually, it's installed. It's right behind me on the Switch and ready to play with you guys. To start up. I was gonna make it into live static videos. I was gonna play it and make it and break, and then at the right before the 3-hour mark in the stream and start a new one, so that I could actually cut out the parts where I like let alerts go and everything like that. So I was gonna just make giant videos of that and play it live, because Metroid Fusion, I don't think there's much to spoil for me unless people are really trying to be jerks that day. I had to start it up to notice what was going on. I already caught like the box art having, I mean, go look at the box art really quickly, and for Metroid Dread, look at the special edition box art. It gives away a lot. And then before I like cut it off, I was like, I think I even know who's talking to her, and I think I even know what this thing is, and then I cut it off. And I haven't done anything else, so I'll let you guys know. But like, I want to play Metroid Dread so badly. And it's the official Metroid 5. It actually comes after Fusion, which they make sure that you know by giving you an exposition dump from hell. What the actual fuck? Why did you give me this weapon back? I did not want this. I played Fusion on the channel. Fusion actually really matters to Dread. But they sum it up at the very beginning with their exposition dump that I saw right before I was like, okay, and the game loads. Like, in their exposition dump, they summed up enough of Fusion. Good night, Michael. Is that Michael peacing out? Oh, no, that's Mike Graham peacing out. Good night, Mike Graham. Mike G. Nothing but a G thing. So this doesn't count as a bed. This doesn't... Alyssa, you wouldn't count this as a bed rest. Why? This is better than the pillow I have in my bed. The pillow on my bed is awful. And my mattress isn't necessarily the best, but it could be better, but it's not the worst. Why isn't this bed rest? It's actually trying to keep me less tense because I keep accidentally, like, really quickly tightening up because it's twinging in pain now. So where they're adjusting everything in my neck, and where they're, you know, I have to fold leg over and everything, and they're cracking my spine, and then they're putting that thing that pulverizes my neck back into place, and then I have to lay on the traction table with my neck, like, with the base on it, letting gravity take over for a time period at a time. And then all the, like, this, you don't think this is good? Like, my bed doesn't massage me. This thing doesn't massage the best, but at least I'm not as tense. This doesn't count. Second anniversary, so I gotta get some rest. Hey there, John King. I didn't really realize, I didn't see you here. It's been a hot second. Have a second anniversary, so I gotta get some rest. Be rested for your second anniversary. That's the goal, Michael. Good night, John. Thank you for being here. I didn't let that thing finish pew-pewing before I ran in here. Mistakes have been made. Okay. Fuck. Give me something to mix it with. Fuck, they did. Shit. God. This is giving me such a moral dilemma. I'm being like Christians. Gotta hit that pew pew pew. I need to drop something, but everything's useful. But something has to not be useful for a minute. That is really useful for downstairs for alerting the assholes. It's this has got to go, isn't it? Shit. Was the mac and cheese found? No. It would be very unlikely for mac and cheese to be found easily. It's only a $1 interval, and I've got my decimals back, so it's not just like from one solid dollar place to another solid dollar place. But it is not the original amount I put it as. So with that said, it is actually easier to find than the dollar amount I know that has not ever been donated for the like forever. Wait, what? Oh, there's another thing. Okay, wait, I gotta make my not my jizz. Don't say that word. Why did I start saying that word? I don't have to make my jizz. I have to make my... Why would I do that? I was trying to think of blood bags and I thought of jizz instead. Crap. And I'm not into scat, so I shouldn't say crap either. All right, now I go and I get the shotgun shells. Boom. And then I run back on over and I get the final piece. Wait, shit. All right, nope. Forget that. Forget you and forget the shit too. Sorry, my voice is... Blood doesn't flow through much of my body that needs to flow through. Don't be alarmed, ladies. It still flows there. The mornings really make sure to let me know of that one. But a certain place that I have blood not flowing correctly might or might not be my bacular region. My Scott Bakula region. One place blood is flowing completely correctly is through my right ear, which is still bleeding actively, and I should probably take care of. Alyssa Cridges in 5, 4. Wait, the little A already got there. I made a Scott Bakula joke, and I don't know how many people here have watched Quantum Leap. Also, tomorrow's stream is going to start supremely early, so that I can stop earlier, possibly, if need be, and or just torture my back even longer and do a 12-hour stream, which, that's 12 hours not in a bed. So, by the way, also, I did not sleep in bed last night. I slept on my couch, but that's because I hurt so bad to move after I stopped sitting down that I got my lumbar pillow. I put it under my neck so my neck could curve back. Just the act of doing that felt so much better that I fell asleep. Like one leg off the couch. I fell asleep in that like generic dad pose, like where you assume that my robe has to be half open and I'm accidentally flashing everybody. I fell asleep in that pose. That was last night. Shit. Are you kidding? I have to think of something else to drop and there's nothing good to drop. All right. Okay. Is there an actual... Okay, there is actually a first aid here. Okay, so if I drop... Shit. If I drop the strong first aid, which sounds usually dumb, I can actually... I got 2 spaces coming up because of this. Drop this strong first aid, heal myself up afterwards. I can take 1 hit, but I got to pulverize them with this. There are 2 herbs I can eat. There's steroids, so I can take the steroids. So yeah, okay. This is getting used up now. There's another handgun over there. I can take the steroids afterwards to heal myself up. I have another med kit over there. I died here. What is this gonna give me? God, don't tickle my balls and then call me Sally. Like, what the hell? That confuses me. I know that metaphor might have been confusing for people. Don't think about it too hard. Okay. Hey, Alex. No. Come back over. Come on, chameleon. Come over! Fuck you, dude. Why? Why do you do what you do? Alright, so those herbs and the other thing will be if I get jumped. Take the steroids, full health, right? Cool. So, steroids, full health. And then the piddly weapon to pop some shit. So I go pop pop. Alright, and then I do the risky move, again, of running for dear life away from these things and getting under this wire, which they trip about here. Oh. Well, it worked as planned. Hey, look, a plan of mine worked out. I love it when a plan comes together. I didn't expect to come to that plan's conclusion. Those words. They're words, aren't they? If I don't have a strong first aid, okay, I'll take an herb with me. Because honestly, at this point, either I'm going to get more gunpowder, or I'm going to make a strong first aid. Actually, this thing squeezing down on the back of my neck is actually starting to make my right eye hurt, but it feels better at the same time. That makes sense? Does it make sense that my ocular nerve is being affected because of my back problems? Okay. Oh. Yay, scrub lords came at me. I'm ripped. Okay. Now all I need to do is just play perfectly from here and not screw up. And this is actually the easiest part for me. That sounds like foreshadowing. Don't hear me out. Oh shit. Hear me out. Yeah. I don't like the idea of a combat reload being like that. There's specific reasons that you'd ever do that, but then again, it's not like he has index mags that in special places that like have a 1-2 and like have a what do they call it? I know we used to take our mags and just you use duct tape or string and everything tied together, whatever, have a hook. What do they call them? Ranger hook? I can't remember what they call them. Whatever, being able to index the thing before like companies try to monopolize on the same thing that you could just do with duct tape or and string, or if we want blah blah blah. Yeah, but he doesn't also reload it at any downtime. It never shows him doing that either. Is more I think the idea that goes behind that. They don't show him like going through the pain and struggle of like there's a reload. Because mags to top off are like, even my hand can cramp after a while, and I use a reloader, not the extra. I can't remember what company, so I don't have to actually manually. My thumb gets a cramp in it after so many mags. I'm just like, nope. No, I don't mind the idea of tedious. I've said for a while that it should actually be a bit more lifelike. I like the idea of making something a bit more like, you know, punishing you for reloading too early. I want more punishing. There's a 4-star. Team 4-star. Wait, what? Yes! Just going with the heavy hitters. This is over. I don't really need that anymore. I was just gifted this win. Alright. Let's do it. Night, GJD. Take care of your eyes. Yeah, Ethan Must Die DLC. Still, of all the modern things they've done, this is probably still my favorite. Built-in randomizer. That's some awesome sauce to me. I want to put one in here for JJ. Oof. Have you actually shot a single action army? Everything feels a little foreign and weird. Wait, is she already dead? I didn't even get to use all the good stuff I got? This is bullshit. She must have popped up the traps. Oh, come on. She already fell to that? No. Everyone, I think, forgets the part where I'm scared of redheads. Also. Everyone forget that part? I think everyone forgot that part. I think everyone forgot the part where I literally have said that redheads scare me. No, I didn't get to use the Magnum. Vaden, you bring up a good point, which is, why do I get all the good stuff right when I absolutely don't need it? I had a bunch of enhanced ammo and a shotgun with a lot of shells. I did not need the Magnum. Like, I was G2G. Current win streak is still the 3. Good night, Mike L. Are we gonna agree on my next loss? I should probably rest. My next loss, I should probably rest. No, the streak's not up to 4. Three is the best I've done tonight. I died in a stupid way. I died in a really stupid way. So tonight is my best is 3 in a row. Because, well, it wasn't a stupid way. I was just talking to you guys, and then I looked back over and I was like, oh, I should move through this door. And then the thing impales me. It's like, well, that's a new way to die. I think I might have screamed no, though. Not Darth Vader like, though. More like More. Not that. Yeah. Someone took my record away from me. It went from me having 6 wins as a record. They had 10. I got 12. They have 18. So it's gone back and forth now. This thing stabbed me in the back while I was reading chat. Okay, I see. Yeah, Marguerite was too weak this time. I need a strong woman. I'm a power bottom. If she's not strong enough, it's like riding the bull. Have you ever been to a carnival seeing someone try to ride a bull? Gotta be able to hold on tight. I don't like it when women get too weak. I like strong women. Power bottoms unite. Don't remember any of what I just said because I'm gonna try to forget immediately. All right, I hope I get it back. It'll take a while, but I mean, I don't mind playing this game at all because I really like it. So, don't you fucking do it! I saw him winding up, and I was like, "Don't do your bullshit." I think I need to run behind his back to make him leak back a little. But I am going to do this. Yeah, that's good enough. I won't get one shot anymore, I don't think. Hey, Matt Jazzer. You don't have to call me Mister. I am a Mister, but you don't have to say it. Commentary walkthrough of RE8? Yep, it's on my channel. There's a whole Resident Evil 8 playlist. Did it when it came out. I don't know what kind of commentary you're looking for, but... By the way, hi. Uh-oh. 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 Whoops. Why did I think he was dead? He was not dead. Lordy, lordy, here coming. Well... Pepperidge Farms remembers also there's a way to take a to make a woman's body take a screenshot. It's kind of like an iPhone where you have to press 2 buttons at once. And it's almost the same motion. Saying adult attitude toward the process of the game. After I just made that motion. I don't know what you're talking about, Alyssa. Why are you saying shutty? I don't know what's going on. Can you walk me through the process? No, you don't need to. Clipping on YouTube is turning out to be a double-edged sword. Because no one's probably clipping like the smart things I'm saying. They're just being like, oh no, now I remember in my own library of shit, the dumb shit that was said. I'm like, oh, okay, crap. And that can be erased. It stays forever. Fuck. All right. Should I just eat the last? Yeah, I just gotta eat the last one. I eat herbs. Hey, Black Diamond, what's going on? Gotta run. Gotta be like zoom, zoom, zoom. Missed. Knife fight. I want 2 rounds left. Jesus. You wanna You want to make this as hard as possible? There we go. Make it harder. Harder, better, faster, stronger. Hey there. What's going? What was that? What happened? Oh, over on Patreon. Thank you. I appreciate that. The zombie head just running on the bottom does not. I need to figure out how to make the alert box show different sizes. It's specialized for my banners right now. I gotta fiddle around with that later, but not right now. Right now, we have work to do. I have to get impaled by those things. I don't even have to look to do this part. Yeah. You just gotta listen. You walk up the stairs backwards, listen for it. When it starts falling, run. Don't you wish this could be your first ever Ethan Must Die try? No. Not for this game, no. I know what you're getting at, but not for this one. I really like puzzles. I really like the idea of that. So for me, this is more like, it'd be the same as asking someone like, do you want the thrill of like solving a Rubik's Cube for the first time for someone who knows how to do it? Like, yes, there would be that satisfaction, but to get there, as opposed to being able to do it mindlessly, but it being like still satisfaction out of doing it. Like, it was so much work to get to that point that you don't want to necessarily do the point, do the work again, but you enjoy what you've gained out of it. You know what I'm trying? Does that make sense at all? Yeah, the mold, and when you're in the room with all the dolls, you could call them the Goo Goo dolls. Yeah, my son and I would disagree with you. Actually, my son's really good at solving Rubik's Cubes. Oh my God, hit it. Are you kidding? Whoa! Are you kidding? Hit the one in front of you. It's out. It's out. It is out. It's some bullshit. It's out. That was straight bull. Alright, there's handgun ammo around. I'll come back to all that. That's some straight bull. I like playing it over and over like I do. I was just talking about that, Eric. Just a few minutes ago. Yeah. It's loaded. I pre-ordered it so I could have it early. It's sitting there. It'll be coming up in the next week. I'll be doing them in 3-hour stints so that I'll stop streams and start them if they go over that, so I can edit them and take out any copyrighted music if need be on YouTube's end, or cut out parts where I release the notifications, because I'll pause it and keep it a cleaner screen without all the stuff on the screen. So I do it that way also because it's kind of like YouTube's system counts live viewers if you go to unlist the video immediately. It counts everyone who watched it live as almost like it was a static, and it puts those statistics up. But then when you post the video, it pretends as if those statistics somehow happened the moment you actually went from unlisted to public again. So you can take any video, like I could basically re-premiere me playing Metroid Dread live, but edited. And when I re-premiere it, it's as if a few thousand people stop by and watch it. It's as if in the first minute of me releasing the video, a thousand people watched it for a while. Are you joshing me? Let's go get that handgun ammo, because this game hates my happiness. I don't know what I did tonight, but I just sure as hell did something. Let's get the essence of defense. I've been told Dread is amazing. It's very, very new. Be careful with spoilers. The guy that came in and fixed my dishwasher, he was like, he passed by my office and he's like, what do you do for a career? Because he saw my setup of everything. And I was like, well, I'm actually, my full-time job is actually, it is actually YouTube. And he's like, oh, wait. And he just wanted to like go off on that. Let me tell you something. Honestly, not usually the conversation I want to have, but it's fine. I don't necessarily want to sit there and like get in a conversation that I can't leave, where I have to talk about something that technically is my job. Like, I can talk about things that are passions, but he doesn't know like that sometimes I need a break. I need a mental break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat gum. So like, I didn't necessarily want to talk. And then he brought up Metroid Dread. And then he started talking about it. And I was like, well, I actually go into games blind, so I don't know anything about it. And he's like, oh. And then I think he said something about like, oh, you'll like it more than Fusion, because I was like, no. I had to stop him like 3 or 4 times. I think he said something that I didn't hear. But then I remembered like what he was saying before, and I was like, I didn't hear what you said, but if it was something that would spoil the game, it's all right. Because I'm not supposed to be in the same room as the worker that's fixing the stuff in the whatever. I can do what I've always been doing. I can pray to RNGesus. RNGesus? Jesus? Saurus Rex? Oh god, wait, what? Come on. Okay. If any weapon has to be reloaded, it's this one. For the idea that maybe, if that's not the Albert, I might need it. Like, if this isn't the Albert, it's the walking shoes. Yeah, you gotta pray to RNGesus to get those good. Yeah, a lot of people have asked for Everyman's Guide for a lot of different things. I've said it before. It's my notes on paper that I made into a video. I'm gaining some of my passion back. I think it's exponentially going up as opposed to my existential dread over my life and me being depressed over things that I'm finally being able to cope with a bit better, and constant pain that I just was ignoring. So between all those things, I think we're gonna see me being able to release a lot of the stuff I want to do, and then be on a more set schedule of when I stream, so I can actually say what days. It'll just be what hour on what days I start. But like, I'm thinking about going back to having a set schedule, and days that I'm not, nights I'm not streaming, I'm recording for a little bit so I can have it running overnight. So I don't have to do it all during the day while my son might be at school. And so I've kind of started replanning exactly how since I got all the ad revenue back, I'm back up to the tier and what I used to be before the adpocalypse. So it would behoove me to actually start doing static videos again, finally. It took years, but so I have to come up with a new schedule, a new sleep cycle, a new way of going about things, and we're about there. I'm almost there. I'm about there, so. I shouldn't turn my neck sideways when I'm trying to look at things and my neck hurts. I'm keeping this weapon as long as I can. No, stay up there. Is there really nothing else? Get up there first aid. It's not that I got burnt. By the way, it's not true burnout from doing YouTube and streaming and everything like that. It's more of some of the things I want to do, I wish were more supported, and so it's not burnout, it's just demoralization sometimes that gets to you. That, like, you really do imagine sometimes your job gets to be like, people always say, like, I wish I could play video games for a job. I'm like, one, trust me, 10% max, more like 5% of being a YouTuber is actually the video games. You're probably gonna end up finding out, like the rest of us, that you guys spend so much damn time on thumbnails that you're being quite generous with what you're saying. Black light up like a Jackson Pollock cannon. Eliza, thank you so much for stopping by, and Peggy for stopping by. I'm gonna get back to work. My son will quote that all day, every day, twice on Sunday.
I usually am much smarter than the things that I say.
Thank you.
Usually much smarter than the things that I say.
I need to ask you about the penis migatier.
Okay, Giorgio asked me about if the pin is meteor. And he could be talking about a meteor from the sky, or like meteor, as in like if the pin's got meat on it. Now, one version of that pin should have no meat on it, unless you use it to like get someone in the eye with it. Oh, fuck. Thank you, Jeffrey. I appreciate that. Oh, God. Stay right there. Oh, he tripped it for me. Oh. Well, he's a dumb one. Mr. Bitch. Alright, let's keep going. I feel like I have to get 3 wins under my belt again. Just so I can say that that 3 was a 2 3s equals 6, which is half of what I need to do. Math. Alright, essence of defense. You need to go away. I'm gonna keep the walking shoes for a minute, though. Actually, why? Walking shoes only help. Supposedly, your walking speed goes up. Your crouching walking speed is the only one I see go up, and then those strafing speed. Welcome back. What do you guys... So when I do another stream of shit I've said, you guys are going to just use the clip system against me. Cool. Like, you guys are over there. I say that out loud and you guys are like, as God intended. Like, damn it. Oh, the chair stopped doing things to my back. It hurts. Everything is slippy slidey over here. No, Lissa's over there, and the rest of the fire brigade I think is asleep. I already took my meds. I think Rowena, I think I just saw that. Hi, Rowena. What's going on? Easier to clip my yelps and screams. Welcome to my nightmare. The oopsie orgy. I don't think we're there yet. So I'm going to warn everyone that I have, next week I'm going to try to record because I'm going to try to cut back on streaming only to, maybe like retro night, family night, and one other night. The reason being that I've got like a day or 2 left. Last time this happened, I had a very short amount of time. So, you know, I've been complaining about calories. My body's starting to reject even the shakes now. The shakes I'm using as meal replacements. The problem with that is that I don't use Cura powder anymore. So there's a shake that I have to mix with another one. And so if I can't hold that one specific shake down, which for some reason my stomach doesn't like it nearly as much as Publix brand, their Greenwise or the Cura stuff or the other supplements, if I can't hold that one down, I will lose out on how many carbs I need for the day, fat, and but not protein. That makes me tired, but the biggest thing is that it makes me very, like, I feel very sick for about a week or 2. Until my body starts adjusting to the fact that it's just not going to get exactly what it's getting, and then I'll start getting periods of being tired. So I'm just giving you a heads up now that I'm going to be here. I'm going to do my best, but there's a chance that if I can't ingest more soon, that I'll be doing static videos and I'll premiere a few of them maybe. Maybe Dread will be there. Tormented Souls needs to be finished up. I have a list of games to finish, and a lot of them, like for example, Tormented Souls, since it's been a while since I did the first part, what I'm gonna do is go back, and I'm gonna actually play it up to where I saved it. So I'm gonna go look at my own footage. I'm gonna play it step for step along with my own footage. So I might end up with different items by the time I get to where I'm supposed to be. But what will matter most is that after where I'm supposed to be and blah blah blah, I will like recognize my surroundings. Welcome back, Rainbow. So I'm gonna replay that. My plan for Amnesia Rebirth is the same. My plan for another game is the same. Or I'm gonna record over there, but I'm gonna play it from the beginning, and then get back to where I was trying to duplicate my old gameplay. And doing it previously on, just in case it's been a while from someone seeing it. So I gotta make those work. So hopefully I'll have enough filler for me to be able to rest more, plus doctor's rest. But honestly, if I'm recording, it's the same amount. I'm actually having to sit up straighter and do more recording at that computer than streaming because I've been reclining and letting a thing try to loosen up my neck, but I'm actually almost out myself for the night because my neck really hurts, and it's starting to make me feel sick. I know it's hurting. A bit of pain, the little bit of pain is starting to kind of make me feel sick. So it's kind of that dizzy sick, but I knew that was coming, so I took Dramamine, but it's not working like it usually does. Dramamine usually helps with that kind of just, oh, I'm a little dizzy, but meh, sick. And now it's just like, I have forsaken thee. And I'm like, why? Why have you forsaken me? Is it running around? There's no way.
There's no escape, city boy.
Well, in this set, I've won 3 in a row during this stream. In this one, I died after 3, so I'm back down to 1. But in this session, the longest is 3. Grundalingus. I didn't like the sound of what I said as soon as I said it. Shit. Well, ooh. What? Why? King of Sarcasm, what's going on? Let's talk about it. So, thank you guys for I played Resident Evil 7 in between TED Talks. I think I feel really I don't know if I don't think it's necessarily that I've eaten more calories today than I got in the past 2 days. I think it is because I didn't during that rant stretch, and I didn't stretch enough today. So I apologize for that. It's gonna automatically send you to another stream though after this. I think this is set up to send you guys to for everyone that's here. It'll send you on over to make sure that you sign up for reminders for Eileen. Eileen and I are gonna scream at each other again. We're totally gonna do it. I will do her thing. So but thank you for support, especially tonight, especially how much, because that really takes a lot of stress off of paying for like doctors and all that stuff, because that sucks. I hate that my health and trying to be better is like dictated by the idea of how much money do I bring in and can I use for that. So I appreciate that. Alyssa, what's worse, seeing that or hearing mac and cheese? But to Alyssa, Jeffrey, Rainbow, Andrew, Micah, Richie, and Willow, Igneous, Joseph Thielen, with super chats of Joseph Thielen, Aubrey and Hamrick, new subs over on Twitch of Zanesville, new subscribers here of Mr. C4 Style, Horror Fan, and new channel members, or Flexing, Sultan, Ruiz, David Rice, Old Hamrick, Igneous, welcome back gaming, welcome back Heather, Harley.
All right,
General
hold
Foley,
on. I got an idea.
Guskus Pocket,
Hear me out.
Joseph Thielen, Ruby, and Devin.
I got an idea.
Whoa,
Hear me out.
Jeffrey.
Hear me out.
Holy crap.
Hear me out. What if? Hear me out. What? Oh my god! Ah!
Oh, both of you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Last second slipping that in there. Thank you so much for slipping that in there. I appreciate. I was not expecting that at all. I appreciate the nod. Darkness wins. Daddy Darkness wins. Darkness wins. The giant cock in the sun. Oh, my cock reigns supreme. Daddy wins. Daddy wins.
It's a little more help.
Thank you, Rainbow Dark. I appreciate that. Also, God, I have to change that alert sound. I'm starting to believe that you guys like. I'm starting to believe you guys like that alert sound even better than the other splat, which concerns me. Really does. It really concerns me. But you got to hear both of those. Oh God, Mike, man, I am a wordsmith. Oh, you. So embarrassing. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed my TED Talk with a side of gameplay. I'll schedule, you're gonna be sent to Eileen. Hit the reminder on there.
And when people who deep throat have nightmares, they dream about this.
I shouldn't have that as an alert either. Alyssa, thank you. Last second slipping those in there. I really appreciate that. Well, that's actually... assuming that I'm going to be talking and seeing, since me sitting up is hurting and exacerbating medically what I'm doing, if I can write this off with some of my, write some of this off as some of business expense, having to go to the doctor over this. Hopefully I don't actually owe tax on what you guys sent, which means I actually have the doctor bill paid off that I just paid, which means the last two streams covered the key that I broke in my car and this. So now I could actually make money again, instead of paying my debts off. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate that. Listen, stick here. Just automatically get sent to Eileen's stream that's on Monday, the retro stream. Hit the reminder button. But tomorrow we're most likely doing the meme stream. And Sunday, I have not thought that far, so I'm not sure. Next Wednesday will be family nights. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for the last second making me feel all the feels. I really appreciate that. And I hope to see you guys back here for the next one really soon. I'll go rest, I guess, a little bit. Bye.